Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
As Malfoy and Lester turned to leave, Ron staggered to his feet, fury burning in his eyes. "Malfoy," he growled, "I challenge you to a duel. Do you dare accept?" Malfoy stopped in his tracks and turned slowly, casting Ron a look of amused disdain. "A duel? You? Are you serious?" Wizard duels weren't games. Even among students, they carried real risks. Traditionally, duels allowed each participant to choose an assistant, and while they rarely ended in death nowadays, injuries weren't uncommon. Ron didn't flinch. 3 days from now, midnight, the clock tower. Wands only. The loser swears never to appear before the other again. Malfoy smirked and turned to Lester. "Care to be my second?" Lester glanced at Harry, whose glare could have burned a hole through him. Then at Malfoy, who looked hopeful. He nodded. "No," Ron barked. "Lester can't be your assistant." Everyone at Hogwarts knew how formidable Lester was. Ron wasn't about to let him tip the scales. Malfoy sneered. "You want a duel, but you get to choose my second too? Why not just declare yourself the winner now?" Ron's face turned blotchy with anger. "I don't care. Lester's out." But before the tension could boil over, Lester stepped forward and said calmly, "Fine. I won't be his assistant. But the terms need changing." He folded his arms. "If you lose, you owe us 100 galleons. If we lose, we pay you 1,000. Do you dare?" Ron hesitated just for a second, but pride and anger clouded his judgment. "Of course I do." 1,000 galleons was more than his family made in years. But he convinced himself Malfoy only got the upper hand earlier by catching him off guard. Besides, Ron had no intention of fighting fair. "Midnight. Clock tower," Lester confirmed, eyes cold. "Don't be late." "Oh, don't worry," Ron snapped. "We'll be there. Whoever backs out is a coward." With that, Lester and Malfoy departed, leaving Ron and Harry alone in the corridor. "You're out of your mind," Harry hissed. "You can't beat Malfoy. He probably knows dark magic." Ron just chuckled darkly. "Who said I'm going alone?" Harry blinked. "Wait, what? I'm good at my brother's. We'll be waiting in the shadows when Malfoy shows up. He won't know what hit him." Harry looked stunned. "But isn't that against the rules of wizard duels?" Ron's expression hardened. "If you're not going to help, leave. But don't expect me to call you a friend again." Harry flinched. Ron's words hit hard. After a beat, Ron's tone softened. "Harry, Malfoy and Lester set us up. If we don't push back, they'll just keep doing it. This is their fault, not ours." Still unsure, Harry slowly nodded. Ron was his closest friend. He didn't want to lose that. Meanwhile, in the Slytherin common room, Malfoy was basking in the glow of attention, retelling how he'd humiliated Ron. A crowd of Slytherin first years gathered around, hanging on his every word. When he mentioned the upcoming duel, the room buzzed with excitement. "A real wizard duel? Can we come watch?" one boy asked eagerly. "Yeah, I've never seen one," another chimed in. Lester stood and raised his hand for silence. "You're all invited. This isn't just Malfoy's duel. It's the first official outing of our Slytherin Magic Study Group." Cheers erupted. "But remember," Lester continued, "this duel might not go how Ron expects. I'm sure he has a scheme planned. He might alert Filch or set an ambush." The room quieted as Lester's voice grew more serious. "That's why we'll all go. If it's a trap, we spring our own. If he tattles to Filch, we have leverage." Some students chuckled. Others nodded, impressed by Lester's planning. "And if Ron doesn't show," Lester grinned, "his cowardice will echo through every corridor in Hogwarts." "Malfoy," he turned to the smug blonde boy, "I'll train you myself. 3 days. I'll make sure you're ready." Malfoy's eyes gleamed. "You'd really do that?" "Of course." Slytherin stands together. As murmurs of admiration spread through the common room, Malfoy stood a little taller, pride swelling in his chest. Lester wasn't just helping him prepare. He was ensuring Gryffindor's humiliation. And Ron Weasley was walking straight into the trap. 3 days passed in a blink. Midnight struck, and with it came the long-awaited duel between Draco Malfoy and Ron Weasley. In Filch's dimly lit office, tension crackled in the air like static. Ron and Malfoy glared at each other, barely restraining the urge to attack then and there. "Your detention ends today," Filch said, carefully placing a broken wand into a worn box. He extinguished the enchanted lamp overhead and muttered with forced calm, "Now get to your dormitories. And if I catch you wandering these halls tonight, expect worse than scrubbing cauldrons." Though he addressed all three boys, his eyes never left Ron. The moment Filch left, Ron, Malfoy, and Lester silently made their way down the cold corridors, not to their beds, but toward the looming shadow of the clock tower. "My assistant is Harry," Ron said as they walked. "He's already waiting at the tower. What about yours?" Malfoy smirked. "Patience. You'll see soon enough." Minutes later, the dark outlines of Slytherin first years emerged from the shadows. Ron's face twisted. "Lester, what are you pulling?" His pulse quickened. He hadn't expected a crowd. Did someone from Gryffindor betray me? Ron had taken no chances. He'd roped in his brothers, Percy, George, and Fred, powerful upper-year students with influence. Outraged by Ron's embellished tale of humiliation, they'd rallied a group of older Gryffindors to help even the score. If things turned sour, they were ready to spring an ambush. But now, facing so many Slytherins, Ron felt a twinge of doubt. "They're just first years," he muttered after sizing them up. "Nothing to worry about." Lester raised an eyebrow. "Worried already?" "Don't worry. They're only here to watch." Ron forced a sneer. "Good. I'll teach Malfoy a lesson before the real show begins." The bell tower was cloaked in shadows. A single enchanted lantern cast a pale glow over the center of the chamber. Below the flickering light stood Harry and Jedi, already waiting. "Ron," Harry whispered, eyes darting, "why are there so many Slytherins here?" "They're harmless," Ron replied confidently. "It's fine. Let's just stick to the plan." Harry looked uncertain, but nodded. A hush fell over the space as Goyle stepped forward in dress robes, holding a crumpled scroll in hand. "Wizards and witches," he boomed, affecting a pompous tone. "We gather to witness this formal duel between Draco Malfoy and Ron Weasley. The rules are simple. Wands only, no fatal curses, no assistance once the duel begins. Do both parties accept?" "We do," Ron and Malfoy said in unison. Then Goyle continued, puffing out his chest. "As per tradition, both duelists will perform the wizard's salute." Malfoy stepped forward solemnly, placing his wand across his chest and giving a respectful bow. Ron hesitated. The air felt too heavy now. For the first time, he began to feel the weight of tradition, the solemnity expected in a sacred duel. But his backup plan was already in motion. He forced himself forward, bowed stiffly, and just as Malfoy lowered his head, "Grin Hulala," Ron hissed, snapping his wand up and firing the first curse. The spell slammed into Malfoy, who reeled back, stunned and laughing uncontrollably, victim to a tickling charm mid-bow. Gasps echoed around the chamber. "You coward," someone shouted. He struck during the salute. "Shame on you, Weasley." Anger flared among the Slytherin crowd. Malfoy's face burned with humiliation, not from the spell, but from betrayal. For 3 days, he had trained tirelessly under Lester's brutal drills, pushed to his limits, collapsing into bed each night. And now it meant nothing. "Weasley, you disgrace your house." Goyle yelled. "You've made a joke of wizard duels." But before anyone could move, sharp spells burst from the dark edges of the tower. Bang! Zap! Flashes of white and gold lit the chamber. Dozens of Gryffindor upper years surged in, led by Fred and George Weasley. "Stun the snakes," Fred roared. "Then strip him and toss him at Ravenclaw's door," George added, cackling. Spells flew like hail. The Slytherin first years were overwhelmed in seconds, many dropping to the ground before they could even react. It was chaos. Screams and laughter mixed with the crackle of magic. Malfoy, still dizzy from the spell, barely managed to duck a barrage of jinxes. Lester tried to rally the younger students, but it was no use. The Gryffindor ambush had worked perfectly. In a matter of minutes, the Slytherins were either stunned, hiding, or hexed into humiliation. Fred and George stood triumphantly at the center of the wreckage, wands raised, grinning. No matter the rules, blood was blood, and tonight they made sure their brother did. Facing the sudden attack of the senior Gryffindor wizards, the little snakes were in a mess. Although they have received a good education since they were young, they're children after all and don't know much about magic spells. Tarantella dance. Funny. All kinds of curses used to punish people are used by the little snakes to resist. However, how can senior wizards be afraid of this? Although they don't know how to protect themselves with armor, can they still hide? After a few easy dodges, he avoided these crooked spells. Seeing more and more little snakes being knocked down, Lester finally made a move. Armor protection. A huge white protective cover protected all the little snakes, and all kinds of curses were cast on it, which couldn't make any waves. The moment the huge iron frame curse appeared, the twin brothers only felt something was wrong. Ron only told them that the person he was dealing with was Malfoy, but he didn't tell them that he was going to be an enemy of Lester. Although I feel that Ron is a pit brother, since the incident has already happened, it cannot be undone. The twin brothers immediately launched a more violent attack on Lester's iron armor charm, and Percy, who was in the 4th grade, also started to attack. In the iron armor curse, Lester sneered, and he knew that Ron was up to no good. He wanted to find the seniors in Gryffindor to ambush him, but unfortunately, even if he called all the Gryffindors, it would not be enough for him to fight alone. Disarm you. It is not Lester's style to fight back passively. What he is good at is to attack proactively. A vicious disarming spell struck Percy almost instantly from the tip of his staff. Percy is the best learner here and the one with the highest combat effectiveness, so Lester is going to deal with him first. Facing the disarming spell that was as fast as lightning, Percy couldn't react at all and was directly knocked out and fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, due to Lester's attack, the iron armor curse responsible for protecting the little snakes also disappeared, and various evil spells attacked the little snakes again. However, most of the curses hit Lester, and as long as he was dealt with, the other little wizards would not be a problem. Lester immediately entered a fighting state. Facing the overwhelming curse, Lester directly propped up a small iron armor curse and shrouded himself. With a sudden force on both feet, he rushed forward without retreating and rushed in the direction of the Gryffindor twins. And the twin brothers never refused to come and rushed towards Lester with a dozen or so Gryffindor students behind them. While charging, Lester turned into a spell turret and disarmed the wizards of Gryffindor for free. The Wizard of Gryffindor also crazily poured curses on Lester. However, every spell of Lester can take away a Gryffindor wizard. And Gryffindor's curse hit Lester's iron armor curse, and it didn't make any waves at all. Soon, after a few seconds, the twin brothers became bear commanders, and all the Gryffindor wizards behind them lay on the ground in pain. Even though the disarming curse cannot kill people, this is the magic used by Aurors, and its lethality is naturally extremely powerful. And it was none other than the godfather of Azkaban, Lester Bader, who cast the disarming spell. Seeing fewer and fewer people behind them, George and Fred panicked. They also took out various props and threw them at Lester. Big dung eggs, trick-or-treating candies, exploding fruits, these dangerous and disgusting props were thrown towards Lester crazily by the twin brothers. With disdain, Lester flicked his wand lightly, and the props in the air immediately turned in one direction. The Weasley brothers reaped the consequences, screaming and screaming after being beaten. Even so, Lester did not let go of their plan, and 2 crisp disarming spells easily knocked the Weasley brothers into the air. At this time, everyone present was shocked. In just a few minutes, the senior wizard from Gryffindor attacked Lester to resist. In the blink of an eye, all the wizards of Gryffindor were subdued by Lester. Lego cowhide. Kill these despicable Gryffindors. Except for a few unlucky ones who were stunned at the beginning, all the other little snakes cheered. Be quiet. Don't attract the attention of the professors. Seeing this, Lester hurriedly stopped them. Although the remote location of the bell tower is almost impossible to attract the professor, but in order to avoid trouble, it is better to be careful. Lester's reputation in Slytherin was in full swing before, but now he took the lead in defeating Gryffindor's sneak attack, and everyone believed in him even more. Jedi, go, and hand me all those Gryffindor wands. Lester began calling the shots. Hearing that Lester wanted to confiscate his wand, Percy was the first to be unhappy. Lester, why did you take away our wand? Why? Lester sneered. Just because this time it was your sneak attack, just because you were defeated this time, that's the reason. You have no right to take away our wands. I will tell Headmaster Dumbledore to report your behavior. For wizards, the wand is undoubtedly their second life, and it is an extremely important existence. Yes, Lester, you can knock us down. I count you as powerful, but if you want to take our wand, it's too unreasonable. Lester, you despicable Slytherin, who gave you the guts to seize our wands? That's right, Lester. I advise you to return the wand to us as soon as possible, and we will act as if nothing happened, and the result will be good for everyone. Hearing these righteous accusations and threats, Lester smiled. Do you really think that this is Hogwarts, and you have to get used to their problems? Jedi, you guys go break their wands in front of their faces and break them all. Jedi is Lester's #1 boy, and he is very dissatisfied with the Gryffindor wizard dual sneak attack. As soon as Lester finished speaking, Jedi took the lead and came to Percy, holding up the very beautiful wand that looked like it had been carefully maintained. Then a knee hit it hard. Click! Under Percy's almost cannibalistic gaze, Jedi was broken in half by Percy's wand and thrown at Percy's feet. With Jedi taking the lead, the other little snakes naturally have no fear, and they hang out with Lego by themselves, so how can they be afraid of these Gryffindors? Immediately, dozens of clicks sounded very regularly on the clock tower, accompanied by the mournful wails of many Gryffindor wizards, especially Ron, whose new wand was trampled to the ground by Malfoy. In front of Ron, Malfoy ground the brand new wand to powder inch by inch. Ron was like a wild beast with red eyes, staring at Malfoy, watching his precious wand being destroyed. Not only Ron was uncomfortable, but other Gryffindor wizards were also extremely uncomfortable. Now the gap between the rich and the poor in the magic world is extremely wide. The poor can't afford food, and the rich can't afford to eat. As a strategic resource, magic wands are naturally not cheap. Only 7 gold galleons can be bought as a subsidy from Hogwarts. If it is purchased normally, it is almost impossible to get it without 30 gold galleons. 30 galleons, which is the monthly income of many single-career families. Even for a dual-career family with both parents at the Ministry of Magic, it would take a little blood to shell out the money. Lester looked down at the bereaved twins and said with a smile, Weasley, just now you seem to say that you're going to take off our pants and throw them at the door of the Ravenclaw lounge. Did you say that? So what? You beat Ron like this. Why can't we take revenge? George snorted coldly, unconvinced. That's because Ron insulted Malfoy's parents. The twin brothers froze and insulted Malfoy's parents. It was okay to say this behind their backs, but it really shouldn't be said in front of other children. Okay, now I can give you 2 choices. One is that I will strip all of you, line them up, and throw them into Ravenclaw's dormitory. No, Lester, you can't do this. The twin brothers panicked, and the other Gryffindors also resisted very much. Ravenclaw College has always been known for having more women than boys. Not only that, but the girls in this college are very beautiful. If they were stripped naked and placed at the gate of Ravenclaw College, it would be difficult for them to find a partner in the school. Lester laughed. Of course, you still have a choice. I heard from Filch that you stole a very magical parchment from him. There is no writing on the surface, but it is a magic item. If you're willing to give me this magic parchment that you stole a few years ago, then I can pretend that nothing happened today. Fantastic parchment. The twin brothers looked at each other. Isn't this the Marauder's map in their hands? Lester, that's an ordinary piece of parchment which has already been thrown away by Fred and me. George's eyes moved slightly, and he lied. What method did Fred and I use? It turns out that he is a plain parchment. Plain parchment, already thrown away? Lester didn't expect that the twin brothers would still want to play with themselves under such circumstances. Malfoy, I'll stun them with a stun spell later, and then you guys put them at the door of Ravenclaw's bedroom. Especially the Weasley twins, the two of them should be placed in the most prominent position. Okay. Malfoy stared at the Weasley twins with a smirk, only to strip them naked after they were knocked out. Even so, the Weasley twins were unwilling to give in, and said forcefully, "Lester, if you have the guts to pick us up, we won't give in." The twin brothers knew how useful the Marauders map was, so they would rather die socially than hand it over to Lester. However, they refused very hard, but the other Gryffindors panicked. "Fred, don't be impulsive. If we throw our strips at the door of the Ravenclaw lounge, then we will be famous in the whole school. George, Professor McGonagall will hate us to death when he finds out. You should give him the Marauders map." This is the friend called by George and Fred. They have a good relationship with the twins, so they're just discouraging them tactfully. The fourth-year Gryffindors that Percy called were much more direct. "Percy, quickly ask your brother to give something to that little snake. Do you want all of us to make a fool of yourself with you? Is that what you people in the Weasley family do? You ask us for help, but you don't want to take responsibility when something goes wrong. I see through you." Hearing the accusations from all directions, Percy's face turned blue and purple with anger. In the entire Gryffindor College, he is the most face-conscious, and he also claims to be a rule-teller on weekdays. This time, he brought his friends to help because of the begging of the twin brothers and the fact that Ron was beaten into a pig's head. Unexpectedly, the twin brothers actually made themselves so ashamed. These fourth-grade students came here for their own sake, but when something happened, the twins were unwilling to bear it. This makes him how to behave in Gryffindor in the future, and he still wants to run for prefect next year. "George, Fred, you two stop fighting. It's not good for everyone." Percy taught his younger brother to get used to it, so he sternly reprimanded him. "This is not a place for you to play petty temper. Now, hurry up and give that parchment to Lester. The face of the Weasley family will be covered by both of you. All of them are lost." In order to maintain his position, Percy reprimanded Weasley very severely, and his tone made the Weasley twins look extremely ugly. "My elder brother likes to put on airs on weekdays, and he often scolds and belittles them at home, and they bear it. But in front of so many people, and there were a group of little snakes watching, Percy scolded him like this, which really made them feel a little embarrassed. The Marauders map is ours. Why give it to that bastard Lester?" The Weasley brothers also got angry, and some ignored it, saying, "And you, Percy, all of you, when I asked you to ambush Slytherin, you screamed more happily than anyone else now. Why should you? It's up to the two of us to do it. If there's one, everyone will be stripped and placed in front of the Ravenclaw lounge, and then we will jointly go to Headmaster Dumbledore and see how the headmaster will punish Lester." Percy had a terrible headache, and felt that his two younger brothers were purely mentally retarded. Although he was very strict with them on weekdays, they were his own younger brothers after all. How could he be willing to wrong them? But now that Lester threw the ball to them, they had to catch it. Honestly, go get the map, and then give it to Lester in exchange for everyone's safety. In this way, instead of blaming them, other people even said that the Weasley family was loyal and willing to resist when something happened. Gryffindors will hate Lester and Slytherin even more. But if the Weasley brothers would rather let everyone suffer with them than hand over that thing, the Marauders map, then everyone's thinking may change. "We worked so hard to help you, but something happened, and you would rather suffer together than all of you. Is this a human thing?" Whether it was for his own future or his younger brothers, Percy gritted his teeth. "It was the two of you who asked everyone to come over and help. If something goes wrong, you two should be responsible. Everyone stayed up late at night and came out to help you, but something happened, and you should bear all the responsibilities. Now, stop embarrassing yourself here. Hurry up and get the Marauders map. Hurry up." Facing Percy's scolding, the Weasley brothers were still 7 and 8 were not satisfied. But when they saw the dissatisfied eyes of their partners around them, they suddenly woke up. Before, they were just tempered, but now that they think about it carefully, this Marauders map should really be taken out. "Okay, I'll go back and get it. I don't know if it's George or Fred, so I struggled to get up from the ground and said fiercely, "Lester, if I bring you the Marauder's map, I hope you can keep your promise." Lester nodded noncommittally and said with a smile, "Of course, and don't look at me with such eyes that you want to eat me. This is just a punishment for you, and you asked for it." Hearing Lester's words, the twin brothers almost suffered from cerebral palsy, resisting the urge to faint, and staggered away, not knowing whether it was Lester's threat or Percy's blame played a role. The twin brothers quickly brought the Marauder's map. After receiving the Marauder's map, Lester nodded in satisfaction when he heard the system beep. Ding! Obtain magic props, a Marauder's map. Okay, you Gryffindors can leave now, Lester said lightly. Hearing Lester's words, all the Gryffindors present were overjoyed and left the clock tower quickly, for fear that Lester would regret it. "Lester, do we just let them go?" Malfoy's face was ugly, and he couldn't help but say, "Ron is simply a despicable villain for sneak attacking in the wizard duel. I have to make him pay the price." "Don't worry, Ron will definitely pay the price." Lester waved his hand towards the distance, and then a black shadow flew towards Lester quickly. A few seconds later, a stupid little owl stood on Lester's shoulder with a black photo stone in its mouth. The photo stone, a magic prop that is very common in the wizarding world, can record videos like a camera. All the sneak attacks in Ron's duel were recorded by this photo stone. Lester shook the photo stone in his hand. "Tomorrow morning, in front of the whole school, you will reprimand Ron for the sneak attack in the wizard duel, and challenge Ron to a duel in front of the whole school." Malfoy excitedly took the photo stone, tapped it twice, and a curtain of light appeared in front of everyone. It impressively recorded the whole process of the duel between Malfoy and Wizard Ron. The image on the photo stone didn't end until Ron attacked and concentrated on Malfoy. "Great! With this, I believe Ron's expression will be wonderful tomorrow." Malfoy looked excited and couldn't wait for tomorrow to come. The next morning, the students in the cafeteria cast curious glances at Malfoy at the Slytherin table from time to time. Today, Malfoy is wearing a well-fitting and ornate wizard robe with the Malfoy family crest on it. His good friend Gore, next to him, was also wearing a slightly baggy suit with the logo of the Gore family on it. Everyone was curious as to what kind of special day today was, and Malfoy and Goyle were both dressed to attend. Soon, they will know the answer. "Ron Weasley, you scumbag. You sneaked up on me during the duel yesterday, and now you dare to show up." Ron and Harry, with bruised noses and swollen faces, felt the dignified atmosphere in the restaurant as soon as they entered the restaurant. All the first-year wizards of Slytherin were dressed in formal attire and wore their own family crests, looking at them with contempt. Even Lester was wearing a gorgeous green robe with a black badge on his chest, which was an Oriental-style school. "Malfoy, what are you doing? This is a restaurant, a place where everyone eats, not a place for you to play wild. If you want to fight, then we can go outside." Ron was taken aback, unwilling to answer Malfoy's question directly. He revisited what happened yesterday after he went back, and he found that it was indeed wrong that he attacked Malfoy in a duel. If other people know about it, I'm afraid my reputation will really be stink. Moreover, didn't George and Fred make up for it? Why did Malfoy care about it? The noise in the restaurant caught the attention of the professors. Professor McGonagall pursed his lips and looked ugly, standing up to stop the farce. "The dining room is a place to eat, not a place for young wizards to fight. Weasley, don't you pretend to be here. You have the kind of sneak attack when I bow during a wizard duel. Can't you admit it?" Malfoy didn't give Ron a chance to change the subject and spoke directly. Hearing Malfoy's words, the little wizards in the restaurant who were confused at first started talking about it. During a wizard's duel, it is a shame to be a wizard to attack the opponent while he is bowing. Ron Weasley? The little follower next to Harry Potter. I didn't expect him to be such a villain, and I don't know if Potter will be spoiled by him. It's really disgusting. A sneak attack during a wizard's duel. If you can do such a disgusting behavior, you must not be a good person in your life. Looking at the chaotic restaurant, Professor McGonagall wanted to stop the students from discussing, but as soon as he stood up, he was stopped by Professor Flitwick. Professor Flitwick's face was extremely ugly. He heard Malfoy's words just now, and Ron sneaked in during the wizard duel. This kind of behavior is the most shameless behavior of a dueling master. Phileas, this is a restaurant. We can't make this a market in Diagon Alley, Professor McGonagall said anxiously. Professor Flitwick shook his head and said, Minerva, we should hear what's going on here first, rather than rushing to press it down. Hearing Professor Flitwick's words, Professor McGonagall sighed helplessly and walked towards Malfoy and Ron. Let's take a look together. Professor Quirrell extended an invitation to Professor Flitwick, and Flitwick naturally accepted it and went together. In a few seconds, almost all the professors in the professor's chair went to watch the fun, leaving only Snape sitting there with an ugly face. Damn it! Why didn't anyone invite me to go? Snape was very upset, but when he saw Harry getting involved, he snorted coldly, stood up from his seat silently, and followed along. The professors are here. All the onlookers made way for the professors to pass. Malfoy, Weasley now, you too. Who can tell me what's going on? Professor McGonagall looked ugly, like an angry lion. Malfoy did not change his face, bowed to Professor McGonagall, and said lightly, Professor McGonagall, I want to launch a wizard duel against despicable Ron Weasley under the witness of all the students and professors in the school. As soon as the voice fell, it immediately caused an uproar. Wizard duel, a term that everyone almost forgets. Ever since Voldemort used the Hogwarts Dueling Club as his base to pull up a group of teams, the word duel has gradually moved away from the sight of young wizards. However, the little wizards who go to school at Hogwarts have more or less heard of wizard duels on weekdays. There is an unresolved dispute between two wizards, and then the two will each choose an assistant to duel with wands in full view. However, this kind of behavior is usually performed by adult wizards, but now it happened to several first-year young wizards. Malfoy, stop messing around. Now Hogwarts will not use duels to resolve disputes. Professor McGonagall said softly, If you have any conflicts with Ron, you can tell the professor, and the professor will help you mediate. Hogwarts is a place for learning, not a place for young wizards to fight. Professor McGonagall instinctively resisted the practice of dueling. Professor McGonagall, I didn't want to challenge Weasley to a duel in public, but Weasley's despicable behavior angered me. Malfoy handed the photo stone to Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall naturally knew that this was a magic prop that could record images, so he tapped twice with his wand immediately to activate the photo stone. Before the duel, both parties need to perform a wizard salute to each other, indicating that both parties are willing to participate in the duel. Goyle in a suit appeared on the screen, with Malfoy and Ron on the left and right. Before the duel, I must ask Mr. Draco Malfoy and Mr. Ron Weasley whether your duel is voluntary. Malfoy and Ron said in unison, yes. A few minutes later, the scene of Ron attacking while Malfoy was bowing was perfectly presented. You guys went to the Clock Tower Night Tour last night to watch the wizard duel between two little wizards. Professor McGonagall was very angry and yelled at Lester. How dare you do this? He knew that Lester was the eldest brother of Slytherin. If nothing else happened, Lester must have organized this matter. Lester, miscalculation. He thought everyone's focus would be on Ron's despicable sneak attack. Unexpectedly, Professor McGonagall cared about their night parade behavior. Lester said awkwardly, Professor, you may not believe it. We sleepwalked together yesterday, and we appeared in the clock tower as soon as we opened our eyes. Professor McGonagall, group sleepwalking. Are you pretending to be Nima here? Just when he was about to speak, Professor Flitwick couldn't bear it anymore and stood up. Professor McGonagall, we could talk about the Little Wizard's Night Tour later. I think the sneak attack on Weasley's wizard duel is what needs to be resolved now. Professor Flitwick has always been silent about the school's decision-making. Even if it is a Ravenclaw student who made the mistake, Professor Flitwick will not say how you reprimand him. But on this matter, Professor Flitwick finally couldn't suppress his small mouth. He had to say something. When Professor McGonagall made a decision before, Professor Flitwick never refuted it, but just followed silently. Now that Professor Flitwick finally opened his mouth, he must give Professor Flitwick a face. Okay, let's put aside the group night tour of the little Slytherin wizards first. Professor McGonagall glared at Lester. As a result, Lester couldn't hold back and muttered in a low voice, "Professor, we are sleepwalking." Professor McGonagall. Suppressing the urge to hang Lester up, Professor McGonagall looked at Malfoy and Ron and said seriously, "So, how do you hope to resolve this matter?" Malfoy said without hesitation, "Professor, I hope to have a fair duel with Weasley." "Ron, you are a villain who only sneaks up on despicable people. Do you dare?" Ron was blown away, but he has not lost his mind. He knows that he is definitely not Malfoy's opponent now. But now everyone's eyes are on him, and Ron just feels a little bit stuck. "Ron, promise, I can be your coach." This is a sunny voice sounded in Ron's ear, and Professor Quirrell came to Ron. "Little wizards have no rules to duel privately. I suggest that both duelists need a professor as an instructor to train them. How about it, Ron? Would you like to be my student and let me teach you how to duel?" Ron was overjoyed when he heard the words, and quickly said, "Of course, Professor Quirrell. You are simply my idol. With you teaching me how to duel, I believe I will be able to defeat Malfoy." Quirrell just smiled, and Malfoy really looked ugly. As the sole heir of the Malfoy family, Draco Malfoy has a wider source of news than ordinary little wizards. Malfoy still knows a thing or two about the strength of Quirrell, the nemesis of the Black Wizard. With Quirrell teaching Ron, he would indeed have some trouble. "Draco, I'll be your instructor." Professor Snape stood up with a dark face and gave Quirrell a hard look. "Dog thing, TM used his name to sell fake medicines in Diagon Alley, and now he dared to appear in front of him." Snape had already made up his mind, and when Malfoy and Ron dueled, he would also take advantage of the opportunity to fight Quirrell. He promises that if he doesn't hit Quirrell's shit, he'll be fine. Feeling Snape's malice towards him, Quirrell was a little baffled. "Master, is that old fellow Snape out of his mind? I feel like he hates me very much." Quirrell whispered to BB, "Did the war that year make him stupid, and he kept a straight face all day long, and he didn't know who to show it to? Voldemort." Severus, Ron and Draco are all little wizards, and they don't know any spells at all. Quirrell said lightly, "How about this? You and I each teach them for 3 months. After 3 months after the final exam, they're having a duel." Although he really wanted to beat the shit out of Quirrell right now, but with so many people watching, Snape still nodded. Afterwards, the two parties dispersed separately, but the aftermath of this incident spread rapidly in Hogwarts. In the corner, Quirrell patted Ron on the shoulder and said softly, "Ron, your father and I are friends, so I will help you. I can't just watch you humiliate me. I will pass on all my combat experience and spells to you. So, every afternoon, you come to my office to find me, okay?" Ron was very grateful, but said with some embarrassment, "Professor, I now need another month of confinement, so I don't." "It's okay. I will tell Professor McGonagall personally and ask him to set the confinement location in my office." Quirrell winked at Ron playfully and said, "Don't worry. Professor McGonagall will agree to my request because of the duel." In the distance, Lester looked at the excited Ron and silently mourned for him. I don't know if Ron is lucky or unlucky. His instructor is indeed more slick than Snape, and he's the kind who crushes Snape in strength. But this TM is Voldemort. If there is no accident, it is estimated that Harry Potter, the unlucky kid, will be in danger again. Since the wizard duel between Malfoy and Ron, two professors, Quirrell and Snape, have started to move. First, the confinement places of the two children were changed to the offices of the two professors respectively. Secondly, the two gradually became the most prominent figures in Hogwarts. None of that has anything to do with Lester, though, as he's now looking for a spell to improve his eyesight. The first game against Gryffindor is about to be ushered in. In order to win the game, Lester must be fully prepared. Just like the broomstick, the most important flying prop, Lester specially appointed Victor to upgrade the technology of the Nimbus 2000 broomstick. The best broomstick on the market today is without a doubt the Nimbus 2000. Moreover, Professor McGonagall is about to give Harry a Nimbus 2000 broom at his own expense. In order to ensure the advantage in equipment, Lester must upgrade the broom. Secondly, Lester just needs a magic that can find the golden snitch. All my players are first-year little wizards, and when they really fight, there must be a gap with the senior players. If you want to win the game, you need to find the golden snitch as quickly as possible and directly lead the team to win the game. In the library, Lester held a stack of thick magic books, carefully flipping through them. Beside him, more than 20 Slytherin students were also studying in style, carefully flipping through the books in their hands. Lego, I have a magic here which can improve the dynamic vision of wizards in a short period of time. Take a look. A little Slytherin wizard handed over the magic book in his hand, and there was a magic spell to improve eyesight. The vision-increasing spell was created by an old Babylonian wizard. Magic can improve the eyesight of the caster in a short period of time. Improved eyesight in a short period of time, which is really helpful for finding the golden snitch. Lester nodded and said softly to the little wizard who found the spell, "Thank you for your help. When I learn this spell, I can teach it to you together." The little wizard was very happy when he heard that, and said sincerely, "Thank you, Brother Lai." Lester is really authentic. They heard that Lester wanted to find a magic spell, so they volunteered to help. However, whenever they helped find a spell, Lester taught them the spell after learning it. You must know that it is very difficult for little wizards to master a new spell on weekdays. But with the help of Lester, the little wizards can master a new spell proficiently in a few hours. This speed is simply amazing. Brother Lai, I also found something here. Take a look. Is this magic spell useful? Soon, another little Slytherin wizard discovered a magic that could improve eyesight and handed over the magic book graciously. Lester naturally took the magic book and, after learning the above magic, he promised to teach him today. While Lester was trying to find a magic spell to enhance his eyesight, the talents of Azkaban were also working at high speed. Old Flint, don't sleep, get up and drink soup. In Azkaban prison, Scar pushed open the prison door, holding a bowl of green and unknown liquid in his hand. This is a deluxe single room with a large plank bed. Except that there is no bedding and there are countless wormholes on it. This plank bed has no shortcomings. Next to the bed was a pit-style toilet with a ragged old man lying limply on the toilet. Old Flint, don't go to sleep. The sun is going to dry your ass. Scar walked over and kicked Flint hard in the ass. Old Flint, who was in a coma, suddenly wailed and subconsciously shouted, "That's the butt, not the mouth. Can you be more professional when you test the medicine?" Scar's face darkened, and Old Flint also came to his senses. "Brother Dow, what kind of medicine do you want to drink again today?" Old Flint begged with a bitter face. "Before taking the medicine this time, you can let me clean the toilet. Last time I was exhausted." Scar, there's one thing to say. Since Master Lai kidnapped 3 people from pure blood families, the happiest thing is his Scar. Whenever he has a newly developed potion, he will enthusiastically share it with these people, so that they could be the first to understand the magic of the potion. Don't worry, Old Flint. The last time the medicine for anorexia went wrong was an accident. This time there will be no accident. Believe me, I am a master of medicine. This time it's a potion to enhance eyesight. It's only good for your body, not bad. Come on, drink it quickly. Old Flint. On the other side, the wretched old man Leonard is also working hard to complete Lai's mission. Franklin, the 13th issue of Cutting-Edge Black Magic Analysis, needs to add a new magic spell, which can enhance people's eyesight. Leona has a pair of golden round eyes, sitting on a chair like a dog, ordering student Franklin to compile a magazine. Since the professors in Azkaban began to have research directions, the language master Leonard was in a hurry. Although Luanyu is also very powerful, everyone is making progress, and Luanyu alone can't keep up with everyone's speed. Therefore, Leona also started his own business, which is to create black magic by himself. Maybe it's because of learning Luanyu all the year round. Now Leona is particularly sensitive to words, and his learning efficiency is particularly high. Especially after reading the black magic books collected by the 3 pureblood families whose houses have been ransacked, Leonard felt inspired. As a little fan of terrorists, he also has a wish to be famous in history like terrorists. So, he began to embark on a road of no return of his own original black magic. As we all know, using immature black magic is very dangerous. So Leona created a magazine, Analysis of Cutting-Edge Black Magic. Since Lester had someone copy the 3 pure blood families, the ancestral black magic books of the 3 pure blood families were all put into the library of Azkaban. Leona, a dog, wrote the vicious spells he learned from it into the magazine he founded for free and provided them to wizards in the magic world to learn for free. Don't think he's a good guy. If he only writes the right kind of dark magic, then he does benefit dark wizards. But this bastard, when he writes, he still has private goods. Often a correct black magic is followed by 3 or 4 black magic created by him. But there are indeed some black magic that can be used, just like that, true and false, false and true. Leona, this dog has killed many wizards who want to learn black magic. Needless to say, with a large number of black wizards being used as experimental products for free, Leonard has really researched a lot of the days past day by day. And today, in the early morning restaurant, there were suddenly hundreds of violent wings flapping. In the sky, hundreds of owls flew from the outside of the restaurant to the restaurant, clutching the delivered packages tightly in their beaks or feet. My God, this is a disaster. As we all know, owls are feathered animals, and furry animals have one characteristic, that is, shedding hair. Countless owl hairs fell from the sky and floated into the little wizard's rice bowl, making the hungry little wizards lose their appetite. I told you, don't try to have breakfast in a restaurant on a Monday because those damned owls are going to ruin it. Many little wizards started to complain, but the owls turned a blind eye. After delivering the package, they left without looking back, leaving only a mess in the restaurant. Amidst all the mourning, an exclamation sounded loudly. Oh my God, Harry, a brand new Nimbus 2000. This is a new product produced by Nimbus Company today. Who the hell can give you such an expensive gift? Following the sound, Harry was already holding a brand new broom. From his model, it could be seen that this was the latest Nimbus 2000 broom. Countless young wizards cast their envious and inquisitive gazes. A brand new Nimbus 2000 would cost a full 100 galleons to put on the market. Owning a Nimbus broom is as attractive as owning a supercar in the Muggle world. God, he's so beautiful. I really want to hug him to sleep. Ron took the broom from Harry's hand and stroked every inch of the broom carefully. His eyes were full of intoxication and satisfaction. Harry, hurry up and see who gave it to you. Is it your rich relative who is so generous and gave you this high-end broom? After hearing that Harry had a new broom, Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, immediately joined him. As a Quidditch enthusiast, Wood also wanted to own a Nimbus 2000 of his own, but unfortunately, his family did not allow him to spend it like this. Don't be funny, Wood. You know, I live with my uncle and aunt. They're all real muggles. Harry shook his head. The Dursleys were all muggles. He was sure that even if they had access to the wizarding world, they would not be kind enough to give him such an expensive broom. At this time, Ron had already seen the giver of the package and shouted loudly, McG Minerva! My God, this is Professor McGonagall. Harry, you are really amazing. Professor McGonagall bought you a brand new Nimbus 2000 broom for you. It's so cool. Professor McGonagall. Harry quickly looked up, and sure enough, he saw Professor McGonagall smiling at him and nodding to him. It's really Professor McGonagall. Harry looked at the brand new broomstick, feeling extremely moved. Since he entered Hogwarts, he could clearly feel the friendliness of the people around him. Hagrid, Ron, Flitwick, and even Lester at the beginning. This is completely different from what he encountered in the Muggle world. However, when Harry was moved, Wood next to him was extremely embarrassed, and his face was a little unnatural. After playing Quidditch at Hogwarts for so many years, Professor McGonagall never said that he would buy himself a broomstick. For other team members, there's only verbal encouragement, but no material support. Until now, the twin brothers who are in financial difficulties are still riding the old-fashioned sweeping 7 stars, and they have never seen Professor McGonagall say a word. As a result, now, Harry Potter, a rookie who has not accomplished much, not only made an exception to join the Quidditch team in the first grade, but also got a new broom. Why do you think so much Professor McGonagall just wants us to win the game better? Would forcibly put the bitterness in his mind behind him and said to himself, Harry is our teammate. I should be happy that he has a new broom. Professor McGonagall is our dean, but broomsticks are not cheap. He can't satisfy everyone. On the professor's seat, Professor McGonagall noticed the unnatural expression on Wood's face and gave a wry smile. There was no way. He didn't want to engage in double standards, and he didn't want to meddle in the students' affairs, but this was Dumbledore's order, and he had to carry it out. In the distance, at the Slytherin dining table, Malfoy looked at Harry, who had a new broom, and said anxiously to Lester, Lester, what should I do? Professor McGonagall gave Harry a brand new Nimbus 2000. I will write to my father now and ask him to prepare one for me too. While unpacking the package in his hand, Lester said calmly, Don't panic, Malfoy. Just wait for the game to lie down and win. Waiting to lie down and win. Although Lester's fighting ability is very strong, and his flying talent is not bad, Quidditch is a team game after all. Ignoring the disbelieving Malfoy, Lester unpacked the package and took out the magic book inside. Turning to the first page, the purpose of entry is the magic you want. The Eagle Eye technique can gain the vision of an eagle in a short period of time and make all biological trails within a 500 radius appear in sight. There's also an envelope under the magic book, and the person who wrote the letter is actually Azkaban snitch Professor Brian. Masterlie. This is the magic spell I discovered in the ancient ruins back then. I used to rely on this spell to become a legendary ball chaser that is popular in the entire magic world. Hearing that you need magic that can help you find the golden snitch, I feel that this Eagle Eye spell is perfect. With a simple glance, with the help of the system, Lester quickly learned the Eagle Eye technique. Eagle Eye. In a short period of time, the eyesight of the caster is greatly improved, and it has the ability to slow down the vision. Perfect. Lester was overjoyed. This was the magic he was looking for, a magic that could help him quickly find the golden snitch. Brian is doing very well. It seems necessary to give him a chance to return to the game. Lester thought about it secretly, and he had already thought about the reward for Brian's contribution to the spell. Once the most popular Quidditch star in the entire wizarding world, he is now a humble prisoner of Azkaban. Brian will definitely not be reconciled to the status quo. He probably thinks about it day and night and wants to get back what he lost. Lester came out to mess around, and he always talked about the rules, but Brian was willing to give him this precious magic spell, so he couldn't be stingy. So Lester immediately took out the quill and wrote a letter to Hafiz. Hafez, you go to Barno of the Ministry of Magic Sports Division and apply for a new Quidditch team. The captain of the team is Brian, and his teammates asked him to choose from Muggle-born wizards. Azkaban provides him with all the resources he needs for training and prepares him well. 3 years later, he will lead the England team to the Quidditch World Cup. With Eagle Eye, the next thing is much simpler. You just need to wait for the game to start, and then you can amaze the audience. The next day, the Super Nimbus 2000 broomstick modified by Victor was also mailed over. On the Quidditch training ground, Lester led a group of Slytherins and started secret training. Malfoy, at the beginning, you go to Harry, talk trash to him, and disturb his mentality. Pansy, go and taunt the Weasley twins and make them deliberately target you during the match. GOL, as soon as the game starts, you will become a human bomb and directly hit the opposite goalkeeper, Wood. The others are all looking for their own goals, and when they find them, they keep talking trash, disturbing their mentality. Lester rides the gorgeous Nimbus 2000 broomstick, suspended high in the sky. Opposite him, the other 6 members of the Slytherin Quidditch house team were all present, holding a pamphlet full of insulting words. Come on, Malfoy. You are the best at mocking. Come and show everyone. Malfoy, Jedi, and Goyle are the chasers, and their original role is to score in the game. But under Lester's command, their main mission became a disturbing mentality. After Malfoy heard the order, he immediately entered the state. Goyle beside him also silently put on a pair of black-rimmed glasses, pretending to be Harry Potter. Hey, Scared, Do you know how to ride a broomstick, a fame-fishing piece of shit? Malfoy is experienced, with a face full of jokes and sarcasm. He said lightly, "You can enter the Gryffindor Quidditch team, but Professor McGonagall pity you. You are a ridiculous mascot. Professor McGonagall will let you join the team because of the reputation of the Savior. Otherwise, you are a waste." Very good. Seeing Malfoy's wonderful performance, Lester nodded in satisfaction. Everyone else is also doing well, and the trash talk makes Gower so angry. Seeing that Goyle's face was flushed with anger, Lester flew to Goyle's side and said softly, "Gore, keep this emotion, and when the game is played, vent all your anger on the goalkeeper on the opposite side." Gore gasped heavily and nodded heavily. A few days later, the major event at Hogwarts, the Quidditch House Cup, is finally about to begin. Due to the lack of entertainment in the wizarding world, the Quidditch movement has a large mass base. Basically, every little wizard in Hogwarts is a fan of Quidditch. In the Gryffindor lounge, Harry was wearing a red Gryffindor wizard robe, holding a brand new broom given to him by Professor McGonagall, his eyes full of eagerness. This is the first Quidditch match in his life. He must play well and not disappoint those who believe in him. And in the first Quidditch match, Gryffindor happened to face Slytherin. Thinking of the Slytherins who beat him up that night, Harry's eyes were full of fighting spirit. The venue for the Quidditch Academy Cup was already packed with fanatical young wizards. The flags of the two colleges were also continuously fluttering in the auditorium, but almost 3/4 of the area, the flags held were the Gryffindor Lions. Only the little snakes in Slytherin robes, holding the animals of their own houses, cheered for their houses. Now, it is the Gryffindor team that enters the field of our game. On the high platform, the black guy Lee chowed and held up the microphone and shouted very enthusiastically. Today's Gryffindor team can be said to be the Quidditch team with the most potential to win the championship. Although the old Captain Charlie has graduated, the Gryffindor team has ushered in the savior of the wizarding world, Harry Potter. As soon as the name of the savior was announced, there was naturally a burst of warm cheers from the audience, and all the little wizards were cheering for Harry, the savior. Afterwards, the black boy Lee Jordan changed the subject and said calmly, "Their opponent is the Slytherin team. Everyone knows that Slytherin guys play like half-grown gorillas." In the auditorium, Snape's face darkened, and he already wanted to kill Lee Jordan in his heart. The members of the Slytherin Quidditch team were also very dissatisfied, staring at Lee Jordan with ugly faces. However, it is said that due to the newcomer, Lester Bader's behavior is very domineering, so all the old Slytherin players have quit the team. Helpless, Mr. Bader can only coerce the little wizards of the first grade to join his team. I hope these unlucky bastards won't be beaten and cried after the game. Lee Jordan is a third-year Gryffindor student and even the roommate of the Weasley twins. The three stick together when nothing happens. He naturally knew about the twin brothers being bullied by Lester, so he abused his power without hesitation and framed Lester. Hearing Lee Chowdon's framing of Lester, all the unsuspecting little wizards on the stage pointed at Lester, their words full of disdain. Professor McGonagall frowned, waved his wand lightly, and his voice became extremely loud. "Lee Jordan, explain the game well. Don't talk about other irrelevant things." On stage, Lee Chowdan shrugged indifferently and began to explain normally. During the game, Lester narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the black boy in the commentary booth, sneering secretly in his heart. Lester, came out to mess around, so he could only let him frame others. When could he be framed by others? After the game was over, it was necessary for him to teach this little black man a lesson he would never forget. "Hey, Scared, did your parents give you the broomstick in your hand?" During the 10-minute break before the match, Malfoy came up to Harry with his new broom. "This is the new broom my father gave me, and it's also the Nimbus 2000. How about it, isn't it?" Malfoy provocatively said, "Sorry, I forgot. Your parents died long ago, and there is no chance to give it to you. Broom." Harry was so angry that his face was flushed, and he shouted angrily, "Horse dung! I forbid you to make fun of my parents." "You're not allowed? What are you?" Malfoy said indifferently. You are just a coward who used your parents' lives to fulfill your reputation. What are you so arrogant about? Hearing Malfoy's provocation, Harry was almost pissed off. Although he has never met his parents, he knows that his parents will love him. If it weren't for you, your parents wouldn't be able to die. It's all because of you that they killed your parents. Malfoy's taunting skills were at full capacity, and his words were like a sharp knife, stabbing hard at Harry's most vulnerable place. Harry was pissed off. For him, as an orphan, parents were a taboo that could not be insulted. Harry was so angry that he wanted to punch Malfoy, but Malfoy didn't even want to hide, but put his face on Harry's fist instead. As long as Harry punched him, Harry would be sent off. If the Gryffindor team lacks a seeker, their chances of winning are greatly reduced. Seeing that Harry's fist was about to land on Malfoy's small face, Malfoy revealed a gleam of brightness in his gray eyes. At this moment, the twin brothers hurriedly grabbed Harry from the side and scolded Malfoy. "Malfoy, you're not welcome here. Keep your Slytherin tricks to yourself." Malfoy turned a deaf ear to the scolding of the twin brothers, but just stared at Harry disdainfully, mouthing, "Rubbish." Harry, whose lungs were about to explode when being held up by the twin brothers, frantically wanted to rush towards Malfoy, but was blocked by the twin brothers every time. Fred pressed against Harry's ear and said loudly, "Harry, calm down. If you hit Malfoy now, Mrs. Hooch will definitely send you off." "But Malfoy insulted my parents," Harry shouted angrily. "I'm going to make this scumbag pay." Looking at the impotent and furious Harry, Malfoy chuckled, made an international gesture to him, and said softly, "Don't worry, Harry Potter. Someone beat us in the game. Otherwise, you're just a useless bastard who can only be incompetent and angry." After speaking, Malfoy happily returned to his team. If the plan is successful, Malfoy's excitement value is plus 100 and Harry Potter's sanity is minus 100. In this way, with Harry Potter already losing his mind, the first Quidditch match of this school year began. As soon as the game started, Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor team, shouted, "Use a tactic, a tactic." Afterwards, the Gryffindor players on the field immediately put on a posture. The three chasers formed a triangle, and the batsmen, the Weasley brothers, flew to Harry's vicinity to protect Harry. "Hey, Harry, calm down. Don't fly around and follow the plan." George looked at Harry worriedly. At this moment, Harry was panting heavily like an angry bull. His eyes were like copper bells, frantically looking for the golden snitch in the arena. He has lost his mind now. He doesn't care about any plans. He just wants to find the snitch as quickly as possible and win the game. On the other side, Slytherin's team also set up a formation that had already been prepared. As soon as the game started, Jedi and Goyle, the batters with grinning grins, flew towards the Weasley twins in Gryffindor with a baseball bat. "What are the people in Slytherin doing?" The Weasley twins were puzzled. "There are no bludgers yet. What are you doing flying over here?" However, they soon knew what Jedi and Goyle were here for. Seeing the two approaching one of the Weasley twins, Jedi began to say hello. "Are you the Weasley twins? Everyone in Slytherin knows about your deeds." Shameless. It's really shameless to bring a senior wizard to attack a first-year student. It has a Slytherin temperament. The Weasley twins turned black, snorted coldly, resisted the urge to give Jedi a stick, and rode away on broomsticks. As a result, Jedi was not willing to let them go, and immediately followed them, even frantically greeting the 18th generation of the Weasley twins' ancestors. Finally, the Weasley twins couldn't hold back when Jedi said their mother was like a fat sow. "Mom, I won't put the bat in your pocket this time. I'm Fred with your surname." Saying that, Fred stopped playing the game and went to beat Jedi with a bat, and Jedi also fled crazily, relying on the advantage of the broom, teasing Fred like walking a dog. In this way, at the very beginning of the game, 3 of the Gryffindor players were affected, and the balance of victory slowly tilted to the Slytherin side. In the distance, Lester, who was riding Victor's modified Nimbus 2000, was flying aimlessly around the arena, as if he was wandering in his own garden. In fact, he is confident that he can easily win the game by himself. However, Quidditch is a team game after all, and you can fly by yourself, but you also need to make your teammates feel a little bit involved, right? Although it is very cool to lie down and win, but they can join the Quidditch team. One is to see their own face, and the other is that they really love Quidditch. Therefore, I still assign them a plan. Suddenly, a golden light appeared in front of Lester's eyes, and the golden reflection dazzled Lester's eyes. Looking closely, a small golden ball with wings is flying freely in the corner of the arena. At the same time, Harry, who had been wandering all the time, also found the trace of the golden snitch. He glanced back at Lester, who was not in a hurry, and Harry rushed over. Lester didn't panic in the slightest, and bit Harry's back tightly on his broomstick. Seeing that someone was coming to arrest him, the golden snitch immediately fled quickly, appearing at the height of the arena in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Harry immediately picked up his broom and chased after him desperately. At this time, in the audience, Professor Quirrell, who had been paying attention to Harry, showed a sneer and put his hands together into his robes. The head drooped slightly, pretending to be resting, but the lips that were actually covered were moving quickly behind the collar. Silent casting, wandless casting, and long-distance curses. This is his true strength of Quirrell. In the sky, Harry, who was already shoulder to shoulder with the sun, suddenly felt cold behind him, feeling inexplicably flustered. Afterwards, the broomstick under his crotch began to scurry uncontrollably, like a wild horse running wild, trying to throw Harry Potter off. Damn it, this broomstick is out of order. Harry's pupils were shocked, and he looked down, suddenly frightened out of his wits. At this moment, he had already flown to a height of hundreds of people. If he fell from here, he might really want to see Merlin. Who can save me? Harry was extremely desperate. For the first time, he felt so small, and death was so close to him. The little wizards in the auditorium also exploded, watching Harry, who was about to be thrown off his broomstick, talking a lot. My God, Harry Potter's broomstick is out of control. He's going to be thrown off. What to do? This is hundreds of meters high. If you fall, I'm afraid there won't even be scum left. Snape, the old licking dog, also changed his expression. The child of his goddess was going to die. Potter, hold on. Seeing that Harry Potter was about to fall to his death, he didn't care about other people's eyes, and he didn't have time to take out his wand. Snape started casting spells without a wand directly on the spot, but in order to enhance the magic effect, he did not cast spells silently, but chanted spells. In the auditorium, Hermione looked at Harry, who was alive and dead in the sky, and quickly found Harry's good friend, Ron. Ron, Harry is in danger. We must help him, Hermione said anxiously to Ron. Ron couldn't believe it. Help Harry? Are you asking me to ride a broomstick to rescue Harry? Isn't Slytherin winning the game? Hermione couldn't believe her ears. Ron was actually concerned about the game at this moment. She also wanted to ignore Harry's life and death in a fit of anger. But during her studies at Hogwarts these days, only Harry would help her from time to time, and she couldn't just watch this good boy fall to his death. Are you an idiot? Harry fell from a height of hundreds of people, and he will definitely fall to his death. Hermione said mercilessly, then pulled Ron, pointed at Snape, who was blatantly chanting, and said, It's Professor Snape. He must have cast a spell to kill Harry. We need to stop him. Ron was also reliable at critical moments, but he just couldn't make it out of his mind, so he nodded immediately and said, Okay, Hermione, what do you need me to do? Hermione, damn you. You're a good friend of Harry Potter. You're still a good friend on weekdays, but something happened and you asked me what to do? Of course it prevented Professor Snape from casting spells. Hermione hurriedly said, I saw it in the library. It's a curse that can be operated from a distance. Snape must be cursing Harry now. Ron's eyes were determined, and he said, I'll go right away. Seeing Ron leaving in a hurry, Hermione was a little worried, sighed, and followed. A few minutes later, Snape, who was in the teacher's seat, was knocked to the ground by Ron, who accidentally passed by. Weasley, what on earth are you fool trying to do? Snape's eyes were full of anger and anxiety. Ron said unceremoniously, Snape, I just did what I should do. I advise you to be careful in the future. I will keep an eye on you. Now, in Ron's eyes, Snape was already the sinner who wanted to kill Harry, so Ron was naturally not polite. Snape's eyes wanted to breathe fire angrily, but he had no time to deal with Ron now, because Harry in the sky lacked his protection and fell directly from the broomstick. Help! Like a rag bag, Harry fell fiercely from the sky to the ground. His little face was frightened and haggard, and the past 11 years had been automatically played in his mind. At this moment, Lester in the sky sighed, and he prostrated himself on the broomstick. Super acceleration. Lester snorted coldly, and the broom tip under his crotch immediately erupted with blue flames and rushed to the ground suddenly. Harry Potter can't die. At least he has to wait for his Azkaban interest group to develop before he dies. Now, if Harry Potter died, then Dumbledore would absolutely go mad. With Dumbledore's strength, he must know that there is a mysterious force in the magic world. But because of the big threat of Voldemort, he couldn't deal with himself with all his strength. If Harry Potter is really dead, then Dumbledore's lifeblood is gone. For the sake of peace in the wizarding world, he will definitely do his best to eliminate all uncertainties. At that time, not only his own Azkaban interest group will be hit crazily, but all pure-blood families will be slaughtered by Dumbledore. Nonsense. Instead of keeping them to accumulate strength for Voldemort, it is better to just set up a crime, for example, assassinate the Savior, and then clean them all up. After that, he supported the new Savior again and welcomed Voldemort's resurrection. Harry, catch me. Seeing that Harry was about to fall to his death, under the terrified eyes of everyone, Lester, who had been slow before, appeared beside Harry like lightning in the blink of an eye. His right hand quickly grabbed Harry's collar, and then pulled him hard into his arms. Afterwards, the broomstick under Lester's crotch was fully fired, and he turned the direction of the broom fiercely and flew into the sky. Oh my God, it's really too fast. Is this the real strength of Lester? Merlin. Fortunately, Lester is here. Otherwise, Harry Potter would be in danger. After Harry Potter was successfully rescued by Lester, everyone in the auditorium breathed a sigh of relief, followed by wild cheers. At this moment, no matter which college they belonged to, they all dedicated to Lester. Sincere applause. It's lucky to have Lester. Otherwise, Harry would be really in danger. Hermione squeezed a cold sweat and said to Ron with relief, I thought that Ron would be very lucky, but I didn't expect it. Ron's face was extremely ugly, and he muttered, Damn, Lester, you're just for acting. What a despicable villain. Because it was too dangerous for Harry to fall from the sky just now. All the players on the field were in no mood to compete. Whether it was Slytherin or Gryffindor, everyone was extremely worried. It wasn't until Harry was rescued by Lester that they breathed a sigh of relief. The Weasley twins and Malfoy looked even more complicated. The Weasley twins felt that they couldn't understand Lester. They broke their wands, beat themselves up, and sent someone to insult their mother. However, at the last critical moment, he took the risk to save Harry again. Malfoy's face was also constantly changing. He was uncomfortable after Harry's death just now, telling him that he didn't hate Harry Potter that much at all. High in the air, Lester held Harry in one hand and the broom in the other and kept pulling upwards. Harry, who was rescued by Lester, was still in shock. Looking up at the serious Lester, Harry felt that his heartbeat slowed down by 2 beats. Don't get me wrong, Harry's sexuality has always been normal, and so has Lester's. He just felt a little overwhelmed. It stands to reason that he and Lester are enemies, and Lester should wish that he fell to his death earlier, but he saved himself in the end. Lester, thank you for saving me. Harry opened his mouth, sincerely expressing his gratitude to Lester. At this moment, Harry's heart was full of emotion, and the previous dissatisfaction with Lester had already dissipated completely. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. Lester smiled mysteriously and said, When I throw you away later, remember to hold on tight. Don't accidentally fall down and die. Harry. Uneasy twisting in Lester's arms twice, Harry said dryly, Lester, what are you talking about? Are you joking? However, when he saw that Lester looked serious and didn't answer, Harry fell silent. Riding a broomstick, Lester accelerated suddenly, flew above Malfoy, and shouted at Malfoy, Malfoy, catch Harry before he falls to his death. Then, Under Harry's terrified gaze, Lester grabbed Harry's arm and threw Harry out of his arms. Harry, he only felt that the emotion in his heart was really fed to the dog. Fortunately, he thought Lester was a trustworthy friend just now, but in less than a second he was going to play high-altitude pass with himself. Lester, I am your ancestor." Harry let out a mournful howl and was thrown out by Lester neatly. Before Harry could finish cursing, he felt himself being caught and entered into a warm embrace. Harry, who survived the catastrophe, couldn't help moaning comfortably, and then he opened his eyes and saw Malfoy with a strange expression. "I said it was my voice expressing pain. I don't know if I said that. Can you believe it?" Harry was so ashamed that he wanted to dig a hole to get in, but he never expected that it was Malfoy who caught him. An inexplicable blush also flashed across Malfoy's face, but he still pretended not to care and said proudly, "Hold me tight, Harry, otherwise I can't guarantee that you won't be thrown down." Hearing this, Harry stopped being shy and hugged Malfoy tightly. All this scene on the field was seen by the little wizard in the audience. Because he was afraid that Malfoy would really throw him off, Harry hugged him tightly, and Malfoy's face was also extremely red from being strangled. Britain is a well-known corrupt country, especially the Little Witch of Ravenclaw, who blushed even more, chattering and chatting, and was even happier than New Year's Eve. "Deha, I bet 100 galleons Draco and Harry Potter will be happy together. I also beat Deha. The sky is always better than the original match. Let Ron of Gryffindor play by himself." Even Ravenclaw's goddess, Qiu Zhang, had a red face, whispering to her friends and laughing like silver bells from time to time. On the classroom mat, Dumbledore, who came in a hurry because he heard that Harry was about to die, looked at the two riding a broom together, his eyes full of nostalgia. "Harry Potter is worthy of being someone I value, and he really has the demeanor I had back then." On the other side, after seeing Malfoy firmly catching Harry, Lester started his own performance. "Okay." With a cold snort, Lester activated his own magic spell at the bottom of the box. In an instant, Lester felt a coolness in front of his eyes, and then countless small red dots appeared in front of his eyes. Among them, a golden dot is the most eye-catching. Yes, this is the golden snitch. Due to Harry Potter's sudden death, everyone was paying attention to Harry's situation, so the players on the field stopped the game in a tacit understanding. So, the golden snitch, who thought he was safe, was flying slowly around a corner. "I found you." Lester's eyes lit up, and the broomstick under his crotch was fully fired. There was only a loud buzzing sound. A green lightning flashed, and Lester, wearing a Slytherin green robe, had already appeared on the other side of the arena. Just when everyone didn't know what was going on with Lester's nerves, Lester raised his right hand high. "The snitch. Lester Bader has caught the snitch." The little wizard with eyesight saw the golden snitch in Lester's hand and immediately shouted to the surroundings. The golden snitch was caught by Lester. Doesn't that mean that Slytherin won? Recalling Lester's lightning-like speed just now, everyone present was amazed. First, he saved Harry Potter, who was about to fall to his death, and then quickly found the golden snitch to end the game. Lester's operation was simply too strong. Awesome. Everyone present, including Dumbledore, who came late, gave Lester and the Slytherin Quidditch team a sincere applause. Especially Professor Snape, who is even more happy that his nose is not his nose, his eyes are not his eyes. He knows that this semester's Academy Cup will be secure, and Dumbledore's eyes flickered even more. Looking at the vigorous Lester riding a broomstick, he nodded secretly. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, the strongest in the wizarding world, and the greatest white wizard of the 20th century, Albus Dumbledore is not a fool, let alone an old fool. In fact, his control over the wizarding world is very deep-rooted. Once something extraordinary happened in the wizarding world, besides the person involved, Dumbledore was often the first to get the news. Therefore, the little tricks Lester did at Hogwarts naturally couldn't be hidden from Dumbledore's eyes. Has a strong magical talent, and is still in Slytherin College, and even formed a small organization to form cliques. Dumbledore was ready to give Lester some warnings, because his actions were obviously out of bounds. However, after Lester saved Harry Potter's life this time, all the previous bad qualities were wiped out by Dumbledore. He has strength, ability, and leadership, but he still knows how to help his classmates at critical moments, even Harry, who has a bad relationship with him. If this kind of student can become Harry Potter's help, it might be able to play a big role in the future battle against Voldemort. It's a pity that he doesn't have time to deal with Harry's interpersonal relationship now, because he is very busy now. I don't know if it's because of Voldemort's secret reappearance. Now all the monsters, ghosts and monsters in the wizarding world are popping up all at once. Dumbledore felt a headache when he thought of the chaos he had seen in the wizarding world these days. The perfect potion carefully developed by Professor Snape, known as the Potion Master, is on sale in Diagon Alley at a 10% discount in order to give back to the vast number of users in the magic world and buy one get one free. Buying medicine at a discount and buying one get one free, what's the difference between this TM and giving it away for free? And it was naturally snapped up. As a result, in less than half a day, St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Injuries was crowded with wizards, all of whom had strange symptoms. Some have turned into kittens, some have turned into puppies, and the most extreme ones have turned into donkeys and donkeys in heat. At that time in the hospital, if Dumbledore hadn't acted in time, I am afraid that the male doctor would have left a shadow in his heart for the rest of his life. Not only is fake medicine rampant in Diagon Alley, but Nocturne Alley has become a battlefield. Originally, what happened to Quirrell ignited the entire Nocturne Alley, making the chickens and dogs in Nocturne Alley restless. But now there is a new event, that is, the Black Magic. One day, on a dark and windy night, a book called Advanced Black Magic Analysis Issue 1 appeared on the street of Nocturne Alley. Afterwards, this book was immediately discovered by wandering wizards who had nothing to do, and they started to study it decently. At the beginning, when the first unlucky wizard went mad, everyone thought it was a scam and planned to ignore it. As a result, a few days later, a Muggle wizard really learned a black magic from it, and it was still a very powerful combat black magic. You must know that the hierarchical system in the wizarding world is strict. Pure bloods control all knowledge resources, and Muggle wizards at the bottom cannot learn advanced spells at all. If there's an opportunity to improve their strength and let them live a better life, then they're willing to try even if they don't want their lives. Dumbledore has been running around for a long time for this matter, but to no avail. The wizarding world is not like Hogwarts. There is no portrait that can monitor the students all the time. Dumbledore can't control the entire wizarding world like he controlled Hogwarts. I hope this Lester can play some role in the fight against Voldemort in the future. Dumbledore is full of expectations for Lester, and his priority for Lester has also increased a lot. Slytherin Seeker. Lester Bader finds the snitch. Slytherin adds 150 points. Game over. As the referee, Mrs. Hooch rode a broom and announced the results of the competition loudly. On the stage, all the little wizards were extremely convinced by the result of this competition, thinking that the Slytherin team won this time with a level. Captain Lester Bader saved Gryffindor's Seeker Harry regardless of previous suspicions and quickly ended the game, which surprised everyone present. The members of the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff Quidditch teams were even more sad, not knowing what to do next. This TM is like a teleportation. It rushed from the east to the west of the arena all at once. What should we use to fight Lester? Similarly, the Gryffindor players also looked lonely. After preparing for so long, the game ended only 10 minutes after it started. He didn't even touch the ball, and he was blown up by Lester. He wouldn't collapse on whom, but they also admitted that at least Lester saved Harry Potter. Malfoy that. Now that the game is over, can you put me down? Harry hugged Malfoy's neck tightly, being forced to face with Malfoy's due to the tight space. This shameful position made him feel very awkward. He wanted to change his position, but found that there was not so much space on the broom. Malfoy, why are you silent? Harry, who hadn't received a response for a long time, was a little surprised. Malfoy usually talks a lot, but now he looks like a mute. Puzzled, Harry turned his head and was taken aback when he saw Malfoy with a livid face. Harry Potter, I fuck you, relax a little. Relax a little. I'm going to be strangled to death by you. Harry, quickly let go of the arm holding Malfoy's neck, and Malfoy finally breathed fresh air. Quickly turning the direction of the broomstick, Malfoy quickly reached the ground with Potter in his arms. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Malfoy couldn't wait to throw Harry in his arms to the ground, and at the same time he took a big gulp of fresh air. Looking at Harry on the ground in horror, Malfoy was a little scared. Don't look at his usual talkativeness, but he is a child after all, and he has never seen death at all. As a result, he was almost strangled to death by that bastard Harry Potter just now, who would not be afraid of this. Harry was also very embarrassed and said dryly, "Malfoy, I said it was a misunderstanding. Can you believe it? I misunderstood you, MLGB." Malfoy was furious. TM misunderstood? After the furious Malfoy recovered, he picked up the broomstick on the ground, regardless of how expensive the broom was, and just smacked Harry. Harry was not an idiot either. Although he felt ashamed, he couldn't just be beaten, so he ran away without saying a word. Harry ran ahead, and Malfoy ran after him with a broom. This scene, not surprisingly, once again fell into the eyes of the Ravenclaw seniors. The seniors all showed their aunt smiles and said in a picture like this, "I didn't expect these two young people to have fun, but they were still in a sadomasochistic relationship." The little beauty Qiu Zhang even had glinting eyes, and her rotten girl attributes were unmistakably revealed. She leaned in her best friend's ear and whispered whispers about Harry and Malfoy. The pursuit of Malfoy and Harry lasted for a long time, until the worried Madame Pomfrey stopped the two of them and gave them a very detailed examination in the school infirmary. A lot of people gathered outside the school clinic, and these people were mainly divided into two groups. The party wore Slytherin robes, led by a handsome young wizard. The other group was wearing Gryffindor robes, and the leader was the captain of the Gryffindor team, Wood. Malfoy and Harry Potter went to the school hospital for a physical examination. As the eldest brother, Lester naturally had to ignore them. Therefore, Lester decided to visit Malfoy in person in the school medical office and give him some encouragement. As a result, when everyone saw that their elder brother Lester was going to visit Malfoy, they naturally all followed him. So the rambunctious Slytherins gathered at the gate of the school infirmary. The little wizards of Gryffindor also followed after seeing this. After all, Harry was also admitted to the school hospital. As teammates, they naturally wanted to express their condolences. Just like that, the two groups collided at the gate of the school infirmary. If it is placed before, the two sides will definitely mock each other and even start a fight, fighting outside the school infirmary. However, during today's game, Lester saved Harry, and Malfoy on the opposite side even flew around holding Harry for a while. Due to emotion and reason, they can't mock each other when they meet as before. As the leader of Gryffindor, Wood was even more hesitating whether to go up and express his gratitude to Lester and the others. And Lester on the opposite side was also very hesitant. After a while, he scolded their mother or attacked their whole family in all directions. I am a Slytherin, and I am definitely not in the same group as this group of Gryffindors. Even if I saved Harry during the game, it was to avoid Dumbledore's fury, not to make these little lions thank me, and it was not to ease the relationship between the colleges. When the two sides were in a stalemate, the door of the school hospital was opened, and Malfoy and Harry walked out of it. "Hey, why are there so many Gryffindor stinky dogs here? It's really annoying. I saw stinky dogs as soon as I got out of the hospital vomit." Malfoy is worthy of being Malfoy. The talent for taunting is really full, and it is a perfect full-screen taunt. "Malfoy, what are you barking at?" In Gryffindor, Ron was the first to jump out and scolded angrily. "You bastard, don't think that you could be proud if you win the game at the conspiracy." If Harry hadn't been disabled by Harry's broomstick, Harry would have found a snitch first in this match. "Are you joking, Weasley?" Malfoy was very disdainful, scanning all the Gryffindor students present with his nostrils, and sarcastically said, "You rotten fish and rotten shrimps are all garbage in the sewer. 150-0. At this level, how dare you play Quidditch?" Because he was almost strangled to death by Harry during the game, Malfoy is very angry now, and he wants to spray anyone he sees. When he happened to go out, he saw a group of Gryffindor players, and Lester was watching. So what was he afraid of? Finally, the faces of all the Gryffindor players turned ugly, and the old face of Wood, the captain, was even darker. "Harry, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Resisting the urge to slap Malfoy, Wood turned and cared about Harry. "No, I'm in good health." Harry blushed, looking at Malfoy with some inexplicable guilt. He was in good health, but not Malfoy. At this time, Ron also said with a regretful face, "Harry, what a pity if it hadn't been for an accident with your broom. I'm afraid our Gryffindor wouldn't have lost." Harry was very embarrassed when he heard the words. TM himself was about to be thrown to death, but all you care about is winning or losing. Fortunately, Harry knew Ron's temper, so he was not angry, but just smiled gently. On the opposite side, Lester also cared about Malfoy. "Malfoy, is there a big problem?" "It's nothing, just suffocated for a few minutes, almost strangled to death." "Lester, Harry." The Gryffindor players also looked embarrassed after hearing this, and the anger in their hearts also quietly disappeared. All they knew was that Malfoy had been chasing Harry with a broom as soon as he hit the ground, but they didn't know why. Now, looking at Malfoy's resentment and Harry's embarrassment, they seemed to know what happened between these two people. When the scene was very embarrassing, the arrival of Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall resolved the embarrassment. "Harry, is there anything wrong with your body?" Professor McGonagall looked anxious and hurriedly pulled Harry to ask questions. Snape also indifferently asked about Malfoy's physical condition. "Professor, you don't know, I was almost killed by Potter, After Malfoy accused Harry of his evil deeds to Professor Snape, Professor Snape gave Harry a strange look. Then he came to Lester and said lightly, "You did well. The Slytherin team played well in your hands." Ding! Received praise from Professor Snape, task point +1. Professor Snape usually doesn't boast, but this time Lester saved the life of his goddess son, so he must show something. "You can come to my office later. I have a few bottles of potions here, just right for a little wizard like you." Hearing that Professor Snape seemed to be giving himself a potion, Lester's eyes lit up immediately. He saved his goddess child himself, and Professor Snape would definitely want all the rewards. Moreover, a potion master like Snape must be very proud, and the potion as a reward is naturally extremely precious. If he got the potion and sent it backhand to Scar for analysis, then he could generate income for the Academy of Azkaban again. Thinking of this, Lester was so excited that he didn't even have the idea of using Gryffindor students to brush up his fear points. Anyway, Gryffindor students can't run away, so I can bully them at any time. "Thank you, Professor. I have time now. Can I get it now?" Lester said quickly. Snape nodded slightly, without ambiguity at all, and said flatly, "Of course, this is a reward for you." Afterwards, the aloof Professor Snape turned into a big bat again and took Lester to his office on the basement floor. Once Lester left, there was no need for the Slytherins to stay any longer, and they all returned to the lounge. The Gryffindors also dispersed, leaving only Professor McGonagall to care about Harry. The cold basement floor, without sunlight all year round, looks extremely dark. As soon as he entered Snape's office, Lester subconsciously shivered. Don't get me wrong, Lester wasn't scared, but Snape's office was too cold. The office was casted by Snape with the advanced Traceless Expansion Curse, which is a full 200 square meters in size, which is now a large flat area. There are 4 areas inside. Located to the east is a huge solid wood desk with a small black book on it. Lester looked curiously and happened to be able to see the words on it. "Letter to Lily." "Lester, a letter to Lily. Isn't this TM, the dog-licking diary?" "Ahem, don't look blindly in my office. It's dangerous here." Sensing Lester's gaze, Snape's face flashed with imperceptible embarrassment, and he scolded. "The things here are very dangerous. You little wizard, you must be careful in my office. Don't look blindly." As he said that, Snape put the dog-licking diary back into the drawer in a dignified manner. To be on the safe side, he even put a small magic lock on the drawer in front of Lester. Lester. He only knew that Snape was Lily's diehard fan, but he didn't expect that he would be so ill. This TM Lily has been dead for how many years, and his son has reached school age. Yet Snape actually writes a diary for Lily every day. Perhaps his deepest secret was discovered by Lester. Snape didn't want to communicate with Lester now. Here you are. This is the reward for leading Slytherin to victory this time. Hearing this, Lester curled his lips in disdain. He also led Slytherin to win the game. Marcus also led the Slytherin team to win many games. The brain-boosting potion can increase your brain's calculations in a short period of time and enhance your learning ability. With a wave of Snape's sleeve, 3 blue reagents appeared in front of Lester's eyes. The gorgeous potion exudes brilliance. The exquisite potion bottle is crystal clear, and the bottom of the potion has an exclusive anti-counterfeiting mark unique to Snape. Professor Snape, I was going to let Scar let you go, but why did you take the initiative to send it to your door? Looking at the elk at the bottom of the potion, Lester smiled. Because the counterfeit medicines went too far before, Snape deliberately created a new anti-counterfeiting symbol, which caused Scar's career to be affected recently. With the anti-counterfeiting mark, Snape became smarter, and instead of selling his potions on the market, he turned to the high-end market. In this way, his potion will not be obtained by those who want to, so as to crack the new anti-counterfeiting mark. Thank you, Professor. I will continue to work hard in the future. Lester showed a little fox-like smile, making Snape very puzzled. But he didn't have the time to deal with Lester now. The dog-licking diary was almost discovered by the little wizard. Professor Snape was a little embarrassed now. Okay, take these 3 bottles of potions and hurry back to the lounge. Professor Snape unceremoniously gave Lester the order to evict the guest, and Lester also left with a smile. After returning to the Slytherin lounge, Lester found that everyone was waiting for him. Lester, that's amazing. He's indeed the leader of our Slytherins. Lego, awesome. You're the pride of our Slytherins. There are also seniors in grades 6 and 7 who also took time out of their busy schedules to come to the lounge to celebrate Slytherin's victory. Lester, you did a good job this time. After we graduate, Slytherin still needs a capable little wizard like you to lead. Although Lester is only in the 1st grade now, his reputation in Slytherin can be said to be in full swing. The elder brother of all the little wizards in the 1st grade, he also caused the 3 of Marcus of the Quidditch team to have a nervous breakdown and finally hanged more than a dozen Gryffindors in the clock tower at midnight. This TM is simply like the devil descended from the sky. He is really the god of Tai Sui in the world. So, when Lester returned to the lounge, he was surrounded by everyone's cheers, and everyone was complimenting Lester. Only the female and male prefects of Slytherin stood in the distance, staring at Lester with resentment. Lester, who was in the center of the little wizard, suddenly felt a chill down his back, and then turned around to notice the venomous eyes of the male and female prefects. Lester sneered in his heart. If he didn't trouble them, the 2 of them would just have fun secretly. They dared to look at him so viciously. This was forcing him to mess with them. Coincidentally, I still have the treasure drawn at the beginning of the game, Brother Chanley Way, which has never been used. Now, these 2 unlucky guys are really lucky. Malfoy, you'll put this in both of their cups later. After the crowd dispersed, Lester called his number 1 boy, pointed at the male and female prefects, and whispered, then let the 2 of them drink in public in the lounge. After taking the 2 small white pills handed over by Lester, Malfoy said curiously, "What is Lester? Are you trying to poison them?" Malfoy was a little scared. Normally, if you asked him to scold someone and taunt Harry, he was very familiar with it. But if you really asked him to kill someone, he really didn't dare to do it. What are you thinking? Lester was speechless. Malfoy really dared to think that he really thought Dumbledore was made of mud when he poisoned the students at Hogwarts. After confirming again and again that this was not a poison that could kill people, Malfoy was relieved. A few minutes later, Malfoy ran back with a grin and put the 2 powerful Viagras in his hands into the water glasses of the 2 prefects. Lester was immediately satisfied when he saw this, and the old god was lying on the sofa, ready to watch the play. These 2 dogs really regarded Lester as a decent person. Generally speaking, Even if a decent person knows that someone is going to harm him, he will not take the initiative to attack until he is actually affected. But Lester is different. He is the bastard among the bastards. Let alone these two people want to harm him. Even if the two prefects intend to let go of the past, then Lester does not intend to let them go. Why do you find trouble when you want to find trouble, and then plan to have nothing happen after you find that you can't afford it? Isn't this a joke? Lester thinks that although he is not a small-minded person, he is definitely not big-hearted. As long as someone dares to provoke themselves, they must pay 100 times the price, and let them know that bullying others also has a price to pay. In the distance, Prefect Thompson and the prefect of Slytherin frowned slightly. Obviously, they felt Lester's fiery gaze. To be honest, after the two of them were taught by Lester at first, they still wanted to take revenge on Lester. However, Lester's later operations made them more and more frightened. Even Marcus, whom they dared not provoke easily, was almost collapsed by Lester. There are even rumors that Lester once killed more than a dozen Gryffindor students by himself in the clock tower. As a result, they really didn't dare to take a shot at Lester easily, for fear that they would get revenge from Lester if they didn't beat him to death. Science shows that the more stressed you are, the easier it is to drink water. Due to Lester's recent notoriety, both Thompson and the prefect were a little nervous, so they subconsciously picked up the water glass and took a small sip. What's going on? Why does the lounge feel so hot today? Thompson was the first to feel something was wrong, and began to sweat all over his body, and an evil fire burst out of his dantian for no reason. This is a powerful Vigo, not an ordinary Vigo. Ordinary Vigo is for human use. It can enhance combat effectiveness in a short period of time. But Kiangli Wage is for elephants. Just a small grain is enough to make an elephant go crazy with excitement. Even if there is nothing in front of them, they can punch a big hole in the ground alone. Suddenly, the male prefect Thompson felt that his whole body was a little out of control, and his second brother even entered a super fighting state. No, this is the lounge of Slytherin. There are so many people watching. Prefect Thompson wanted to forcibly suppress the animal desire in his heart. But unfortunately, the effect of the super powerful Wei Gu was not something that a little wizard like him could suppress. Just when Prefect Thompson was about to lose control, a delicate voice rang in his ear. "Prefect Thompson, are you feeling unwell?" Thompson raised his head with difficulty, trying to keep the girl away from him, but unfortunately, it was still too late. "Come on, help! Prefect Thompson has gone crazy. He wants to molest me." The third-year Slytherin female student was very panicked and wanted to get rid of Thompson's iron hand. But Thompson was in the 5th grade, and he was still a boy. How could this weak little girl get rid of it? At this time, Prefect Thompson has turned into a werewolf, howling like a beast in heat, and using both hands and feet. He wants to molest this hapless little wizard. Lester, who had already been waiting for a long time, naturally would not stand idly by. When everyone in the lounge was paying attention to the prefect, Lester quickly took out his wand. "Disarm you." A vicious disarming curse hit the male prefect's body fiercely, and he was directly sent flying. You know, the disarming curse is used by aurors to attack dark wizards and criminals. If it hits a person, it can break a person's ribs. The male prefect, who was beaten into the air, let out a wail now, and his spirit returned to normal a little bit. But after a few seconds, the strength of the medicine came up again. Thompson's eyes turned red again, and he was still panting heavily. His eyes began to involuntarily focus on the other female students in the lounge. Such blatant eyes made the female students blush and distance themselves from Thompson. It must be that Prefect Thompson's ancestral metamorphosis has flared up, and the students must get him under control. At this time, Lester stepped forward directly and cast another precise petrification spell on Thompson, putting Thompson in place. Afterwards, Malfoy and Jedi followed immediately, took out a thick rope used to tie an elephant, and tied Thompson tightly. This Prefect Thompson is really scary. I didn't expect him to suddenly go crazy and molest his junior. It's still worthy of being a prefect. I have to report to Professor Snape. If such a person is a Slytherin prefect, how can our safety be guaranteed? Yes, this Thompson looks like a dog on the surface, but I didn't expect to be so hungry and thirsty. In public, he actually wants to use force on a junior girl. Thompson, who was desperately helped by the hemp rope, saw that he was surrounded by classmates on the inner and outer floors, as well as the gossip around him, and he couldn't wait to faint immediately. Are you guys going to rebel? And openly attacked the Slytherin prefect. Thompson pretended to be calm, trying to use the name of the prefect to suppress this matter. Forte, what are you still doing in a daze? Hurry up and untie me. Thompson's voice was stern, trying to scare everyone away, and at the same time, let his dog legs untie him. As a prefect, Thompson could be described as domineering and arrogant in Slytherin. The title of prefect is still very useful in Slytherin. As soon as Thompson finished speaking, the dog-legged Ford was ready to step forward to untie Thompson. Stop, Ford. Thompson's current situation is still uncertain. So you untie him. Who knows if he will go crazy after untying him? Lester was the first to be unhappy and directly blocked Ford, saying softly, Forte, I know you care about your friend, but for the safety of all of us Slytherins, you'd better not untie him yet. No one knows Lester's prestige now. Forte didn't want to untie Thompson in the first place, but now he is naturally going downhill. Seeing Ford, who was obediently listening to Lester, Thompson was about to explode. Forte, you bastard! How dare you not listen to me? I must let my father drive your whole family out of our Thompson family. From now on, you will live with your humble mudblood family in the slums of Diagon Alley. He didn't dare to threaten Lester, but Forte was just a mudblood child, and he could ravage it at will. Ford's face changed, and his expression immediately became panicked. On weekdays, he acted as a pawn for Thompson, allowing him to order and insult him at will, not because of his status as a prefect. The main reason is that Forte's parents are both Muggle wizards, and their daily work is as a servant for the Thompson family. Not every pureblood family can have a house elf as a servant. Ordinary middle-level families usually choose to hire a Muggle wizard at a low price to serve themselves in their daily life. Brother Lie, let me untie Prefect Thompson. Forte turned pale and begged. My father is an ordinary Muggle wizard, and my mother is still seriously ill. The money I earn from working and studying is not enough to treat my mother. Please let me go there. Looking at Forte, who was trembling with fright and would rather let Thompson untie than his own dignity, Lester sighed helplessly. Sorry, Thompson's current condition is very unstable. For everyone's safety, I can't untie him. Hearing this, Ford's face was ashen. He didn't dare to offend Thompson, let alone Lester. At this time, Lester Wynne said, If Thompson dares to threaten you with this, you can make your parents resign. I also have property in Diagon Alley. You can let your parents work in my place. Ford's eyes lit up when he heard the words. He had heard his father complain more than once about how hard the work was and how low the wages were. If it weren't for the fact that Muggle wizards had a hard time finding work in the wizarding world, he would have quit long ago. Take my letter of introduction. You can get your parents to work in my trade union, and I can give them 30 gold galleons a month. As soon as these words came out, many young wizards looked at Lester's eyes changed, especially the little half-blood wizards and those down-and-out pure-blood little wizards. Now, they can't wait to kneel down and offer their loyalty to Lester. The economic downturn in the wizarding world is something everyone knows. Just like in ancient times, every revolutionary uprising was due to the economic downturn. The people could not survive, and the class conflicts were sharp, so some people rose up. Just like Voldemort's dark reign, this is actually a different kind of revolution. Muggle wizards want to gain rights, but pure-blood wizards still want to continue to squeeze Muggle wizards, so it led to Voldemort's dark reign. If it was the same as before, Muggle wizards would honestly serve the purebloods as cows and horses, and would not fight for their own rights. Pure-blood wizards will not take the risk of investing in Voldemort to cause trouble. Just like the Malfoy family, they were originally the ruling family in the magic world, the family standing at the top of the pyramid. Why such a family invests in Voldemort is not to suppress more and more Muggle wizards. They know that if the Muggle wizards are not firmly suppressed now, the number of Muggle wizards will increase. then the French Revolution in the Muggle world may be staged on them immediately. Now, in the entire wizarding world, except for the big family like Malfoy who can't worry about food and drink, most of the others are tightening their belts to get by. Just like the Weasley family, there are 28 pure blood families, and their father is a civil servant of the Ministry of Magic. They all live in such poverty, not to mention other Muggle wizards and half-blood wizards. Thank you, Brother Lie. Thank you, Brother Lie. You'll be my real brother from now on. Forte immediately changed his position and became Lester's younger brother. Although he is in 5th grade and Lester is in 1st grade, so what? The family is strong and has property outside, which can provide jobs for their whole family. Isn't this a golden thigh? Okay, these are small things. Tomorrow you will ask your parents to go to this place. This is my shop. Lester told Ford the address of the union and ordered, they will be responsible for cleaning from now on. After subduing Forte, Lester didn't talk nonsense, looked at Thompson with a look of resentment, and said lightly, Prefect Thompson, don't look at me like that. I tied you up for your own good. Otherwise, if that little girl is really harmed by you, then it won't be enough to castrate you 100 times. With that said, Lester took Thompson's water glass and brought it to Thompson's mouth, saying softly, Come on, take a sip of water. If you don't have any problems after 10 minutes, we will definitely let you go. To be honest, Thompson was sweating all over when the sperm was on his head just now, and his mouth was indeed a little thirsty. Seeing Lester handing over the water glass, he naively thought that Lester wanted to reconcile with him. You're a smart kid, Thompson cursed, and then gulped down all the water in the glass. Lester smiled even more when he saw this, put the empty water glass on the table, brushed off his clothes, and hid his achievements and fame. It has been a week since the scandal of the Slytherin prefects. The male and female prefects of Slytherin were removed from their positions by Professor Snape because they messed with the relationship between men and women. There are no prefects in Slytherin now, but anyone with a discerning eye can see who the Slytherin is talking about. Brother Lie, come and sit in front. The air here is good. In the restaurant, as soon as Lester arrived, he was surrounded by enthusiastic 7th graders. They asked each other how they were doing, and they wanted to kneel down to Lester, only to ask Lester to be their big brother. No way. Jobs in the wizarding world are too hard to find now. In the Muggle world, if you really don't have a job, you can still enter the factory to make screws, and at worst you can even be a salesperson. But in the magic world, there are no jobs that require cheap labor, or jobs with cheap labor are not chosen for wizards at all. Just like Malfoy's factory, the employees are all goblins and squibs, except for the management. There are almost no wizards. In the entire wizarding world, only wizards can hold wands. This is not due to laws, but to the cruel methods of wizards. Purebloods are so cruel to Muggle wizards who are also wizards, and they treat foreigners even less as human beings. Although a wizard who knows magic is more efficient than 100 goblins, what's the point? According to the law, the minimum salary for wizards is 15 galleons a month. If they break the law, the factory will be seized. Rather than hiring a wizard for 15 galleons a month, it would be better to order a group of lowly goblins to work for the price of a meal. You mean the Fantastic Beast Protection Act? That's a joke. 4 non-wizard magical races. Wizards just killed them in the street with a death curse. The Aurors came over to investigate why the unforgivable curse was used. As for the deaths of those non-magic races, sorry, they are all magical animals and are not under the control of the Aurors. Why hire wizards to serve you when you have better targets to squeeze? Therefore, there are fewer and fewer jobs in the magic world, and more unemployed people. Don't think that just because you graduated from Hogwarts, knowing a few magic tricks is enough. Everyone graduated from Hogwarts who knows how to use magic, and in the end, they all couldn't find a job. Brother Lie, I asked the kitchen. I made your favorite Chinese dishes today. I have told them that all the Chinese dishes will be placed in front of you in a while. Forte is very stupid. In order to please Lester, he even bought a few recipes from Qiu Zhang, a little wizard of Ravenclaw Chinese descent. It was specially delivered to the kitchen and told the house elves to make more, just for Lester. Enjoying Forte's service with peace of mind, Lester looked at the decoration of the restaurant. Several large skeleton models were fixed above the restaurant by magic, and there were several big pumpkin heads, braving will-o'-the-wisps, floating in the sky. The little wizards in the restaurant also wore weird costumes, pretending to be demons and ghosts, trying to scare other people. Lester knew it was Halloween. After breakfast, when Lester returned to the lounge, he just opened the door and saw Malfoy dressed as a vampire. "How about it, Lester? I have dressed handsomely in my life. This is the costume I asked my father to order for Mrs. Morgan." Malfoy was fiddling with his vampire suit, showing off his costume to Lester. Looking at the stinky Malfoy, Lester said calmly, "You don't want to wear this outfit to attend Professor Flitwick's charms class, do you? I guess Professor Flitwick will throw you out because of your funny costumes." Malfoy's expression froze. Indeed, although today is Halloween, he still has to go to class. Although Professor Flitwick is not rigid, he will never allow a clown dressed up in fancy clothes to come to his class. "Okay, wait for me. I'll go and change into the wizard robe." A few minutes later, Malfoy, who had become normal, went to the charms classroom with Lester. Because it was Halloween, the little wizards in the classroom were very excited and were looking forward to discussing the celebration program tonight. The position of Gryffindor, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, these three children still got together. Because Hermione stopped Snape wittily, after Harry knew about it afterwards, he thanked Hermione very much. Thus, Hermione gained his first friend in Gryffindor, Harry. As for Ron, the boy from the Weasley family can't understand the good student Hermione very much, and thinks he is a proud white swan. In fact, he didn't understand why Harry should be friends with such a nuisance at all. Didn't it just save his life during the Quidditch match? In the classroom, Professor Flitwick was teaching a new spell. Hundreds of years ago, wizards couldn't appear in front of muggles for some reason. Except for today, only on Halloween can wizards appear in muggle society openly. Professor Flitwick stepped on his chair so that all the young wizards in the room could see him. "Now follow me. Fu Lei Shadowan loves a bag of ton." Then, with a flick of Professor Flitwick's wand, the pumpkin on his table shone with light. A hoarse voice came from the pumpkin's mouth. "Trick or treat if you don't give me sugar." A pumpkin can actually talk, and for a moment, all the little wizards are attracted, seeing that all the little wizards' enthusiasm for learning was mobilized by him. Professor Flitwick waved his wand, and a row of pumpkins automatically flew in front of every little wizard. "You can try this spell for yourself now." Hearing this, Lester took the lead in demonstrating, raised his wand high, and said calmly, "Fu Lei Shadowan loves a bag of money." A bright light flashed, and the pumpkin in front of him slowly said, "Ron, your red underpants are showing. Put them away quickly." As the leader of Slytherin, everyone pays attention to Lester's every move. Ron of Gryffindor kept looking forward to Lester's failure in casting spells, and then laughed at him. As a result, Ron was stunned when he heard what Pumpkin said. Everyone else laughed together, and Malfoy even pointed at Ron. Even Harry looked at Ron's pants very curiously, wanting to see if Ron's pants were really exposed. Ron also subconsciously glanced at his pants. Damn it, he was cheated. Flitwick, be quiet. Lester Bader, the first one to successfully cast a spell, and he can also edit the language himself. Very good, 10 points for Slytherin. Ding. Get bonus points from Professor Flitwick, task points +1. Ding. Receive praise from Professor Flitwick, mission point +1. Hearing that he had obtained 2 more mission points, Lester's eyes lit up, and he didn't hide his secrets, and immediately taught the students around him. The Gryffindor students were envious and jealous when they saw that Lester started making trouble for the Slytherins again. Ron was even more resentful, muttering, "Dog, why are you pretending to be a good person in front of the professor? If you were really helpful, why only teach Slytherin people? You selfish bastard, you will definitely make a mistake in casting spells in the future, and then you will be directly blown to death by the spell." Beside Ron, Hermione frowned listening to Ron's vicious curse. Originally, she didn't want to sit next to Ron, but because of Harry's request, and because she also wanted to gain friends, she sat down anyway. Unexpectedly, this Ron, from the beginning of class, has been cursing Lester nonstop, which is simply unappetizing. Hermione couldn't help but said, "Ron, instead of hoping Lester would teach you, why don't you try it yourself first?" "Try it yourself?" Ron said loudly, as if offended. "Hermione, what do you mean by that? Are you saying that Ron, am a villain who only complains and doesn't work hard?" Hermione didn't speak. Obviously, that's what he thought. Ron became even angrier and said angrily, "Can you cast this spell? If not, what's the difference between us?" Hermione was also a little angry and snorted, "Of course I can successfully cast it." I saw Hermione skillfully waving her wand and chanting spells. After a few seconds, the pumpkin head said slowly, "Trick or treat." Ron's face turned green immediately, and when he looked around, the students around him cast mocking glances at him. "That's how awesome you are." Ron said something dryly, then turned away, ignoring Hermione. However, he was secretly hating in his heart. "No, today I have to ask Professor Quirrell to speed up my training, and I will make these nasty guys pay the price." For the farce that happened in Gryffindor, Lester was indifferent, and all his energy was now teaching the little wizard spells. After 1.5 hours of class, all Slytherins passed again. Lester also obtained more than 30 mission points, plus the previous mission points. Only need to take one class. Then he can exchange for a Dolan ring. After class, Lester went to the restaurant for dinner as usual, but this time, Lester made a memory. He remembered that, if nothing went wrong, in the middle of the dinner, Professor Quirrell would run in a panic, saying that there were trolls in Hogwarts. But this time, Chilo's strength is obvious to all, and it is not known how he will notify the news. Sure enough, in the middle of the dinner, Professor Quirrell rushed in. "It's not good, Professor Dumbledore. Several giant monsters suddenly appeared in Hogwarts. I just had a fight with them and was accidentally injured by the giant monster." As he said that, Quirrell exposed his waist, and there was a deep pit the size of a fist on it. All the people present gasped. They could be sure that this was not a Halloween prank. Hogwarts was really invaded by trolls. What to do? Even Professor Quirrell is no match for those trolls. If we meet a troll, wouldn't we be dead? When everyone was in a mess, Professor Dumbledore had to make purple fireworks explode from the tip of his wand a few times before everyone quieted down. Fortunately, there was a dinner at Hogwarts today, and almost all the students were present, and no little wizard who was left alone would be in danger. The prefects of each college now bring the students of their own colleges back to the lounge. The 2 male and female prefect from other colleges immediately stood up and organized the young wizard from their own colleges to stand in 2 rows. Only the Slytherins were still sitting in their seats. Everyone didn't move, but turned their attention to Lester. Slytherins hadn't appointed a new prefect since the prefects and prefects were ousted for having sex in the common room. Almost everyone agrees that Lester, who is in the 1st grade, is Slytherin's current eldest brother. Without Lester's words, everyone naturally dared not move. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Lester didn't panic at all and ordered simply, "Forte, lead the team. The 7th grade students stand at the front, the 6th grade students stand at the back, and the rest of the lower grade students stand in the middle." After hearing the words, Forte immediately went to organize the team, while Lester looked in the direction of Gryffindor. Sure enough, the little witch Hermione was not in the team. Only Harry and Ron were talking anxiously. "Lester, it's bad. Hermione is not in the restaurant now." Malfoy tugged on Lester's sleeve and said anxiously, "Now Hogwarts is full of trolls. Hermione will be in danger. I need to find her." Since that history of magic class, Malfoy has had a habit of paying attention to the little witch Hermione all the time. Even when eating in the restaurant, Malfoy had to watch Hermione to eat. As a result, Hermione never showed up today, and when Malfoy lost his appetite, news that Hermione might be in danger flooded his mind. "Wait, Malfoy. Hermione is in a hurry when you encounter danger. I can understand that, but can you stop the lewd smile on your face? There are still your classmates here." Malfoy, he had learned a lot since Snape had been his tutor. Not to mention anything else, Malfoy thought that with his ability, it would be easy to kill a troll alone. At that time, the little witch Hermione will definitely fall in love with her, and then she will be able to embrace the beauty so she suddenly lost control. It's too dangerous for you to find Hermione by yourself. I'll go with you. Lester pondered for a moment, took Malfoy, and left the team openly. During this period, no one tried to stop them. Nonsense, this is Ligue. Who dares to stop him? At the same time, Harry and Ron quietly walked out of the Gryffindor team. In the classroom seats in the distance, all the teachers were in charge of maintaining the scene, so no one noticed the departure of the four little wizards. Only Principal Dumbledore, with a satisfied expression under his crescent glasses, secretly said, "Lester Bader, this child is really a good seedling. Both parents are Aurors who sacrifice for the Ministry of Magic, and he has a blood feud with the Death Eaters. Not only that, but when a friend encounters danger, he can take the initiative to help, which is really a good character." Lester and Malfoy had just left the restaurant when they heard the system beep. Ding! Praise from Hogwarts Principal Albus Dumbledore, task point +1. Lester. He knew that in Hogwarts, there was no action that could hide this legendary old man. Sure enough, he still saw Hermione's behavior in his eyes. But he didn't have time to think about it now. It was important to find Hermione. In the original book, Richelieu only released one giant monster. This time, because of his arrival, Quirrell released several monsters. Who knows if Hermione will be lucky this time and not be killed by the troll. Walking in the corridor on the 3rd floor, Lester sniffed and said, "Malfoy, do you smell a strange smell?" Malfoy nodded thoughtfully and said, "Brother Lie, I know you are also very anxious to help me. However, if you really want to go to the toilet, there is one next to it, so you don't have to pull it in your trouser pocket." Lester. Malfoy, would you blame me if I stuff your dog's head down the toilet? Malfoy thought for a moment, then hesitated, whether it's a men's room or a women's room. If it's a women's room, I might not be able to accept it in a short time. Lester's face darkened, and he came to open the door of the women's toilet, dragged Malfoy, and went inside. "Liege, don't be impulsive. I'm joking." Malfoy thought that Lester was really going to stuff his head in the toilet, and immediately begged for mercy. As a result, Malfoy just stayed where he was before he finished speaking. In the women's restroom, there was a 3-meter-tall monster, with its head drooping, looking into a small private room, holding a huge mace in its hand. The foul smell continued to emanate from it, causing Lester to almost vomit. "Whoa, is there anyone outside?" A delicate low cry came from the private room. Lester recognized it. It was Hermione's voice. "Gulu." Malfoy swallowed, turned his head, and whispered to Lester, "Brother Lester, can you go out and watch outside first?" Lester, seeing Malfoy trembling nervously, but with excitement on his face, Lester immediately guessed what was going on in Malfoy's mind. "Draco, are you sure you can beat it?" "Don't worry, I have the life-saving props that my father gave me, and I will not have any accidents." Lester was completely relieved and retreated outside the toilet, leaving the stage to Malfoy, who was eager to perform. After Lester went out, Malfoy raised his wand without hesitation and shouted at the troll, "Damn monster, let go of that girl in the women's toilet. It's kind of coming at me." Hermione, in the private room, would also open the door of the private room when she heard Malfoy's voice outside. Looking at the stinking giant outside the door, Hermione was so frightened that her face turned pale. She screamed and fell to the ground. It's also fortunate that Hermione just cried in the toilet and didn't go to the toilet. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to keep her clothes. "Troll, something is coming at me," Malfoy said straightly. "I'm the sole heir of the Malfoy family, Draco Malfoy, and I am here to declare war on you, a stinking troll." Lester outside the door. In the toilet, according to the plot in the story, after shouting the slogan, Malfoy took the lead in attacking the troll. Frozen Legs stopped dead. First, a control spell hit the giant monster, causing the giant monster to roar. But Malfoy didn't panic at all. He only had one thought in his mind now, and that was to embrace the beauty. Belong out of the hole. The troll's magic resistance was very good, and the little wizard's control spell had no effect on him at all. In less than a second, the troll broke free from Malfoy's control. Away. At the same time, Malfoy's oolong exit was also completed, and a little black snake appeared in front of Malfoy. Attack it! Seeing Professor Snape calling his spell a success, Malfoy was very excited and immediately gave the order to attack. The little black snake was also very brave. It was only 10 centimeters long, but it bared its fangs and bit the giant monster. Just like that, under Malfoy's confident eyes, his little snake was trampled to death by the troll before it bit it. Malfoy. No. The professor told him at the time that this is a very powerful spell that can summon an extremely poisonous snake. Although small in size, it is short and powerful. Little black snake, why did you get trampled to death so quickly? You played a role. Malfoy was in a hurry. This was his trump card, and as a result, he was trampled to death as soon as he was summoned. Looking at the little black snake that was trampled on the tiles, Malfoy felt like a mother in his heart. Lego help. After a brief moment of hesitation, Malfoy felt that his own life was more important. Outside the door, as soon as Lester heard Malfoy's call for help, he immediately walked in. Looking at the giant monster with its fangs and claws, it came up with a vicious second nodding curse. Shao Kunkin quickly tie the knot. The giant monster that was originally vicious and wanted to hammer Malfoy into meatloaf suddenly turned blue and purple and let out a mournful wail. Malfoy, go attack his weak point. Hearing Lester's words, Malfoy subconsciously looked at the troll's weakness, took his wand, and rushed over to deal a fatal blow to the troll. Malfoy, are you USB? Hit him with a spell. Lester was anxious. The troll was in a berserk state now, and Malfoy might have an accident if he came into close contact. Sure enough, as soon as Malfoy ran to the troll's crotch, he saw the troll's big feet stepping on him. Hermione couldn't help screaming when she saw it. Malfoy, be careful. Lester was also very anxious. The purple Fiendfire appeared in his palm. As long as the troll's feet were falling a little, then he would take the risk to kill the troll in seconds. Seeing that Malfoy was about to be trampled to death, suddenly, a white light emerged from his body. Then, a huge iron armor curse wrapped Malfoy's whole body, directly blocking the troll's big feet. This was not over yet. Just as he blocked the giant monster's attack, a black skull jumped out from Malfoy's waist, and then quickly got into the giant monster's body. The 2-meter-tall, extremely strong monster looked like a fragile baby in front of this black skull. As soon as it uttered a scream, the troll's body quickly rotted, and a few seconds later, a puddle of foul-smelling, dirty water appeared on the tiles of the women's toilet. Lester was not surprised when he saw this. It was strange that the only child of the dignified Malfoy family went to school without some life-saving props. The family has been passed down for thousands of years, and it is normal to have some magical life-saving cards. As soon as the troll turned into a puddle of stinky water, Malfoy stood up tremblingly, trying to put on a show in front of Hermione. In the end, before he could speak, 2 bold figures broke into the women's restroom. Hermione, it's great that you're fine. What a troublesome little witch. If you run around in the future, Harry and I will never come to you again. That's right. It was none other than Harry and Ron who came. The 2 of them had just heard Hermione scream in the corridor, so they ran over quickly. Looking at the panting Harry and Ron, Hermione's expression was very complicated. However, she ignored the 2 impudent boys and instead came to her potions partner first. Are you all right, Draco? Hermione hesitated, but called Malfoy by his name. Malfoy felt extremely comfortable in his heart, but he was still very arrogant on the surface. It's just a giant monster. What can I do? If I didn't eat well tonight, my powerful oolong would be enough to solve this monster. Hearing Malfoy's bragging, Hermione didn't refute, but just looked at him with concern, fearing that Malfoy, who had just saved her, would suffer physical damage. Seeing Hermione booing and asking Malfoy, Ron on the side was inexplicably annoyed and couldn't help muttering, "There's something really wrong. Didn't we take the risk to come to you? Why are you only interested in Malfoy? You're such a stalking woman." Ron's voice was not loud, but everyone present could just hear it. Lester looked at Ron with an unkind expression and saw that Ron hid directly behind Harry in fright, while Harry looked embarrassed and didn't speak. Just when the scene was in an embarrassing situation, several anxious footsteps came from outside the door. Afterwards, several cutting-edge fighting forces from Hogwarts gathered in the women's room. Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, Professor Flitwick, Professor Sprout, and the four deans all came. Staring at the stinky water turned into giant monsters on the ground, Professor Snape looked ugly, looked at Lester, and said coldly, "You did this? You little wizards didn't go back to the waiting room with the team. Why did you appear in the women's toilet?" Lester was silent for a long time and said honestly, "Professor, you may not believe it. I saw Harry and Ron sneaking out of the team before, so I took Malfoy to follow." Sure enough, these two perverts had a conspiracy. They sneaked into the women's bathroom while everyone was returning to the lounge. So Malfoy and I came here to stop their perverted behavior. Snape, according to his previous temper, he would definitely deduct points for Lester, but Lester is a member of Slytherin House. Ever since he became the head of Slytherin, no little snake dared to talk to him like that, so Snape didn't know how to punish Lester for a while. Seeing Professor Snape's silence, Professor McGonagall frowned and asked, "Can anyone tell me what happened?" McGonagall didn't believe what Lester said at all, and she watched Harry Ron grow up. Especially Harry. Back then she had to turn into a cat to visit him every month, so she naturally knew that Harry was in a normal state of mind. Hearing Professor McGonagall's question, Harry and Ron, in order to keep themselves clean, immediately told everything that happened after they came in just now. However, they were just brought in a few minutes earlier by the professors and failed to provide any useful information. Reluctantly, Professor McGonagall turned his attention to Hermione. Lester and Malfoy, these two dogs can be said to be more unreliable than the other, and it is useless to ask. "Professor, I can tell you what happened just now." Seeing this, Hermione stood up and intermittently recounted how Malfoy saved her just now. "I thought I could handle the troll, so I sneaked out." Professor McGonagall's face was livid, and she already knew the whole process that happened just now. Lester, Malfoy, Harry, Ron, these four boys are caring about their classmates, so they appear in the women's room. "Ms. Granger, I really hope this experience can teach you some lessons." Professor McGonagall severely criticized Hermione, saying, "Gryffindor will deduct 20 points for your reckless behavior." Hermione didn't speak, just lowered her head, accepting Professor McGonagall's punishment. At the same time, Professor McGonagall looked at Malfoy again, hesitated for a moment, and said softly, "Student Malfoy, although your behavior this time is very reckless, but it is to protect your classmates. Because of your bravery, Slytherin plus 10 points. Afterwards, before Malfoy could be happy, Professor McGonagall looked at Lester again and said lightly, "As for you, Bader, because you disrespect the professor and intentionally slander in the women's restroom, after the professor's collective education, the 5 Lesters were successfully released. That, Malfoy, this is for you. Thank you for saving me." Before leaving, Hermione shyly stuffed a small handkerchief in a Malfoy's hand, and then ran away shyly. Looking at the little pink handkerchief in his hand, Malfoy almost didn't know his last name. But after seeing Lester's contemptuous expression, Malfoy still pretended to be Hermione and shouted, "Don't get me wrong. This is just my potions class partner. I just heard something was wrong when I went to the toilet, so I happened to save you." I have to say that it's no wonder that Malfoy's Sundera makes Professor Snape like him, and the two are really similar in some aspects. Okay, people are about to run to the Gryffindor lounge, so you shouted, "Are you here to pretend to be you?" Malfoy, facing Lester's insults, Malfoy did not respond. Nonsense, he is not an idiot. If Hermione really heard this, then the little Witchagata would fly away. After Lester and Malfoy returned to the Slytherin lounge, a shadow came out from the corner. Professor Snape's expression was extremely complicated. Malfoy's performance just now reminded him of himself back then. But the difference is that Malfoy is handsome, his family is rich, and he is very happy in school, and his elder brother takes in a play. And Snape, when he was young, had nothing but his handsome face. In the Slytherin lounge, as soon as Lester and Malfoy came back, They were surrounded by 3 layers of young wizards asking for their care. Brother Lai, are you okay when you went out just now? Did you knock down the giant monster? Aren't you talking nonsense? When Lage was in charge, even if there were 100 giant monsters, beating them was as easy as taking off his pants and farting. Senior, your expression is a bit inappropriate. In fact, it is not a simple matter to take off your pants and fart. Oh, this junior, why did you say that? The 3rd grade student who spoke showed an expression of reminiscence and recalled. At that time, I was still a little wizard in the 2nd grade. At that time, I was riding on a night bus, and suddenly I felt a sudden tumbling in my stomach. I know, I need to face a serious situation, and that is to bet it is a fart. The results of it. I lost that time, I lost badly. Lester. On the other side, Malfoy was also entangled by Pansy. Brother Draco, are you okay? If something happens to you, my sister will be sad. Brother, why don't you speak? In fact, you don't have to worry about my sister. The tears in the corners of my eyes are just because I was worried about you crying accidentally. Malfoy, one thing to say, there is a person who can care about himself so much, which makes him very moved. But looking at Pansy's poodle face, Malfoy didn't dare to move, for fear that he would be taken advantage of. After tens of minutes of greetings, the senior Slytherins walked away contentedly. In fact, they didn't want to lick Lester so shamelessly, but this society is really too convoluted. People who lick Lester, now that their jobs after graduation have been confirmed, why should they not lick? After the others left, the little wizards of the first year of Slytherin gathered around. The seniors licked themselves for profit, and in Lester's eyes, this group of people was his team in Slytherin. Those of the senior grades have already grown crooked. As long as they have been cultivated by themselves since childhood, they can be used with confidence. Students, today is Friday. I propose that we can go for an outing in the Forbidden Forest. Lester bewitched. There are many interesting magical animals in the Forbidden Forest, and their hair is even more valuable. You can buy a lot of money in Diagon Alley. The Forbidden Forest. This place can be said to be the treasure house of Hogwarts. Just like Hagrid, the castle keeper of Hogwarts, this rich dog backed by the Forbidden Forest can be described as an invisible rich man in the wizarding world. Lester wanted to go to the Forbidden Forest not for money, but for the precious materials in the Forbidden Forest. There are many magical animals that are extinct outside, and you can find them in the Forbidden Forest. For the Sustainable Development Plan of the Azkaban Interest Group, Lester felt that it was necessary to abduct a group of magical animals from the Forbidden Forest to settle in Azkaban. Of course, now that Dumbledore is in full strength, he definitely can't do this kind of thing. But you can improve your parenting experience first, and when Dumbledore dies, you can directly lead the army and move the entire Forbidden Forest into Azkaban. Forbidden Forest? Malfoy hesitated and said, "My father told me that the animals in the Forbidden Forest are very dangerous, and we little wizards will encounter misfortune if we go there." Jedi also nodded deeply and said, "Principal Dumbledore also repeatedly emphasized that we should not be allowed to approach the Forbidden Forest. If there is opposition, there will naturally be approval." Karam, who came from a mixed race, was the first to stand up and express his support. "It's okay with Lai Gu here. Even if there are man-eating monsters in the Forbidden Forest, they will not be Lai Ji's opponent." In fact, Karam is not very interested in the Forbidden Forest. After all, who doesn't want to make fun of his own life? But Karam went on to say, "Maybe we will pick up some hares, and then we can get some pocket money in our hands." A small number of young wizards have no worries about food and clothing, but most of the young wizards can only live a mediocre life, and some even have Hogwarts student loans. If you can exchange for galleons by picking up the hairs of magical animals, it will be difficult for little wizards to refuse this temptation. Lester also comforted, "Don't worry, we're just taking a look outside the Forbidden Forest today. Don't forget, there are guards next to the Forbidden Forest. He is still alive, which means that the outside of the Forbidden Forest is still safe. Besides, today is Friday. Don't you want to have a bonfire near the Forbidden Forest?" Malfoy bonfire? In his mind, the scene at the bonfire party immediately appeared. He was grilling meat, and next to him was the little wizard Hermione, holding a toilet paper to help him wipe his sweat and telling him to take a rest. Then everyone gathered around the campfire and sang, and he held Hermione's little hand. The little hands are fleshy, and the little face is flushed. I feel that Lego is right. I, Draco Malfoy, support Lester unconditionally. The Forbidden Forest, a huge forest located in the southeast of Hogwarts, occupies an unknown area and is inhabited by countless magical creatures. Today, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a group of young Slytherin wizards ushered in the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. Lester sits in the center and directs the other little wizards to set up camp. Malfoy, Jedi, Kitty, you three are in charge of finding some dry firewood near the Forbidden Forest. All the other boys want to set up tents, and the girls put all the snacks they brought on the tablecloth. More than 20 little wizards immediately made the periphery of the Forbidden Forest lively. Several large tents were set up, and a large bonfire was also piled full of dry wood. The little wizards were happily playing games on the lawn, while the little witches gathered together in twos and threes, whispering excitedly. Although Lester led everyone to build a team together, in the eyes of these little wizards, it is best for boys and girls to keep a distance. In other words, they also want to have fun with the opposite sex, but they have no way at all. Seeing this, Lester immediately shouted, "Everyone come here, let's all play a game together and throw the handkerchief." Hearing that Lester was going to tell everyone about a new game, everyone gathered and listened attentively to what Lester said. If the handkerchief is thrown behind you, you have to get up quickly and grab the person whose handkerchief you threw. The one who grabs the handkerchief with his hand. Many precocious little witches had ruddy complexions, and they were dreaming. The little wizards are also very excited. This is a good opportunity to get in touch with the little girls. They must seize it. Therefore, Lester's proposal was unanimously passed without a doubt. During the period, Hermione also brought her Gryffindor friends to join in. Lavender, a roommate in Hermione's bedroom, a little girl with brown hair. At first, when she saw a group of Slytherin wizards, her first instinct was to run. However, after brief contact, she found that Slytherin was not as bad as the seniors said, and everyone was very friendly. In this way, everyone is playing happily. When the sun went down, under the afterglow of the setting sun, the little wizards sat on the lawn together, eating barbecue and blowing cowhide. Just when everyone was happy, Hogwarts keykeeper Hagrid was a little frightened. The horse tribe in the Forbidden Forest is short of supplies, and he just sent a batch of supplies to the horse tribe. As a result, as soon as he walked out of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid saw a circle of Slytherin wizards around him. Hagrid was a little nervous and murmured, "No way. These cunning little snakes have caught me and want me to drive you out of Hogwarts, right?" Hagrid, who is half of the blood of giants, has always been the object of hostility among young Slytherin wizards. And because he did not allow some senior Slytherins to enter the Forbidden Forest, many Slytherins were hostile to him. With trepidation, Hagrid came to the camp. Hagrid's body was huge, so his arrival was immediately noticed by many people. Pan-Shi, who was eating dried fish, suddenly felt darkness around her, and when she looked up, a big face with a beard appeared in front of her eyes. The little girl Pan-Shi was startled and shouted, "Help! The savages from the Forbidden Forest have escaped." Hagrid was embarrassing, living on the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and he was a bit slovenly indeed. Pansy's scream immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was a little wizard. As soon as they heard the wildlings from the Forbidden Forest running out, they all pulled out their wands and pointed them at Hagrid, seeing Hagrid in a cold sweat. At this time, Lester saw Hagrid with his own eyes and immediately greeted him enthusiastically. "Hi, Hagrid, long time no see." Seeing Lester, an acquaintance, Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief and said honestly, "Lester, I didn't expect it to be you. Hurry up and tell those little wizards that I am the key manager of Hogwarts, not some savage." Hearing this, Lester turned his head and pressed his hands, and the little snakes behind them all put down their wands. Hagrid was a little surprised when he saw this. He had heard from Harry and Ron that Lester had entered Slytherin. At that time, he also mourned for Lester for a while, thinking that Lester would be bullied in Slytherin. But looking at the current posture, Lester seems to get along well with his classmates in Slytherin. Hagrid, come quickly. Lester welcomed Hagrid very warmly. Seeing that Lester was very proficient with this giant, the other little wizards were also relieved. Lester now took Hagrid's big hand, brought him in front of the little wizards, and solemnly introduced. This is Hagrid, our Hogwarts keykeeper. The cabin next to the Forbidden Forest belongs to Hagrid. The other little wizards talked a lot after hearing this. Hagrid was a little nervous when he saw this. He knew that his appearance was not pleasing in the wizarding world. In fact, if Lester hadn't been pulling him hard, he wouldn't have wanted to enter this camp full of Slytherins. Malfoy said subconsciously, "The key manager? My father told me that he is a big fool." Hagrid's face collapsed, and Lester's expression was also unkind. As if sensing Lester's dissatisfaction, Malfoy hastily added, "But today I know my father must have lied to me. Our Hogwarts castle administrator is obviously very good. Tall, mighty, and very masculine." Malfoy was not a fool, and Hagrid was obviously Lester's friend, so he had no need to offend him. Lester was very satisfied and smiled. "Of course, our Mr. Hagrid is very cool. He is not only the key manager, but also an expert in magizoology." Hearing Lester flattering himself, Hagrid blushed and waved his hands, wanting to explain. Lester didn't give him a chance and continued. "He has cultivated many wonderful magical creatures, and he even raised a fire dragon once." Fire dragon? My God, this idiot Mr. Hagrid actually raised a fire dragon. "Mr. Hagrid, what kind of dragon do you raise? Can you tell us about your experience of raising a dragon?" "I've raised a fire dragon." Hagrid was also a little confused. Why didn't he know that he had raised a fire dragon? Just as the honest man wanted to explain, he was surrounded by excited little wizards who asked him all kinds of things. Hagrid somewhat explained that he had never raised a dragon at all, but whenever he said he had never raised a dragon, excited Malfoy would say excitedly, "Mr. Hagrid, we all know that you are a responsible person. You must have never raised a fire dragon. Don't worry, we are all our own people. We won't talk nonsense outside." The little wizards around nodded in unison, expressing that there was nothing wrong with what Malfoy said, and then all looked at Hagrid. Slytherin admires the strong. If Hagrid is a big and stupid friend of Lester, then everyone can accept him at most, but I haven't seen how enthusiastic they are for him. But if Hagrid is a big boss who can raise dragons alone, then sorry, you'll be the spiritual idol of little snakes in the future. Draco was the most excited, pulling Hagrid to ask questions. "Mr. Hagrid, what kind of dragon do you raise? Can you tell us about the process?" Facing the compliments from the little wizards, Hagrid was very receptive. There's a saying that he has never been so popular since he was a child. Before that, he was always ignored by others. It was the first time that so many people respected him. "Just call me Hagrid." Hagrid blushed excitedly and said, "Actually, I have never raised a dragon, but I have a dragon egg in my hand now." Dragon egg? Everyone was shocked, followed by heated discussions. Hagrid took a sip of the wine in the jug and said a little, "That is a really beautiful thing I've seen. If you're interested, you can go to my hut to have a look." "Dragon egg? You mean you have a dragon egg in your hut?" All the little wizards are not common anymore. This is a dragon egg. They have lived so long that they have never even seen a real fire dragon, let alone a legendary fire dragon egg. "Yes, a dragon egg." Hagrid stroked his beard proudly, enjoying the pursuit of the little wizards. Even Draco, whose name is Xiaolong, turned into a little fanboy at this time, pulled Hagrid's sleeve, and said, "Hagrid, can you show us?" "Of course." Hagrid's face was flushed, and he was obviously getting a little excited, and he took Draco's arm and walked towards his hut. Seeing this, the other little snakes, including Lester, all followed. Even the girls who were not that interested in dragon eggs followed the crowd and went to Hagrid's hut. Walking into Hagrid's dilapidated cabin, everyone was shocked by the decorations in Hagrid's house. "Oh my God!" Jedi couldn't help stroking Hagrid's butt cushion, wishing he could bury his whole face in it, and said, This cushion is actually made of unicorn feathers. Malfoy also took a fancy to Hagrid's open pillow, because the black feathers inside showed a lot. Thestral feathers. Hagrid, you actually used this precious feather as a pillow material. For a moment, the eyes of all the little snakes looking at Hagrid changed, and they all changed into eyes of worshipping the rich. Lester also clicked his tongue secretly. Hagrid, a big dog, is really rich. Even the kennels are made of branches of whomping willow. Hagrid took great advantage of the ignorance of the little wizards. On weekdays, when he was at Hogwarts, it could be said that dogs would shake their heads when they saw him and would not talk to him. It wasn't until Harry recently arrived at Hogwarts that he had a friend to talk to. But now, the arrival of such a group of young wizards made Hagrid feel very happy. If you like, I can give you some. Seeing that the little wizard was very eager for his furniture, the generous Hagrid took out a burlap bag. As soon as the bag was opened, the magical animal feathers inside appeared in front of everyone. Even Malfoy, who was born in a wealthy family, was blinded by the wealth inside. Lester immediately said, "No, Hagrid, we can't accept such an expensive gift from you." Malfoy also wiped his saliva and said, "Yes, Hagrid, if you let us see the dragon eggs, we will be very satisfied, and we can't take your things anymore." Gentlemen love fortune in a proper way. No matter how rich Hagrid is, he doesn't care about precious materials. That's his business, and he can't deliberately cheat Hagrid just because Hagrid is rich. "Well, I have a lot here. If you need it, you can come to me." Seeing that Lester and the others were determined, Hagrid took back the bag, but he still had a happy smile on his face. Obviously, the simple-minded Hagrid had already approved of these little snakes. "Hagrid, where is the dragon egg you mentioned? I want to see it." Malfoy looked curiously in Hagrid's hut. Hagrid smiled and led everyone into the innermost small room. The room was cast with a no-trace expansion charm, and even if it accommodated more than 20 little wizards and a giant Hagrid, it didn't look crowded at all. Among them, a large egg with blue and white patterns attracted everyone's attention. Looking at the big egg, Hagrid said proudly, "This is the dragon egg. You can look at it, but don't touch it." Hearing this, the little wizards immediately formed a circle around the dragon eggs, looking around. Lester looked at the house where the eggs were stored and said, "Hagrid, if your dragon grows up, there's no room for it in Hogwarts." Hagrid's expression froze, and he said, "I know, but now he can only be raised by me. If he is obtained by the bad guys, he will probably be refined by dark wizards. I'm going to raise it first and then figure out how to house it." "Okay," Lester said helplessly. Although Hagrid is simple and honest, it's easy to do things without thinking. It's like raising a dragon. He doesn't even have a place to raise a dragon, so he dares to raise dragon eggs privately. It's really daring. Looking at Hagrid's humble room, Lester said worriedly, "Hagrid, you should know how to hatch a baby dragon, don't you?" Hagrid hesitated for a moment and took out a book from the table, which read, "Start from scratch, teach you to hatch a baby dragon by yourself." Lester, Hagrid opened the textbook and began to read. The author of this book is a legendary magizoologist who once raised poison horns, thunderbirds, charmanders, and even a unicorn companion. I believe that as long as I have this book, raising this little dragon should not be a problem. Lester was a little confused. Why didn't he know that there was such a legendary master of fantastic beasts in Harry Potter? Even Newt Scamander didn't dare to brag about himself like that. I'm afraid Hagrid was deceived. "Hagrid, can you show me this book?" "Of course, but you have to protect it, because this book is very precious." Hagrid handed the book to Lester very preciously. Flipping through this book, which claims to be able to raise a dragon from scratch, Lester became more and more confused. Although he doesn't know anything about magical animals, the above raising method is definitely wrong. The way to speed up the rapid hatching of dragon eggs is actually to put dragon eggs in a microwave oven. This TM is that person who came up with it. Exactly, Lester. Do you know what a magic item a microwave oven is? Hagrid said seriously, "I've asked all over Diagon Alley, and they all said I don't know what a microwave oven is. Where did you get this divine book?" Lester closed the book and asked curiously. Hagrid recalled it and said, It was a dark and windy night. I drank alone in the leaky cauldron, and that night I was very drunk. Suddenly, a wizard with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks sat next to me, and then said that he had something good, and asked me if I wanted it. The result, Lester asked knowingly. Hagrid looked shy and said, I asked him what a good thing it was, and he gave me a look, you know. Then this divine book came into my hands. Listening to Hagrid's outrageous experience, Lester's thoughts gradually became clear. He quickly turned the book to the last page, and sure enough, Lester knew the author of this book. Impressively, it is the master of the language, the professor of the language class in Azkaban, the wretched old man, Leonard. Hagrid, there is something wrong with this book. You should go to Lehan Bookstore and buy a book by Mr. Newt. Lester looked complicated and handed the divine book back to Hagrid. He knew that the people in Azkaban had big brains, but he didn't expect that this group of people not only had big brains, but also dare to practice them. In order to study whether microwave ovens can speed up the hatching of dragon eggs, that bastard Leona actually published a book by himself to fool other unlucky eggs. It was also thanks to Hagrid living in Hogwarts. Otherwise, he would have been hiding Azkaban's eyeliner by his side. Just wait for Hagrid to heat up the dragon eggs, and then the people in Azkaban can learn the experimental data without any cost. Hagrid was not a fool. Seeing Lester's complicated expression, he knew that he might be deceived. Okay, I'll go to Diagon Alley to read the original books on Sunday's holiday. At this time, Malfoy stood up and said, Hagrid, there is no need to be so troublesome. Our family runs a dragon farm, which has a lot of experience in raising dragons that is not known to the outside world. I can have my father write a letter and ask him to send it to me tomorrow. Hagrid was overjoyed. That's really great. But I have one request. That is, I can raise this little dragon with you until he reaches adulthood. Is that okay? Malfoy looked at Hagrid nervously. Seeing this, Hagrid waved his hand very grandly and said, Of course, if you are willing to help out on weekdays, you are always welcome here. Not only can he give himself books on raising dragons, but he is also willing to help him raise dragons. Hagrid naturally wishes for it. In this way, everyone visited Hagrid's hut for a while and then returned to their picnic camp. But the difference is that this time, there is an extra giant among the members. Sitting by the bonfire together, Hagrid chatted with the little wizards familiarly, telling about his experience of guarding the Forbidden Forest over the years. It wasn't until the curfew at night that Lester and the others reluctantly returned to the lounge. At night, in Slytherin's bedroom, Lester suddenly opened his eyes. System, exchange for Dolan's ring for me. Ding! Successfully redeemed Dolan's ring. Consume 100 mission points. After a week of hard work, Lester managed to accumulate 100 mission points in exchange for Dolan's ring at night. There is still half a month before Christmas, and I should still be able to praise one Dolan's ring, and I will have 3 Dolan's rings by then. As soon as the little Christmas wizard is on holiday, it's time to break into Hogwarts by himself and grab the sorting hat. In the quiet bedroom, Lester whispered, Kaka, take me to Azkaban. Okay, master, please hold on to my arm. The house elf Kaka teleported to Lester's side and said cheerfully. When they arrived in Azkaban, several heavyweight figures in Azkaban had already been waiting for a long time. Master Lai, we have already prepared everything according to your instructions. As soon as Christmas comes, we will dress up in Sioux people's costumes and start bombing indiscriminately in Diagon Alley. Lester was the leader, and Sang Biao respectfully handed over the action planning form, which stated their tasks. The purpose is very simple. The goal of Song Biao and others is to lure away the old headmaster who has been in Hogwarts all the year round and lead him to Diagon Alley. As long as Dumbledore is gone, Lester can sneak into Hogwarts and take the sorting hat forcibly. If you do it right, you can easily get the sorting hat without spending a single soldier. Putting Song Biao's action plan on the table, Lester took a look and said slowly, Biao, are you sure the Sioux people can take the blame? Their country doesn't seem to have any connection with our magic world. Because of the recent rapid development of the Azkaban interest group, they are well-informed in the entire magic world. The wretched old man Leona's smile remained unchanged. There's a grudge, Mr. Lai. You don't know that when the Sioux kingdom collapsed, Scar gave them 2 tons of satiety potions for free. And it was said in the name of Headmaster Dumbledore. It was humanitarian relief. The magic world of Sioux already hates Dumbledore to death. If it weren't for the fact that they are still splitting, the wizards of Sioux would have killed them long ago. Dowscar also added, Master Lai, we can still find a group of real Sioux people and then secretly transport them to Diagon Alley. You don't know, because of Dumbledore's fake medicine, the corpses of people in Sioux country are strewn all over the place, and they have long wished to come to the magic world for revenge. Lester, Snitch Professor Brian also said, Brother Lai, I have a way in the Soviet Union. As long as it is transported properly, I can send hundreds of Soviet wizards. Talent. What a group of talents, even ready to blame the Sioux people. So what reason can Lester refuse? Lester nodded and said, if the Sioux people are really killing people in Diagon Alley, the economy of our magic world will definitely be affected. No, Lego. Hafiz, who hadn't spoken all this time, said with a smile. We have already notified Fudge that as long as Dumbledore leaves Hogwarts, the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic will be dispatched quickly, and the brothers will clean up the group of hateful Sioux people by then, and they will never leave Hogwarts behind. The next step is a good way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone by having people from the Soviet Union lure Dumbledore away and increase Fudge's prestige. By the way, tell those old men not to touch Ollivander's wand shop in Diagon Alley. Lester didn't forget who gave him the Dark Lord's staff. Even though Ollivander's wand shop was blown up, Ollivander didn't know it was him who ordered it. But Lester is a scholar who has learned the language, so naturally he can't do things like killing a donkey. After Lester made a final decision, the entire Azkaban interest group began to move quickly. When the entire magic world was peaceful, Christmas is the most important day in Western festivals. Even wizards who don't believe in God will have carnival on this day. In the Slytherin lounge, Lester sat on a leather sofa, boredly watching the students fill out the forms. If you plan to stay in school during Christmas, please tick the form. If you don't want to stay in school, don't fill it out, or I will type you out. Many little snakes who filled out the form were silent, ticking off the form carefully for fear of typing in the wrong place and being beaten out in public. Since Slytherin had never appointed a prefect, Snape handed over the task of registering for Christmas detention to Lester. Malfoy came to Lester with a smile and said with a smile, Lester, my father would like to invite you to my house for Christmas. Can you come? Sorry, Lester apologized. I have some things to deal with during Christmas. Malfoy was a little disappointed, but he adjusted his mood and invited others. After Malfoy left, Jedi also came. Lego, Hagrid's baby dragon is about to be born. He specially asked me to come over and call you and Draco. You tell Malfoy. He might be more interested. I'm going to fill out the form now. After dismissing Jedi, Lester went on to fill out his own form. Compared with himself, Malfoy and Hagrid have been mixed up and almost wear the same underpants recently. Ever since Hagrid had a dragon egg, Malfoy would go to Hagrid after class to greet the little dragon egg. Moreover, the most luxurious hatching environment was prepared for the little dragon eggs, and even the baby dragon's toys were selected. Sure enough, after Jedi whispered, Malfoy said excitedly, What? You said the little dragon was born. Afterwards, the excited Malfoy took Jedi and left quickly, leaving only other people who didn't know the truth. At the same time, in the headmaster's office of Hogwarts, Headmaster Dumbledore, a legendary wizard, just felt a headache when he saw Snape, who was as black as coal, in front of him. Principal Dumbledore. Snape's voice was full of grief and indignation. You should take care of the problem of counterfeit medicine in the wizarding world. Those counterfeit medicine dealers are really rampant. In the past, they were most right to imitate popular potions on the market and then sell them under my name, ruining my good reputation, and I can bear it. But they even counterfeit my unique high-end potion. Isn't this deceiving people too much? My intelligence-enhancing potion has turned into a fool's potion. Everyone who drinks the counterfeit potion will become a fool. This TM is ruining my reputation. This is trying to fertilize my roots. Unlike common medicines, Snape's intelligence-enhancing potions were a major income-generating project for him. Many well-known scholars in the magic world would drink a bottle of Professor Snape's intelligence-enhancing potion when studying and researching to improve their learning speed. As a result, since the counterfeit intelligence-enhancing drug appeared on the market, a total of 4 well-known scholars were admitted to mental hospitals and became mentally handicapped children. Professor Snape's name in the scientific research community suddenly stinks. Even if Dumbledore endorsed him, no one would ask him to buy high-end potions. Dumbledore looked calm. Severus, relax. These are all slanders against you by the outside world. The pure will be clear, and the turbid will be turbid. Good people will not be slandered forever. Snape only felt that his liver was hurting. It wasn't you who co-authored and slandered. You were just so calm. Of course, no matter how brave Snape was, he didn't dare to accuse Dumbledore, but he still expressed his dissatisfaction with Dumbledore on his expression. Dumbledore ignored Snape's displeasure. It is normal for a young man to pay attention to his reputation and have a bad temper. Dumbledore can understand him. At this time, an owl flew through the window on the 8th floor into Principal Dumbledore's office. Unlike the owls in the magic world of Ing Country, this owl has a red 5-pointed star printed on its forehead. Its feathers are also reddish overall, and its eyes are extremely sharp. Taking the letter from the owl's hand, Dumbledore smiled as he looked at the words of the Ministry of Magic of the Soviet Union on the envelope. He knew that the Ministry of Magic of the Soviet Union must have come to compliment him, specially in order to thank him for maintaining the harmony of their country. Severus, as long as you do the right thing, the truth will be on your side. Dumbledore intended to show Snape his great achievements, so he opened the envelope in front of Snape. Dear Headmaster of Hogwarts, Mr. Dumbledore, in view of your various bad behaviors in the Sioux Country's magic circle, our Sioux Country's Ministry of Magic will strongly condemn you. Your immoral actions not only worsen the diplomatic relations between Sioux and Ing, but also cause the shackles of Sioux Country's wizards. For your hatred in my heart. Now, the Soviet Ministry of Magic has unilaterally announced comprehensive sanctions against you and will not allow you to enter the territory of the Soviet Union for life. I hope you can realize your mistake earlier and apologize at the International Ministry of Magic Summit. Responsible, we will punish you. Soviet Ministry of Magic, Foreign Ministry spokesperson, Tokar Mendeleev. Dumbledore? No. He obviously went to the meeting alone and defeated the Black Wizards of the Sioux Country's radical faction with 1 enemy against 100. How could the Sioux Country's Ministry of Magic still condemn him? You know, for the sake of the group of wizards in the Sioux Country, he didn't even have time to take care of the bombing of his country's Ministry of Magic. Snape was also surprised and asked in confusion, Albus, is this really an official document from the Soviet Ministry of Magic? It shouldn't go wrong. Looking at the red 5-pointed star on the envelope, Dumbledore had a headache. He could feel the resentment towards him from the Ministry of Magic of the Soviet Union. There must be some misunderstanding. At this time, within the territory of Sioux Country's magic world, a group of passionate young wizards from the Soviet Union gathered in a remote room. They all wore red armbands on their arms that read, Punish War, Criminal Dumbledore. Azkaban snitch Professor, Brian, and 3 British wizards are handing out broomsticks to them. Comrades, it is Dumbledore, a hypocrite, dumping inferior potions and conducting human experiments to the magic world of Sioux Country. It is a heinous crime. Brian raised his arms and shouted, We want revenge. We want to make the pure-blood wizards of Ing Kingdom pay the price. As soon as the words fell, the Sioux Country wizard with the red armband in the audience immediately shouted, Down with the pure-blooded reactionaries in the country of Ing. Liberate the magical world of the country of Ing, and demand an apology from the war, criminal Albus Dumbledore. The disintegration of Sioux State in the Muggle world inevitably affected the magical world of Sioux State. The current Sioux Country's magic world is simply a purgatory on Earth, with corpses everywhere. The magic circles of other countries also took advantage of the fire and dumped their own country's products to the magic circle of Sioux Country. Among them, Dumbledore in the magic world of Ingwa is the most excessive and most other magic worlds sell inferior products, and Dumbledore directly sells fake products. Therefore, the patriotic young wizards of the Sioux country were immediately ordered to take revenge on the magic circle of the country of Ing. Grandpa Lai, the radicals in the Soviet Union have already started to act, and they can start planning for Christmas. After receiving Song Biao's summons, Lester smiled evilly at the mirror, and Boggett's transformation ability was activated. A few seconds later, a fat woman in pink appeared in front of the mirror. I am Umbridge, the special investigator of the Ministry of Magic, responsible for investigating the corruption and bribery of the headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore. After simulating the upcoming conversation in the mirror, Lester walked out of the room satisfied. In Hogwarts School, all the professors knew about Diagon Alley, and they were all a mess. The wizards of the country of Sioux asked the Ministry of Magic of the country of Ing to hand over Dumbledore, and also said that the principal was a warmonger. Is this a dream? Although I thought it was unbelievable, the incident had already happened. Principal Dumbledore, who was involved, went to Diagon Alley himself. Someone must be trying to frame Albus. Professor McGonagall waited anxiously in the principal's office. Dumbledore went out, and the management of Hogwarts fell on her, the deputy head. Just as Professor McGonagall was checking the latest situation in Diagon Alley, wanted to know what happened, there was a knock on the door without haste. Is anyone there? Is Headmaster Albus Dumbledore in the headmaster's office? The voice was extremely sharp, and one could tell that the owner of the voice was a bitter and mean person. Professor McGonagall frowned, opened the door of the principal's office, and saw an old woman in pink clothes. Hello, you must be Professor Minerva McGonagall, the vice-headmaster of Hogwarts. The old woman greeted Mag very familiarly and took advantage of the opportunity to enter the principal's room. Professor McGonagall was very vigilant and asked, "Who are you? You can't enter the principal's office at Hogwarts without permission. Get out." The fat woman Umbridge smiled and said disdainfully, "I am a special investigator sent by the Ministry of Magic. Someone reported the headmaster of Hogwarts for corruption and bribery, so I came to investigate. Come to investigate Dumbledore's corruption and bribery. This pink toad must be crazy. Principal Dumbledore is not here now." McGonagall said coldly, "Now, please go out. Without permission, outsiders are not allowed to enter Hogwarts. Not to mention that Dumbledore is not here now. Even if Dumbledore was there, it would not be the turn of a Ministry of Magic official to point fingers at them." "Sorry, Professor McGonagall," Umbridge apologized. "This is an order from our director Fudge, and you Hogwarts cannot refuse." Mag's face turned cold. He drew out his wand and said coldly, "Now, get out. I don't want to repeat it a second time." Sure enough, Director Fudge is right. Your Hogwarts professors have long been in collusion with Dumbledore, a nest of snakes and rats. Umbridge was not polite, but also drew out his wand and said forcefully, "This is an order from the Ministry of Magic now. Get out of here quickly. I want to inspect Dumbledore's office." Professor McGonagall was about to explode. People from the Ministry of Magic wanted to forcibly inspect Dumbledore's office and let him go. What's the difference between this and slapping himself in the face? "Since you don't want to go out, I can only offend you." Professor McGonagall put on a fighting posture and said coldly. Umbridge was not afraid at all and drew out his pink wand. "Disarm you." Damn! The two spells collided in the office, and there was a loud bang, and the papers on the principal's desk were scattered everywhere. Seeing that his disarming spell was blocked by the Ministry of Magic official, McGonagall was very surprised. She is the vice-headmaster of Hogwarts. This unknown fat woman can actually block her disarming spell. Although surprised in his heart, Professor McGonagall's movements were not slow. After the first spell was blocked, Professor McGonagall quickly waved his wand. One after another disarming spells shot out from her wand, attacking Umbridge swiftly and violently. Lester didn't panic at all, and the wand in his hand flew quickly, and several spells were also quickly hit Professor McGonagall. In half a month, he exchanged for another Dolan ring. Now that he has 3 Dolan rings, he is simply a magic fortress. However, Professor McGonagall is not a vegetarian. He often sees tricks and breaks tricks, and he is evenly matched in Dumbledore's headmaster's office. The portraits of the previous principals on the wall of the office even crazily cheered for Professor McGonagall, saying that they wanted to blow Umbridge's head off. I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall. Because of your resistance to law enforcement, I have reason to suspect that you are also involved in Dumbledore's corruption. So, according to the law, I have the right to use the 3 unforgivable curses against you who resist law enforcement. Lester's expression was gloomy, and he waved his wand. Avada eats a big melon. A killing curse as fast as lightning struck towards Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall was taken aback. She never expected that Umbridge would dare to use the killing curse in Hogwarts. No way. Lester didn't want to use the death curse, but he definitely couldn't take down Mag in a short time. With Dumbledore's strength, I believe that the matter in Diagon Alley will be resolved by him soon, and then he will be in danger. Awada eats a big melon. Awada eats a big melon. Awada eats a big melon. 3 successive killing curses hit Professor McGonagall from 3 directions, and the green light made all the previous principals on the wall of the principal's room pale. Death, mighty Professor McGonagall, felt death from these 4 killing curses. I'm not her match. Professor McGonagall was very sober. Looking at Umbridge, who was crazily casting the killing curse, she knew that if she entangled with this fat woman for a few more seconds, she would definitely die. Meow. Seeing that the death curse was about to hit Professor McGonagall, all he could hear was meowing. Afterwards, Professor McGonagall disappeared in place, replaced by a tabby cat, who gave Umbridge a very hostile stare. Without waiting for Lester to react, Professor McGonagall, who transformed into an animagus, quickly slammed into the principal's window. Crash! With a loud sound of breaking glass, Professor McGonagall actually smashed the window directly and jumped from the principal's office on the 8th floor. Fuck, Professor McGonagall, you can't die. Lester's face changed, and he cried out inwardly that he didn't want anything to happen to Professor McGonagall. Even if he hit her with the killing curse before, he knew that Mag had an animagus form, and he was just trying to solve the battle quickly. Hurrying to the broken place, Lester looked down. I saw Professor McGonagall, who had just jumped out of the principal's office, perform a gorgeous turn in the air and then grab the bricks of the castle very lightly. After unloading the force, it stopped firmly on the bricks outside the castle. Lester breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this, ignored McGonagall hanging on the wall, and turned his attention to the sorting hat. At the same time that Lester got the sorting hat, the war in Diagon Alley was coming to an end. As soon as Dumbledore used the ability of the Phoenix to teleport to Diagon Alley, he discovered that the terrorist attack of the Sioux people had ended. A large number of Ministry of Magic Aurors wandered in Diagon Alley, searching for and rescuing the injured people. In the central area of Diagon Alley, more than 30 Aurors gathered, protecting hundreds of wizards and people. Next to the central area, a pavilion was erected directly, inside which 3 Aurors were counting property losses. As for the bustling Diagon Alley in the past, it has long been turned into ruins, and there are scenes of gunpowder everywhere. Dumbledore quickly came to the central command and asked, "Who is the person in charge here? Tell him to come out and see me." He desperately wanted to know what happened. If he could find an attacker from the Sioux country and ask him face to face, he might be able to find out what the misunderstanding happened. It is our director Fudge who is in charge of directing this rescue. A Ministry of Magic employee answered honestly. This is Albus Dumbledore. Although he has no official position in the Ministry of Magic, he still speaks quite well. Soon, clever Ministry of Magic staff called Fudge and informed him that Headmaster Dumbledore was here. Your Excellency Hafiz, what should we do? The old dog Dumbledore is here. If he sees me, will he directly kill me? Hearing that Dumbledore was coming, Fudge panicked. The most powerful man in the magic world, the chief culprit who destroyed the 3 pure-blood families, was looking for him now. Hafiz didn't panic at all and said calmly, "It's okay. There are hundreds of Aurors here. If Dumbledore dares to attack you brazenly, hundreds of Aurors will definitely arrest him. Although Principal Dumbledore is very strong, he is not an opponent of hundreds of Aurors." Only then did Fudge feel relieved. But in fact, Hafiz had lied to him. With Dumbledore's strength, let alone hundreds of Aurors, even calling all the wizards in the magic world might not be enough for him. Call taxi. A moment later, Fudge, accompanied by several Aurors and Hafiz, met Dumbledore at the rescue headquarters. The most basic requirement for a politician is not to change his face. No matter how turbulent his heart is, his face must be as calm as water. Hello, Principal Dumbledore. Thank you for coming to support our Ministry of Magic. Fudge smiled, showing no hostility towards Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore nodded slowly, got straight to the point, and said straight to the point, "Hello, Director Fudge. I heard Batty say that you are a good leader. I'm here this time to ask the wizards of the Sioux Country a few words. I want to know if there is any misunderstanding here." Misunderstand? Fudge sneered inwardly. If he hadn't happened to be a guest at the Flint family that day, he probably wouldn't have known Dumbledore's true face. It must be that Dumbledore, an old dog, did something outrageous in the Soviet Union, so he was found. I don't think there is any misunderstanding here, Fudge said calmly. The wizards of the Sioux Country have told us everything, and we have sent them to Azkaban in accordance with the law. I think this matter can already be done. It's over. It's over. Dumbledore's eyes flashed with anger. When this group of Soviet wizards attacked terrorists, they shouted his name, Dumbledore. If he didn't figure it out, he would have been slandered for no reason. Dumbledore looked at Fudge expressionlessly and said slowly, "Director Fudge, I feel that this matter is still a bit strange, so I think it is necessary to ask the wizards of the Soviet Union to ask them personally. Besides, if you want to send prisoners to Azkaban, you need the Wisengamot's approval. Is it against the rules for you to do so?" On weekdays, Dumbledore is always smiling, and he doesn't seem to have any airs, but once he becomes serious, the powerful pressure is beyond your imagination. Fudge panicked all of a sudden and looked at Hafiz for help. Dumbledore followed Fudge's gaze and looked at Hafiz curiously. It seems that the one who supports Fudge is the Warden of Azkaban. Otherwise, if he said a word before, Fudge would have sent him over. So how dare he argue with him? Wearing an Auror uniform, Hafiz acted impartially. "Sorry, Professor Dumbledore. You are just the headmaster of Hogwarts, not an Auror of the Ministry of Magic, so you have no right to interrogate mortals. Furthermore, these Sioux people are smugglers. The reason we detain them is smuggling, so there is no need for the Wisengamot's judgment. Although it's nothing to hand over the Sioux people to Dumbledore. Why? Anyway, the ministerial election must be against Dumbledore, so the Azkaban interest group does not need to save face for Dumbledore." Dumbledore's face turned cold. His blue eyes were full of anger, and he said slowly, "In other words, the Ministry of Magic is unwilling to let me, an old man, know the truth of the matter." Fudge was on the verge of a formidable enemy, and the Aurors around him almost pulled out their wands. There was no way. Dumbledore was angry. This was terrifying. Hafiz was not afraid at all, and said loudly, "Principal Dumbledore, I advise you to go back. We just follow the rules. And this is the emergency rescue headquarters of the Ministry of Magic. You are not an employee of the Ministry of Magic, so I can only invite you out now." Hearing that Hafiz was going to drive Dumbledore away, Fudge was almost scared to pee, even though he had been prepared. Dumbledore also stared at Hafiz, and Hafiz also stared back fiercely without fear. Just when Fudge thought that the two sides were going to fight, Dumbledore laughed. "Okay, I was the one who was abrupt." Although there was a small face on his face, Dumbledore's eyes were not smiling but cold. After a few minutes, Dumbledore left. Everyone present was relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. But Fudge still had an ugly expression on his face. He knew that Dumbledore, a legendary old man, was probably going to deal with him. However, there was no turning back. When Dumbledore sent people to raid the homes of the 3 pureblood families and sent people to find and to kill the grass, there was no possibility of peaceful coexistence between him and Dumbledore. There are still 3 months before the ministerial election for the Ministry of Magic, and Dumbledore himself has been offended to death. At that time, you can know with your toes that Dumbledore will definitely support Crouch as a minister with all his strength. If Crouch really becomes a minister, he will be in danger. So, Fudge looked at Hafiz with a flattering face. Your Excellency, Hafiz, please help me. Dumbledore, a hypocrite, will already harm me. Hafiz said straightly. Don't worry, Mr. Fudge. I, Hafiz, will definitely support you to be elected as the Minister of Magic. Only people like you who are capable, ambitious, and truly serve the people wholeheartedly are eligible to be elected as the Minister of Magic. In the Hogwarts principal's office, Dumbledore was already filled with anger when he heard Professor McGonagall's narration. Who gave Fudge the guts to inspect the headmaster's office at Hogwarts and take the Sorting Hat away? Dumbledore was about to explode. It was a slap in the face of Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall looked ugly. Albus, let's go to the Ministry of Magic now and get the Sorting Hat back. No. Dumbledore shook his head and said in a deep voice, Fudge will definitely not return the Sorting Hat to us. In fact, today, I went to Diagon Alley, and Fudge from the Ministry of Magic deliberately hindered me. Not only that, Dumbledore felt extremely shocked when he heard that Professor McGonagall was beaten away and the Sorting Hat was stolen. You must know that Professor McGonagall was under him, a first-class master in the magic world, but he was actually beaten away by one of Fudge's men. This had to make Dumbledore treat Fudge, the enemy, cautiously. Now Voldemort is back from the ashes, and he has possessed Quirrell and sneaked into Hogwarts. He knows all these things, but in order to cultivate the Savior, he can only pretend not to know. Having a Voldemort is enough to annoy him, and now he has to face the sudden rise of Fudge, which makes Dumbledore a very headache. On the other side, in a dimly lit room in Nocturne Alley, several masked wizards gathered together, and in front of them was a blindfolded hat. Abiao, go and take the brothers to study this hat carefully. I think it's weird. Okay, Grandpa Lai, isn't it just a hat? The brothers will definitely be able to study him clearly. During the Sorting Hat might have seen his own memory. To be on the safe side, he had better ask the talents to check it. Hearing the gloomy voice, the Sorting Hat panicked and shouted, What are you going to do? I'm a Gryffindor hat. You are making an enemy of Hogwarts. Let me go. Song Biao's eyes flashed fierceness. He pulled out his wand, pointed it at the Sorting Hat, and said, Instigmatism. At the same time, Scar also quickly took out his latest intelligence enhancement potion and poured bottle after bottle into the mouth of the Sorting Hat. The Sorting Hat, whose memory had been invaded, was still desperately resisting. But after the potion was poured, the Sorting Hat froze in place. Song Biao looked happy. The memory defense of the Sorting Hat was directly breached. As a master of black magic, Sang Biao, faced with the undefended Sorting Hat, naturally felt like a fish in water, and soon showed the Sorting Hat's memories of the past year. After a while, Sang Biao said in a deep voice, Master Lai, all the memories of the Sorting Hat about the Sorting House have disappeared, and it seems that these 4 strands of memory still exist in the deepest part of the Sorting Hat. Really, Lester thought deeply. The Sorting Hat was left behind by the 4 founders. As for the reason, Lester believes that it must not be a good thing. Since a person is dead, he still leaves behind, either for the benefit of future generations or for his own plot. Thousands of years have passed, and the descendants of the 4 founders have long been extinct. Even in Slytherin, only the bastard Voldemort is left in the family. It must be Slytherin himself who can get himself into Slytherin House. And since I am not related to him, why did Slytherin let him enter Slytherin House? It's not that Lester has a dark mind. In fact, this matter is too strange. Lester is 90% sure that Slytherin is very likely to deceive himself. Although he knew that the old monster Slytherin might try to trick him, Lester didn't panic at all. An old antique who has been dead for thousands of years. I am not afraid of him, and I am so anxious that I directly asked Ma Zai to raise his ancestral grave. Okay, Abiao, clear the memory of the Sorting Hat later and put it back at the gate of Hogwarts. After confirming that the Sorting Hat has no memory of himself, Lester is finally relieved. It is useless to keep the Sorting Hat by yourself. It is better to return it to Dumbledore. Although Lester is sure that the scheming Dumbledore will not break the defense because of a sorting hat, but what if Dumbledore loses the sorting hat and suddenly becomes black? Then this human-shaped nuclear bomb is afraid to destroy the entire magic world, and I have to go far away and flee to the new world for refuge. After the matter of the sorting hat was resolved, Lester smiled and said, "Notify the brothers in Azkaban that we are on holiday today. Let's celebrate Christmas together. Leona, go and count. If anyone wants to perform, go design the stage. Scar, you go to Diagon Alley. No, go to Noctur Alley. Buy Christmas presents for the brothers. Since today is Christmas, and Lester is not a capitalist who eats different bones of people, he naturally wants to have fun with the people. In this way, Hogwarts, the first Christmas party, was held at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. All the colleges of Azkaban attended this grand event, and even the prisoners in custody had their own Christmas gifts. Victor brought his own small gift box to Sirius' cell and passed it along the railing. "Brother Dog, today is Christmas, a gift for you." Sirius was very astonished. This was the first time he had received a Christmas present in all these years in Azkaban. "Can't wait to take it apart." Sirius looked at the big bones in the gift box. He really had the heart to kill. His Sirius Animagus is a dog, but it doesn't mean he likes to eat bones himself. Not only Sirius has gifts, everyone in Azkaban has gifts. In this way, Azkaban spent Christmas collectively amidst laughter and laughter. Hogwarts also started school again, and the little wizards also arrived at London Railway Station, accompanied by their families. The train station was crowded with muggles and school wizards huddled together. At this time, the importance of class was revealed. Rich, pure-blood wizards could be teleported directly to the Hogwarts Express train station through the fireplace. As for the down-and-out purebloods, and those children from Muggle families, they could only force their way through the crowd and enter the train station by bumping against a pillar. Hermione's family are all Muggles, so, no accident, their family squeezed in. When little Hermione was successfully escorted into the Hogwarts Express train station, Hermione's hair was already in a mess. As for her parents, sorry, the Ministry won't let Muggles in. As soon as she entered the train station, Hermione saw the Malfoy family, whose blonde hair was very conspicuous on the station. At the same time, Malfoy also saw Hermione, who was thinking day and night, with excitement in his eyes. The old Malfoy has been watching the change in the young Malfoy's demeanor. He knew that his precious son might have been dazed by that little Muggle girl. If he hadn't run into the Hermione family during the terrorist attack in Diagon Alley, he might still be kept in the dark by his precious son. "Father, the train is leaving. I'm leaving first." As soon as Hermione came in, Malfoy became so excited that the old Malfoy was left speechless. The train obviously had half an hour to go, but as soon as the little witch came in, you couldn't wait to get on the train, and old Malfoy didn't even bother to think about Draco's thoughts. Old Malfoy pondered for a moment and said lightly, "You must study hard in school. You're still in a young grade, and you can't fully understand some problems. Your father and I were the same as you back then, remember that time." Before Lucius finished speaking to Malfoy, Malfoy dragged his luggage and walked onto the train, leaving only Lucius messed up in the wind. At this time, not far away, the talents of Azkaban also gathered together to see Lester off. With Kaka the house elf, Lester was empty-handed and carried nothing. In fact, he doesn't like to engage in formalism, but because of his younger brother's request, he still had no choice but to let everyone see him off. After watching Lester get on the train, the group of talents did not leave immediately, but stayed at the train station instead. "Brother Abiao, look, is that blonde-haired man from the Malfoy family?" Scar pulled La Sangbiao's sleeve, pointing at Lucius, who was out of tune with the normal environment around him. Sang Biao used to be the thug of the Eunice family, so he naturally knew the heads of the major pureblood families. Yes, he is the patriarch of the Malfoy family, Lucius Malfoy. All the prisoners were excited when they heard that this person was the wealthy Lucius Malfoy. In order to send Lester to school, except for the fact that he couldn't leave because of something, the rest of the prominent people in Azkaban came out. The wretched old man Leona, the Breaking Bad master Scar, and a third-generation Dark Lord Songbiao. The three giants of Azkaban. None of these three people is a fuel-efficient lamp. Leonard pondered for a moment, then whispered, I have a bold idea. Seeing this, Songbiao and Scar immediately listened. A few minutes later, all three of them showed evil smiles. Not far away, Lucius broke out in a cold sweat for no reason. Taking the Hogwarts Express, Lester watched the scene fly by outside the window. By virtue of his status as the leader of Slytherin, he had an exclusive private room on the Hogwarts Express. Malfoy went to pester Hermione, and he just sat with a group of Gryffindor girls. Jedi and the others were also in a hurry, and took the initiative to take over Malfoy's daily tasks and challenge the Gryffindor students. It can be seen that these people's holidays are really suffocating. While Lester was looking at the scenery outside the window, a loud noise came from outside the private room. Neville, you are really stupid. You have been studying for more than half a year. Why can't you even cast a floating spell? Really? How did you assign people like you to our Gryffindor? It clearly lowered our honor. Okay, everyone, don't talk about Neville like that. Neville is just a bit stupid. As long as he works hard, he can act like a normal little wizard. In the private room, Lester couldn't help frowning slightly. Before, he thought it was Jedi and the others who were bullying others, but unexpectedly, the person being bullied was actually Neville. And the person who bullied Neville was none other than Gryffindor's own people. Instead of going out in a hurry to stop it, Lester listened carefully in the private room instead. Outside the private room, poor Neville was surrounded by two men and a woman. One of them was Neville's peers, both first-year students. As for the other taller boy, he was a fourth-year Gryffindor student. At this time, the fourth-grade senior was extremely hypocritical, pretending to blame the other two. It's true, you two juniors. Junior Neville is just a little stupid. How can you say that about him? I see you guys bully Neville a lot, don't you? A trace of gratitude flashed in Neville's eyes. Naively, he thought that all the seniors in his college could be trusted. A boy and a girl in the first grade sang together, Senior Dean, how could we bully him? It's just this idiot who lowered our grades. The girl fired at Senior Dean with her big eyes and said coquettishly, You don't know. Neville has a problem with his mind. Thomas told me that he would cry in the Gryffindor lounge from time to time, which affects everything. I went to study at home. The boys at the same level as Neville also quickly said, That's right, this Neville not only has brain problems, but also poor studies. In class, he was the slowest at learning spells, which really dragged us back. Even Slater Lynn's gang of bad guys can't even look down on him. Neville's face turned extremely ugly, and he was even more aggrieved. He looked at Senior Dean for help and wanted him to speak a fair word. But Dean didn't look at Neville's pitiful eyes at all and said righteously, Junior Neville, what you did is wrong. The lounge is a place to rest and study, not a place to wipe your tears. And you're still slow in learning spells. It's your fault that you let us Gryffindor lose face in front of those bad Slytherins. Neville was very wronged, and at the same time, he hated himself for being a waste. Is it really my fault? Neville muttered to himself with some doubts about his life. At this moment, Senior Dean said, How about this, in order not to let you drag Gryffindor down? I can teach you spells in my spare time. However, of course there's a price. After all, senior's time is also very precious. A class costs 1 galleon. That's the deal. After school starts, I will start making up lessons for you. 1 galleon per class. Neville couldn't believe Senior Dean's words. The salary of a Ministry of Magic employee is only 30 galleons a month. How dare Senior Dean ask for it? That's the deal, Dean said very domineeringly, with an unquestionable tone. Senior, this is all for your own good. At the same time, Dean said in a threatening tone, Junior Neville, if you let other people know that you drag Gryffindor back and let everyone be laughed at by the bad guys of Slytherin, you will know the consequences yourself. Hearing the naked threats from his senior, Neville was extremely desperate. In the box, Lester, who knew the cause of the incident, also had a chill on his face. The Neville family are all heroes who have dedicated their lives to the Ministry of Magic. But the truth is that heroes are always the most tragic. If Neville's parents were both killed in battle, It might be more helpful to Neville's life, because the Ministry of Magic would give them a large pension out of humanitarianism. Neville can also enjoy generous treatment from the families of martyrs. Not only will he receive a monthly allowance from the government, but he will also be a symbol of his roots in the Ministry of Magic in the future. But Neville's parents didn't die, and they still needed to be hospitalized in St. Mungo's Hospital for magical injuries and wounds. Since Neville's grandma was still alive, the Ministry of Magic was willing to provide medical expenses all the time, but was unwilling to subsidize Neville too much. This is indeed the most benevolent. After all, St. Mungo's medical expenses are not cheap. And in Lester's view, it is Dumbledore who should compensate the Longbottom family the most, not the Ministry of Magic. No matter what, Neville is now a big fat sheep in the eyes of many caring people. Honest, dull, obedient, and has no friends in Hogwarts. There is only one grandma in the family, and she needs to go to the hospital every day to take care of her son and daughter-in-law. If this kind of person doesn't bully him, I'm really sorry for these campus bullies. Dean, who was just outside the door, was complacent and thought that Neville could only be obedient when the door of the private room next door was opened. Lester walked out of the private room slowly, frowning. "You dogs, I don't know if anyone is resting in the private room. Please be quiet." Seeing someone coming out, Dean was startled at first, but he relaxed again when he saw that Lester was wearing a Slytherin uniform and it was only a first year. "Little snake, hurry back to your private room and act like nothing happened. Otherwise, Dean, will definitely teach you a lesson." Dean threatened Lester with grinning teeth. Lester laughed. For so many years, the people who threatened him were either ruined or mentally disturbed by him. This Dean is really brave. Neville looked at Lester, who suddenly appeared, and greeted excitedly. "Lester!" Lester also responded with a smile, and then stared at Dean and the other two first-year Gryffindor students with a cold expression. Dean was in the 4th grade and might not know what Lester looked like, but his two companions were first-year students and often took classes with Lester. It was Lester who came out when he saw it. These two lion cubs, who were still arrogant before, were almost scared to pee. The little wizard among them was even more mournful, forced to smile, and begged for mercy. "Lego, this is a misunderstanding. We were just messing around with Neville again." The little witch was even more frightened. She sat down on the ground and looked at the smiling Lester with fear in her eyes. At this moment, even if Dean is a fool, he can realize that something is wrong. These two little wizards and little witches were considered thorns in the first year of Gryffindor, and they would not accept anyone on weekdays. But when he saw Lester, it was as if he saw his own father. This time, he was kicked to the iron plate. "Brother, I'm sorry." Dean apologized flexibly. "It's because we have blind eyes and don't know Tyshawn, which disturbed your rest. Let's go now." "Wait." Lester stopped Dean and said with a smile, "Do you know who I am?" Dean was covered in cold sweat, shook his head, and said in a low voice, "Master, you must come from a powerful, pure-blood family." Lester laughed. Co-authoring this, Dean regarded himself as the second generation of a pure-blood family. "My name is Lester," Lester said lightly. "Slytherin, 1st grade, Lester Bader." Lester. Dean's pupils were shocked, and fear appeared on his face. This person is actually Slytherin House, the ruthless and small-hearted Mr. Lie. Lester's deeds are simply heard in Gryffindor College. I heard that in Slytherin, someone just took a look at him, and he would hang him up and beat him in the next second. Marcus, the captain of the academy, was directly stripped and framed because he didn't give up the captain's position to Lord Liontime, and now he has died socially. Even the Weasley brothers, the most famous in Gryffindor, were beaten up by Lester and broke their wands, and now they dare not even fart. And Harry Potter, I heard that because he didn't say hello to Lester, he tried to throw Harry to death during the game. But he was saved later because there were too many people and he was afraid of being seen. The current Lester, in the eyes of others, is simply a big devil with a small belly, and the kind who will beat you to death at every turn. Dean was almost scared to death. He just wanted a little more pocket money, but he never thought that he would offend Lester, the big devil. "Master Lie, I slapped my mouth. I interrupted your rest. It's all my fault." Dean thought unluckily and started to slap himself, trying to win Lester's sympathy. Unexpectedly, Lester didn't even look at him, turned his head to look at Neville, and said softly, "Neville, are you okay?" "It's okay. Lego, Senior Dean, and the others are probably just joking with me. They also threw my school bag in the toilet last time, and I begged Hermione to pick it up for me in the end. It's okay." Lester's face turned dark immediately, while the three of Dean were scared out of their wits. They didn't expect that Neville, who could be bullied by everyone in Gryffindor, actually thought that Slytherin was the one to handle it. "Damn, you said you have this relationship. You just said it now. Are you trying to kill everyone?" Hearing that Neville was having a bad time in Gryffindor, Lester's face turned livid, but his heart was filled with joy. He knew that Neville was the only person he could subdue. Patting Dean's trembling shoulder, Lester said softly, "Isn't Dean bullying your classmates? An evil force rampant in Hogwarts." "Very well. I will soon let you know what is bullying classmates and what is the real evil force." After speaking, ignoring Dean, who was already scared to pee, Lester pulled Neville and walked into his box, leaving Dean with a look of remorse. An ordinary fourth-year Gryffindor, not worthy of Lester himself. At that time, let Malfoy order 2 seventh-grade Slytherins, beat him if he has nothing to do, and then throw him into the women's toilet. Lester had always been confident in Malfoy's ability to bully others. "I believe that within a few months, this arrogant and domineering Dean will know what the real evil forces are. It's really ridiculous to actually extort money from his own college students. It's a shame for their villain group." After entering the private room, before Lester could speak, Neville took the lead in thanking him. "Thank you, Lego. If there is no one, I'm afraid I will be bullied in Gryffindor for 7 years." With a sad face, Neville narrated his tragic experience. "They think I'm stupid, so they don't want to make friends with me, and even bully me. In the entire Gryffindor house, only Harry and Hermione are willing to talk to me from time to time, and others are even more ashamed to talk to me." As he talked, Neville cried aggrievedly. Tears welled up in his eyes, and said tremblingly, "Brother Lie, please help me. I really don't know what I did wrong. Could it be that I really a squib? Maybe I shouldn't be at Hogwarts." "Don't worry, Neville." Lester patted Neville on the back and comforted him. "From now on, you will follow me. I promise. No one will dare to bully you in the whole of Hogwarts in the future." Lester's voice was not loud, but it was so firm that Neville trembled physically and mentally. He knew that he succeeded. Just after getting off the Hogwarts Express, Lester was once again surrounded by a group of Slytherins. As for Neville, he is not suitable to mix with their group of little snakes now. Lester first let him know him well in Gryffindor. Slytherin was already under his control. In the other 3 colleges, most of the Hufflepuffs were Muggle wizards, and most of the little wizards in Ravenclaw were children of officials from the Ministry of Magic. Muggle wizards only need to give them some respect and financial help to let them join them. And the children of Ministry of Magic officials don't need to do it themselves at all. As long as Fudge wins the election, the Ministry of Magic will be its own Ministry of Magic. At that time, the children of these officials can only succumb to their own despotic power for the sake of their parents' work. Only Gryffindor, this group, is the most difficult to deal with, because most of this academy are descendants of the Order of the Phoenix, with good roots, and all of them are Dumbledore's own people. It would definitely not work for me, as a little snake, to blatantly form a faction in Gryffindor, so I can only let Neville help me recruit troops. Speaking of Neville, Lester did not forget to help him seek revenge from that Dean. "Malfoy, Dean from Gryffindor's 4th year, has offended you. Go find some 7th-year Slytherins and teach him a profound lesson." Lester said lightly to Malfoy, "You don't need to make it too miserable, just make him insane. If someone dies, Principal Dumbledore will be angry." Malfoy is a pureblood. His father is also a school manager, and although that Dean is arrogant and domineering in school, his family background is very ordinary. Nonsense, but any pure blood with some background knows that people from the Longbottom family cannot be provoked because they have a sea of favors, and a single sentence can crush your whole family to death. From this, it can be seen that Dean is just a brainless idiot, and the family should not be a big pure blood, or simply a half-blood or a muggle. A little person was bullied and went crazy. Even if Principal Dumbledore knew about it, he wouldn't care about it with Malfoy. "Okay, Lego," Malfoy said with excitement, impatiently. "How dare you offend me? I'll find someone to teach him a lesson." After a while, Malfoy came directly in front of the 7-year-old Slytherins, said a few words, and a group of people followed Malfoy, walking aggressively in the direction of Gryffindor. A few minutes later, there was a shrill scream from a distance, as well as various merciless laughter. "Put his underpants into his mouth," Malfoy sneered arrogantly. "This bastard actually peeped into the women's toilet on the train just now. I must teach him a lesson." Several 7th-grade Slytherins directly pushed that Dean to the ground and even stripped off his pants on the spot. While peeling off Dean's clothes, they also beat and scolded. "Dog, actually peeping into the women's toilet. I'll beat you to death." "You bastard, get out of the way, I'll take a picture of him. Let the whole school know. Let everyone be careful of this bastard." Dean, who was pinned to the ground, was about to go crazy. He knew that Lester would take revenge on him, but he didn't expect that the revenge would come so fast and so violently. Desperately covering his face with his hands, Dean knew that his reputation would be ruined if someone really photographed him. A delicate Slytherin girl, crying pear blossoms with rain, made the crowd who watched melon eaters arouse pity. Hearing the crying of the girl next to his ear and feeling the punches and kicks on his body, Dean really wanted to cry without tears. There is nothing wrong with wanting to add a crime. Lester is going to screw himself to death. Looking at Dean, who was madly covering his face, Malfoy frowned and took out his wand, all petrified. This pervert is peeping at the women's restroom, and he still doesn't want to admit it. Now that there are witnesses and evidence, he still wants to resist. So, I have no choice but to use a spell to control him. As soon as the words fell, the young wizard's onlookers immediately applauded. Speaking of which, Dean, this guy, even forcibly collected my tuition fee before, so I knew that this guy is a bad guy. Dean also cares that I borrowed money, a total of 3 galleons, and I haven't exchanged it yet. Hey, Dean touched my hand before, if I didn't resist desperately, I'm afraid. Looking at the surrounding Gryffindors who were furiously denouncing Dean, Malfoy froze for a moment. Was this what Lester asked him to do? No matter. If Lester wants to drive this Dean crazy, then he has to perform well. Students, we must make his disgust public. I propose that we just carry him into Hogwarts and let the professor punish him. After finishing speaking, he didn't care whether the others responded or not, and gave the 7th-grade Slytherin beside him a wink. Afterwards, several 7th-grade Slytherins immediately lifted the naked Dean into the air with the levitation charm and walked toward Hogwarts. The surrounding Gryffindors were taken aback when they saw this. They were indeed not trustees, and they had been bullied by Dean on weekdays. But it's fine if you picked him up in public, and now you want to carry him naked into Hogwarts. Isn't that a little too much? Moreover, Dean is a student of Gryffindor, and he may not be able to retaliate against the Slytherins who beat him, but they didn't give Dean face just now if Dean retaliates in the future. Immediately, many Gryffindor students who were still filled with righteous indignation before became ugly. Malfoy, who was walking forward, saw that the lion cubs behind him didn't follow, and he knew the reason immediately. He rolled his eyes twice, then came to the lion cubs and said softly, "Students, although we are Slytherins and you're Gryffindors, we are all students of Hogwarts. I, Malfoy, can't stand bullying scum the most. When you exposed Dean just now, Dean heard it all. Even if you don't go now, Dean will definitely hold a grudge because of his small belly. Why don't you go with us now, and then report Dean and make his disgust public? All students, please rest assured. I am Draco Malfoy of the Malfoy family. I promise here that if Dean dares to take revenge on you, if you come to me, I will immediately help you take revenge and give you financial compensation." Either Malfoy was right, or Malfoy's reassurance had worked. The cubs who were still hesitant before immediately followed up. Anyway, they have already offended them, so they should offend them to death. Anyway, just like what Malfoy said, with Malfoy and his group of Slytherins standing behind them, Looking at Dean, who was paraded through the street naked, Lester nodded in satisfaction. As expected of him being the champion, Malfoy was safe in his actions, and after believing this, no matter how confident Dean was, he would still leave a psychological shadow. Moreover, who said that this kind of revenge can only be done once, and the villain takes revenge from morning to night, and once a day, even if he is an Iron Man, he will go crazy. In the Hogwarts auditorium, Professor McGonagall was anxiously welcoming the returning students. Obviously, she had something on her mind. Dumbledore was framed, which made the Sioux people hate him deeply. Fudge, the ministerial candidate for the Ministry of Magic, clearly expressed his hostility towards Dumbledore. The mighty Umbridge breaks into Hogwarts and steals the Sorting Hat. Who would have thought that so many major events would happen in such a short Christmas, making Mag feel overwhelmed? Suddenly, there was a huge noise outside the door, accompanied by the exclamation of the little witches. Professor McGonagall pushed open the door angrily and said, "Quiet! What happened?" Then she saw her naked student. "Dean, why do you look like this?" Malfoy said first. Professor McGonagall, Dean, a bastard, peeked at the toilet of a female classmate on the train, and now he has been stolen and captured by us, and we escorted him here for punishment. The seventh-year Slytherin students in charge of escort also puffed out their chests, looking very proud. Professor McGonagall was very suspicious. A group of Slytherins escorted a Gryffindor. No matter how you look at it, it was a frame-up. Just when McGonagall was hesitating, several little wizards from Gryffindor appeared in front of her. "Professor McGonagall, I want to report Dean. Last semester, he once robbed me of a galleon. I also reported Dean he once secretly touched my hand in the lounge. And I saw him threatening first-year Neville on the train, demanding galleons or kicking his ass." Looking at the excited lion cubs, Professor McGonagall's expression turned ugly. She knew that Dean's incident might be true, and those previous crimes were not important. What was important was that Dean dared to bully Neville and wanted all of Neville's money. Neville's parents are members of the Order of the Phoenix, and they are his comrades in arms. What Dean did was not slapping Neville's ass. It was simply slapping her in the face. Dean, is what they said true? Professor McGonagall looked serious, his dark green eyes full of scrutiny. Dean is really suicidal now. He knows that it must be Lester who designed him to kill himself by voyeurizing girls. But what the little lions said now, they did. Seeing that Dean was silent, McGonagall's face became more and more ugly, and she said coldly, 100 points will be deducted from Gryffindor. And Mr. Dean, you need to pay back all the galleons you asked for from your classmates. Not only that, you 1 more month of confinement at Filch Place. Listening to Professor McGonagall's punishment, Dean stared blankly, deducted 100 points, paid back the money, and was imprisoned for a month. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that his reputation must be ruined. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Malfoy didn't need to stay any longer, but before leaving, he still decided to discuss Dean. Patting Dean on the shoulder, Malfoy said with concern, "Great, Senior Dean, all of us in the first year of Slytherin need to be locked up for a month because of mistakes, and we could be locked up together. In detention with a bunch of Slytherins?" Dean really wanted to die. If there were no accidents, he would be tortured to death this month. After solving Dean's matter, Malfoy led the team back to the Slytherin table and asked Lester for credit. Others also laughed and shared all kinds of interesting things that happened on Christmas. At this moment, Hagrid came over. In fact, he had noticed Lester and Malfoy from the moment they entered the door. Now that Malfoy had sat down, he immediately walked off the teacher's table and walked to the Slytherin table. Originally, Hagrid was so dirty that he approached the Slytherin dining table, and the little snakes whispered in disgust, but when they saw that Hagrid was actually looking for Lester, and that Lester gave him a warm reception, the air was full of excitement. Suddenly quiet. This stupid big guy was actually Lego's friend, and everyone's evaluation of Hagrid was instantly reversed. As expected of Li Ge's friend, tall and strong, really masculine. Li Ge's friends are amazing, and they're capable people at first glance. It's over. I thought he was just an ordinary ranger before, and I even mocked him. Brother Lie won't retaliate against me for this. Regardless of everyone's evaluation of Hagrid, Lester looked at Hagrid, who came and received him very warmly. Hagrid, sit down. There's space here. After Hagrid sat down firmly, Lester deliberately took out a book from his arms with a beautiful bow on it and handed it to Hagrid. Here, this is my Christmas present to you. Thank you. Hagrid was a little flattered. Over the years, few people had given Christmas gifts to him, a lonely person. 100 breeding tips for baby dragons. That's great, Lester. I just need this. Hagrid liked this gift very much because his baby dragon just happened to be born. Quietly put his head close to Lester's ear, Hagrid whispered, Lester, come to my hut after dinner. I have a surprise for you, by the way, and you Malfoy. You must come here too. Surprise? Looking at the mysterious and smug Hagrid, Lester was speechless. He could figure out what the surprise Hagrid was talking about with his toes. It must be the birth of a little dragon. Malfoy also thought of this and was immediately excited, subconsciously speeding up his eating. If Hagrid paid the most to the dragon, then Malfoy was the second most paid. If Hagrid is the dragon's mother, then Malfoy is the dragon's father. It might sound like an odd metaphor, but there's nothing wrong with it. Hagrid has been spending time taking care of the dragon egg, while Malfoy has given the dragon egg the highest material guarantee. By the way, thank you for your gift, Malfoy. Hagrid said with a simple and honest smile. Little Norbert likes the dragon toy castle you gave him very much. As soon as he finished speaking, Hagrid immediately covered his mouth. He originally wanted to surprise Lester and Malfoy, but unexpectedly, he slipped it out. Lester was not surprised. Hagrid was a big bastard who often leaked words. It was a dream to expect him to keep any secrets. But Malfoy didn't have these. He was very excited. Noble, are you talking about the name of the little dragon? My God, that's such a good name. After eating, Lester and Malfoy immediately followed Hagrid to his cabin. The three of them were only thinking about the little dragon, but they didn't notice the complicated expression on Harry Potter's face at the Gryffindor table. As soon as he walked into Hagrid's cabin, Lester could feel that the heat inside was significantly higher than the outside world. Hagrid, what kind of dragon is Norbert? Lester asked Hagrid curiously while taking off his coat. Hagrid also took off his big leather coat and said with a smile, Noble is a Norwegian ridgeback. He has just been born and is playing in Malfoy's Little Dragon's naughty fort. Little Dragon's naughty castle? Lester cast his eyes on Malfoy. Malfoy blushed and explained, I feel that Norbert is a little dragon and must need toys, so I bought him a naughty castle with my pocket money from the past few years. Malfoy's pocket money for several years and a naughty castle he bought. Lester was surprised. How much did it cost? Soon, Lester knew how luxurious the naughty castle was. On the surface, it was just a 2-meter-high bouncy castle, which seemed a bit out of place in Hagrid's messy room. Walking in, Lester discovered that this naughty castle contains a lot of mystery, and there is actually a huge space magic in it. Malfoy smiled triumphantly. This is a boutique I bought for 100 galleons. I believe Norbert will like it very much. With that said, Malfoy entered it first, Hagrid followed closely behind, and Lester also followed after seeing this. As soon as he walked into this small-looking bouncy castle, Lester felt his eyes light up and his vision gradually widened. A large castle that looks like 500 square meters. The floor is all made of inflatable carpets, and there are various entertainment facilities inside. There are also rainbow-colored balloons floating in the sky, and the breeze blows and the balloons sway gently. Not only that, but the ground is full of various entertainment facilities, such as a flying slide that goes straight into the sky, a huge and soft trampoline, and even an azure swimming pool for Xiaolong to practice swimming. Damn, the more I look at Lester, the angrier I get. This TM is better than myself. The Malfoy family was too extravagant. 100 galleons, 3-month salary of a Ministry of Magic employee, was used to buy a big toy. Suddenly, a black shadow sprang out from the swimming pool and rushed towards Hagrid. Wow, woof woof. That's right, this black shadow is none other than Hagrid's pet dog, Hogwarts' mythical beast, the bravest and most ferocious creature in the entire wizarding world, Fong. All right, Fanya, stop licking. Hagrid scratched Fanya's head and asked, "Do you know where Norbert is?" Hearing this, Yaya yelled twice at the tallest bouncy castle. Malfoy couldn't wait a long time ago and ran into the bouncy castle directly, and then saw the little dragon he had dreamed of. "Noble, is that you?" Malfoy looked at the little dragon on the inflatable throne in the castle in surprise, and was extremely surprised. Xiaolong also seemed to know Malfoy, and immediately ran to Malfoy cheerfully, still making a dragon cry in his mouth. Boom! Noble, one person and one dragon just hugged each other. Malfoy caressed Norbert's back carefully, while Norbert stretched out his little tongue to lick Malfoy's little hand. Boom, chime, chime. When Norbert saw his parents, his body was chrysalis in Malfoy's body, which melted Malfoy's heart. Before, he thought that Norbert's barking was not aggressive enough, but who cares as long as he can bark? Seeing that Malfoy and Norbert got along very well, Hagrid finally felt relieved. Xiaolong actually had memories when he was in the Dragon Egg. During this period of time, Hagrid and Malfoy had the most contact, so he acquiesced that Hagrid and Malfoy were his parents. Seeing this, Lester also became interested, went to tease the little dragon a few times, and then lost interest. Malfoy likes little dragons. One is because of his name Draco, which translates to the meaning of little dragons. The second is because he has no knowledge and thinks that dragons are already the strongest magical creatures. But Lester knew that whether it was the auspicious beast Qilin or the extremely powerful Chinese real dragon, they were 100 times stronger than this Western lizard dragon. One can predict major events in the future, and the other can directly swallow clouds and fog, go to the sky, and enter the earth, omnipotent. If you can give him a unicorn or a Chinese dragon, Lester will definitely take good care of it, but he is really not interested in the lizard dragon, so let Malfoy and Hagrid toss it. Malfoy, you and your little one can play by yourself. I'll go back to the lounge first. Lester left. Malfoy turned a deaf ear and just teased the little dragon in his arms. Who is little Norbert? Malfoy scratched this Norbert's belly, pouted his lips, and said playfully, "You are little Norbert." Norbert was also very happy, screaming nonstop. On the other hand, Lester returned to Slytherin's bedroom. As soon as he opened the bedroom door, Lester was shocked by the scene inside. All kinds of gifts filled his whole room. People he knew or didn't know gave him presents at Christmas. "Kaka." Snapping his fingers, he called the house elf, and Lester said calmly, "Take out all my friends' presents and put everyone else's gifts in the labor union's warehouse." "Yes, master." Kaka started working immediately, and after a few minutes, the dormitory was clean, leaving only more than 20 gifts. Many of them were sent by first-year Slytherins. Most of them were school items like notebooks, and there were also black magic books sent by little pure-blooded wizards. It is worth mentioning that Malfoy also gave him a book which says Analysis of Cutting-Edge Black Magic. It's a pity, if he is a little wizard with no background, he really needs this magic book because it contains a lot of black magic that others only dream of. However, he now has an entire dark wizard in Azkaban. Does he seem to be lacking in black magic? Hagrid also gave him a gift. Not surprisingly, it was his unique food rock cake. It is said that even a wild dog who had been hungry for 3 days would leave with tears in his eyes when he saw Hagrid's rock cake. It is simply an artifact of self-protection, which can be used as a weapon at critical moments. Just as Lester was sorting out the presents, there was a knock on the door, and a respectful voice sounded. "Lego, Harry Potter of Gryffindor said he wanted to find you." Pushing open the door, Lester saw a Slytherin in black waiting for him outside the door, staring nervously at the ground. "Thank you." Lester patted the young man on the shoulder and said warmly. The young man was flattered and quickly said, "You're welcome, Brother Lie. It's my honor to..." Outside the door, Harry and Ron looked at the door of the Slytherin dormitory anxiously. They always felt that they were in the dark, with countless pairs of eyes staring at them. The door opened, Lester walked out from the lounge, and saw 2 people who were a little embarrassed. "Potter, what you come to see me for?" Lester said indifferently, looking at Harry Potter with a blank expression. Harry looked left and right first, and then whispered, "Lester, I have something to ask you. Can we find a place where there's no one to talk about it? Harry stared at Lester seriously, while Ron muttered dissatisfiedly, "What are you dragging? Isn't it Snape's henchman?" Lester was not deaf, and he didn't intend to get used to Ron's problems. It seemed that he hadn't hit him for too long during Christmas, and he dared to provoke himself again. Raising his palm, Lester slapped Ron across the face. Snapped. Ron was taken aback, and Harry glared at Lester and said, "Lester, what are you doing? Why are you beating Ron?" "What?" Lester moved his palm and said calmly, "You came to me for no reason, and then scolded me in front of me. Do you really think that I, Lester, are easy to bully?" Harry was speechless, while Ron stared at Lester with resentment, like a vicious little wolf. Harry Potter usually ignored him, but now he came to his door, and he knew with his feet that it must be no good. Either there is something you want from yourself, or you have to wipe your own ass when you make a mistake. "Lester, the matter is very important." Seemingly afraid that Ron would anger Lester again, Harry quickly explained his intention. "We need your help. Lester, this matter is related to the safety of the entire Hogwarts. You must help us." Lester was very disdainful. He knew that Harry would go to the Three Jewels Hall for nothing. It was also related to the safety of Hogwarts. "Isn't it Dumbledore's Philosopher's Stone?" Seeing that Lester did not speak, Harry thought that Lester was not interested, so he had no choice but to throw a bigger bargaining chip. "I know what Professor Dumbledore put in that room on the 4th floor, and most importantly, Professor Snape still wants him. If Professor Snape gets that thing, Hogwarts will definitely be in danger." Lester didn't change his face and said calmly, "Snape wants to steal something from Professor Dumbledore? Are you dreaming and not waking up?" In fact, Lester's psychology was extremely strange. He didn't expect Hermione, the little witch, to get mixed up with these two in the end. Otherwise, how could the two of them know about the Philosopher's Stone? It's true, seeing that Lester didn't believe it. Harry finally became anxious. "I was traveling at night during Christmas, and I was chased by Filch, and I accidentally entered that room on the 4th floor. And there was a big dog inside, and that dog was raised by Hagrid. At the same time, Hagrid also told me that there was a treasure hidden in the room, and that treasure was..." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted roughly by Ron. "Harry, wait." Ron gave Lester a very hostile look and said, "Unless you are willing to help us, we won't tell you what's hidden inside." Harry hesitated for a moment, then agreed with Ron's approach and nodded vigorously. Lester laughed. "These two naive little devils really have a problem with their brains. Do you really think that you'll be interested in their game of saving the world?" He was too lazy to participate in Dumbledore's Savior Development Plan. In fact, he was already planning to arrange for Neville to cut off his beard. "You two are stupid. You think I'm really interested in your nonsense?" With disdain on his face, Lester issued an order to evict the guest and said coldly, "Now, get out of here, or I don't mind if you end up like your senior dean." After speaking, Lester snorted coldly and returned to the lounge. Only Harry and Ron, whose faces were blue and purple with anger, stood still in place. "Harry, I told you a long time ago, don't look for Lester because he and Malfoy are already Snape's people." Ron took it for granted. They approached Hagrid on purpose first. It must be to obtain the secret of the room on the 4th floor. Don't forget, at noon today, Hagrid even took the initiative to find Lester and Malfoy. He must have been confused by those two bad guys. Harry couldn't believe it and murmured, "But Lester and Malfoy obviously saved me during the match. They deliberately confused you." Ron's sharp voice sounded in Harry's ear. "This is their way to get close to Hagrid. Don't forget, if Hagrid can tell us about Nicholas May, he probably told Lester as well. And Lester and the others are still members of Slytherin, so they must be serving Snape. Maybe this is just a premeditated trick to let Lester win your trust. Harry, you are such a silly boy." When it came to the end, Ron actually sighed, with a look of hating iron but not steel. Harry was stunned for a moment. His simple little head couldn't turn around. And after a while he murmured, "Ron, you are so smart. Fortunately you are here, otherwise I would have been deceived by Lester and the others. Should we tell Hermione about Lestat deceiving us?" "Hermione!" Ron exaggeratedly said loudly. Hermione is a little girl who pursues wealth and status. If she knew about it, she would definitely tell Malfoy. Harry said distressfully, but it was Hermione who told us about Nicholas Flamel. Ron said domineeringly, that's all she has. What big things can a girl do? The next thing depends on the two of us. Okay. Harry trusted Ron very much now. So Ron, what do we need to do now? Ron thought for a moment. His eyes revealed a wise light. The only one who came out just now is Lester, which means that Malfoy is not by his side. Maybe he was bewitching Hagrid in Hagrid's hut. Let's find Hagrid now and expose their conspiracy in front of Hagrid. The clever Harry Potter didn't even think about it and immediately responded, yes, we'll go to Hagrid now, and we must tell him that Lester and Malfoy were sent by Snape. While Harry and Ron were brainstorming, Malfoy's side was also extremely exciting. Come on, Norbert, use Bite and tear it up for me. In Xiaolong Happy Castle, Malfoy turned into a dragon trainer, training Norbert to bite the scarecrow in front of him. Hey, Noble, who is only 10 centimeters long, was forced to do business, holding his own baby teeth and biting the scarecrow's toes. The damage was so strong that it almost bit the thread. Come on, Noble, our progress is already behind those little dragons. If you don't work hard, you'll be bullied when you go to the dragon farm in the future. Malfoy rolled up his sleeves and said loudly, then those bully dragons will steal your food and make you hungry in the future. As soon as he heard that there was a dragon robbing him of his food, little Norbert's eyes became sharp immediately, and his sharp, deciduous teeth frantically bit the scarecrow. Like a loving mother, Hagrid felt sorry for little Norbert, but he still acquiesced to Malfoy's special training. He felt that what Malfoy said was reasonable. The evil dragon must be cultivated from an early age, and the hardships suffered in childhood are for the sake of growing up to suffer less. At this moment, Hagrid vaguely heard someone calling himself. At this time, in Hagrid's cabin, Harry and Ron shouted Hagrid's name at the top of their voices. Strange, it's obvious that he just finished lunch. Where did Hagrid go? Ron asked suspiciously while rummaging through the boxes. Harry also looked puzzled. Could it be that he was tricked by Malfoy? But what about Fanya? Fanya should be sleeping in the kennel now. Harry, look, what's that? Ron tugged at Harry's sleeve, pointing to the bouncy castle that suddenly appeared in Hagrid's room. The pink bouncy castle is incompatible with Hagrid's messy environment, which makes people doubt his origin. Harry walked around the bouncy castle a few times in amazement, then frowned and said, I seem to have seen this thing before. I was washing dishes at the time, and when the Dursleys were watching TV, there was this thing in the picture on the TV, and it looked like a naughty castle for children. Ron couldn't believe it. His eyes widened. A naughty castle for children? Why does Hagrid have this thing? Hagrid's height alone is more than 3 meters, and this naughty castle looks only more than 2 meters. It can't accommodate Hagrid at all. Besides, Hagrid is already an adult. How could he be interested in such things? Just when Harry and Ron were secretly surprised, Malfoy and Hagrid walked out of the naughty castle having a good chat. Don't worry, Hagrid. I will come to see Norbert every day at noon from now on, Malfoy assured, patting his chest. Hagrid was also smiling and said cheerfully, That's great. I can feel it. Norbert likes you very much. Harry and Ron watched Malfoy and Hagrid walk out of the small bouncy castle with dumbstruck eyes. Ron was quite knowledgeable and knew what the traceless expanding curse was. But Harry didn't know, and he was dumbfounded. How can Hagrid and Malfoy be accommodated in this? Malfoy and Hagrid also noticed Harry and Ron. Hagrid was in a good mood and greeted with a smile. Harry, Ron, long time no see. Long time no see, Hagrid, Harry responded, then looked at Malfoy. Malfoy, why are you here? Malfoy smiled and said lightly to the hostile Harry, Potter, is there any rule that I can't stay here? Harry was very angry and shouted, You are not welcome here, Hagrid. Drive him out quickly. Get me out, Malfoy said mockingly. This is Hagrid's cabin. What right do you have to let me go, and why should Hagrid listen to you? Hagrid was also very embarrassed. In the past month, Harry seldom looked for him, but Malfoy came to see him every day. Although Malfoy mainly came to see Norbert, Malfoy would bring him gifts every time he came, either to eat or to play, and he got along very well with him. There are also little wizards in Slytherin who camp outside the Forbidden Forest from time to time and invite him to join them every time. Speaking of which, in the past month, Hagrid spent more time with Malfoy than Harry. Harry, don't mess around. Draco is also my friend. Hagrid frowned, rejecting Harry's unreasonable request. On the one hand, there is Harry, whom he hugged when he was a child, and on the other, Malfoy, who he fell in love with. Hagrid has a hard time choosing now. Harry, I think Hagrid must have been bewitched by Malfoy's sugar-coated shells. Ron's face was full of resentment. He stared at Malfoy with great hatred and said bitterly, Malfoy must have captured Hagrid with sugar-coated shells. He is not with us now. It's like that big castle. It must have been given to Hagrid by Malfoy. This is the proof. No, that's a gift from Malfoy to Norbert. Seeing Ron's misunderstanding, Hagrid hastily explained. Norbert. Harry grabbed his blind spot and asked quickly, Who is Norbert? Hagrid was a little helpless, but he didn't want to deceive Harry, so he could only tell Harry and Ron how he got the dragon egg, and then he and Malfoy hatched the dragon egg. So, you and Malfoy raised a dragon together? Harry was surprised. Ron was very curious. Dragon? I've never seen a dragon at my age. Hagrid, show me it. Hagrid had no choice but to turn his attention to Malfoy. Although the dragon egg was his own, Malfoy had paid a lot, so he had the right to make the decision. Malfoy wanted to show off in front of Harry, so he said flatly, Okay, since you haven't seen the world, I'll let you see what a dragon looks like. With that said, Malfoy led the way into the bouncy castle, and Harry and Ron followed immediately. As soon as they entered the bouncy castle, the two children, Harry and Ron, were immediately speechless in shock. They only felt that the place was extremely luxurious. Suddenly, a beeping sound attracted everyone's attention. A moment later, a small dragon that was 1/3 the size of Fanya staggered towards Malfoy, making a whimpering sound. Noble! Beep! Malfoy held Norbert into his arms, and Norbert stuck out his little tongue and kept licking Malfoy's little face. I have to say that Norbert's appearance is really good, with a petite body with 2 wings, a head like a lizard, and big eyes. This kind of cute thing is the most attractive to children, and Harry and Ron were immediately drooling. Ron looked at little Norbert, who kept licking Malfoy. His eyes were full of jealousy and dissatisfaction, and he said loudly, Malfoy, give me that little dragon. You've held that dragon for long enough. Malfoy was amused and sneered, Why, this is not your dragon, and Norbert doesn't like you either. Norbert gave Malfoy a lot of face, turned his head and grinned at Ron threateningly. Ron was so angry that he kept cursing Malfoy and the little dragon, and Harry kept comforting Ron. What's there to be proud of? Isn't it just a fire dragon? It won't even allow you to... Isn't it just a fire dragon? Malfoy said with sarcasm on his face. Have you ever seen a fire dragon, Weasley? And I advise you to be careful. Otherwise, if Norbert hurts you, don't cry. Ron dismissed it very dismissively, and suddenly said sharply, Just it. Hurt me? It's a dream. Even if I give it a slap, it won't dare to do anything. Ron was very angry, thinking that he was being provoked, but Harry stopped him, so he went up and slapped Norbert. He also screamed sharply, Kill you, evil dragon. You are Malfoy's dragon. You must not be a good dragon. I will kill you, a bad dragon. Ah! Xiaolong's twitching. Malfoy was furious. Weasley, you are looking for death. Malfoy put the little dragon on the ground distressedly and glared at Ron. His eyes were full of anger. Hagrid was also extremely distressed and blamed Ron. Ron, what do you want to do? Ron's face was gloomy, and he said coldly, What am I doing? Hagrid, I advise you to drive Malfoy and this dragon out now. Otherwise, don't blame me, Ron, for not recognizing you as an old friend. Hagrid was about to explode. Ron kept saying that he was his friend, but what he did made him a friend. Harry also thought that Ron was going too far, so he whispered, Ron, have you gone too far? Harry, Don't worry about it. Ron glared at him, rejected Harry, and said loudly to Hagrid, "Either you choose Malfoy and this dragon, or you choose me and Harry. Hagrid, make your decision. Don't make me wait." Looking at Ron, who was so proud and determined to look like Hagrid, Malfoy only felt it was very ridiculous. Coming to other people's house, beating the little dragon, and yelling at the master to drive the little dragon out, it's like slapping Hagrid in the face. Sure enough, Hagrid's face was extremely ugly. "Harry, you take Ron away now. You may need to calm down." If Harry was pardoned, he immediately pulled Ron and planned to go out. Ron was very angry, staring at Hagrid with wide eyes, and kept cursing him. Hagrid let Ron go, but Malfoy didn't have that idea and stopped Harry. Malfoy said flatly, "Wait, you can't leave now. If you leave, how will Norbert's slap be counted?" Ron gritted his teeth angrily and said bitterly, "What is it? It's just a dragon with rough skin and thick flesh. I can't do anything if I slap it. Why are you so fussy?" Harry also said in a supportive voice, "Yeah, Malfoy, why don't we just forget about this matter? Anyway, we are all classmates. One more thing is worse than one less thing, and we will pretend that nothing happened. Anyway, it's a dragon, not a human. How can you be angry with Ron because of a beast? You are really stingy." With the generous Weasley and the brazen Potter, Malfoy knew that he couldn't make sense with them. "Okay, let's go." After a few seconds of silence, Malfoy turned sideways to let Harry and Ron leave. "These two people obviously don't reason with me, so I don't need to wrong myself." Since the opponent didn't follow the rules first, Malfoy wasn't going to be reasonable. He just hoped that Harry and Ron wouldn't say that they didn't follow the rules. Seeing Malfoy's confession, Ron spat in disdain and said in a low voice, "What a bitch, you bastard." Malfoy's heart was cold, and he stared at Ron and Harry expressionlessly. This is Hagrid's hut. If he and Harry Ron fight, Hagrid and Norbert will definitely be implicated. Therefore, he was going to sneak attack from behind after Harry and Ron went out. As for whether it was too insidious to do so, Malfoy said that it was Harry and Ron who broke the rules first, so don't blame him for being cruel. "I'm so sorry, Draco." Hagrid apologized very much. Ron really went too far this time. Malfoy shook his head and said softly, "It's okay, Hagrid. It's not your fault for making friends carelessly. By the way, I'm a little tired. I'll go back to the lounge to rest first." After speaking, Malfoy patted Norbert on the head and left Hagrid's cabin with a gloomy expression. After waiting for no one around, Malfoy drew out his wand and said coldly, "Oolong came out of the hole." A stream of black smoke came out, and then a 3-meter-long poisonous snake with the thickness of 3 fingers appeared at Malfoy's feet. Since the last time he was instantly killed by a giant monster, Malfoy has worked hard to get out of the hole, and now his little black is not only faster, but also more poisonous. Taking Xiao Hei a few steps forward, Malfoy soon saw Harry and Ron, and, coincidentally, there was no one around. "Go, Blackie, teach them a lesson." Malfoy's eyes were cold, and he was bound to make Harry and Ron pay the price. After Xiao Hei received the order, his poisonous fangs were exposed and merged with the ground, and he quickly crawled towards Ron and Harry. Harry and Ron, 2 arrogant ghosts, never thought that Malfoy would retaliate, and they were not at all prepared. The little black snake quickly approached Harry's ankle, then opened its fangs and took a hard bite at Harry's calf. Harry screamed in pain and fell to the ground. Ron was shocked, pointed at Xiao Hei, and shouted, "Help! A snake has bitten you!" But it never occurred to him that the little black snake that was biting Harry before turned around and bit Ron. A pair of sharp fangs bit Ron's index finger fiercely. Ron also let out a mournful wail, frantically shaking his arms, trying to throw the black snake off. Looking at the miserable Harry and Ron, Malfoy was expressionless and drew out his wand. "Malfoy, did you do something wrong?" Harry glared at Malfoy ferociously. Malfoy said with a sinister smile, "Potter, you can eat feces, but you can't leave farts. Why do you say the snake is mine?" Ron looked at the blackened index finger and the biting black and screamed at Malfoy, "Malfoy, you bastard who wants to die. Come and save me." "Hee hee, With a playful face on Malfoy's face, he said lightly, "Weasley, how do you want me to help you? Are you an idiot? Hurry up and grab the snake's tail, and then he will be able to let go." Ron's voice was extremely sharp, and there was deep hatred. As long as Malfoy pulled the snake's tail, the snake would definitely turn back and bite Malfoy. When the time comes, he and Harry will leave directly, leaving the poisonous snake to Malfoy. "Retarded," Malfoy said with disdain. "Why should I help you? Just because you slapped Noble, because you're ugly, because you're poor?" Harry was not happy anymore, and said loudly, "Malfoy, go help Ron now, or Ron's finger might be bitten off. If Ron is really disabled, then he is the culprit, and you are the murderer." "Moral kidnapping?" Malfoy laughed angrily and said with a smile, "I'm just a passerby. It's none of my business, Potter. Don't bite me." In the Slytherin lounge, Lester was studying how to expand his power during the winter vacation, when he suddenly heard a hurried voice. "Lego, it's not good." Malfoy and Harry Potter fought, and both of them have been arrested by Professor McGonagall. "What's going on?" Lester put down the notepad in his hand and asked, "What happened just now?" Jedi hurriedly told Lester that Malfoy used his own dragon to attack Harry and Ron, and then attacked them with the petrification spell. "But Lego, don't worry. Harry and Ron will inevitably be punished, because Professor Snape said that this is a fight, and both parties must be punished." As expected of Snape's professor, he didn't forget to trick Harry at this time. Lester followed Jedi to the dining room, just in time to see that the hourglasses for Slytherin and Gryffindor's house points were missing a lot. Slytherin is okay. Because of Lester, the teachers gave Slytherin a lot of points in the first grade, so even though a lot of points were deducted, Slytherin still maintained the first place. But Gryffindor was unlucky. There were many troublemakers in it, and now it was deducted so many points, it was already at the bottom. At the entrance of the restaurant, Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape were seriously criticizing Malfoy and Harry. As for Ron, this little guy was gorgeously ignored. Everyone, including Professor McGonagall, believed that Ron was just helping Harry and did not think that the incident was caused by Ron. When Lester arrived, he happened to hear Snape's punishment for the two. "The three of you openly used magic to fight in the campus. Your behavior is very bad. Everyone will be fined for 1 month's confinement." Harry and Ron paled, especially Ron, whose confinement had just ended, and it turned out to be another month. Malfoy didn't care. Anyway, Filch was his own, and he still had a month's confinement on his body, so the lion was not ticklish. As if knowing what Malfoy was thinking, Professor McGonagall added, "This time you will be locked up at Hagrid's place and search the Forbidden Forest for a month." Search the Forbidden Forest? The faces of the three children were pale. The Forbidden Forest, this is not a good place. Not only that, but Lester was also moved. The Forbidden Forest, it seems that the story of Voldemort secretly sucking the unicorn is coming. "Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, hello." Lester greeted politely first. "Professor, I still have 1 month of confinement to be closed. I would like to apply to change the confinement place together. I can also go to Hagrid for detention." Mag frowned. "Lester, don't mess around. Confinement is your punishment, not for you to choose." But Snape was thoughtful. He knew about Filch's affairs, and Lester's going to Filch Place was not for confinement at all, but for vacation. "Minerva, I feel that Lester could go to Hagrid for confinement," Snape explained. "Filch is definitely not willing to punish Lester. I think only Hagrid can make him truly realize mistake." Lester nodded quickly. Unexpectedly, Snape, an old bat, would actually speak for him. Professor McGonagall looked at Lester, then at Snape, and nodded helplessly. "All right, I can take care of these 3 children then." Lester has a good impression on McGonagall, and he is someone who can be trusted. Such a student who can go to the Forbidden Forest with Harry for confinement might be able to take care of Harry at that time. After confirming the confinement place of the 4, Professor Snape and McGonagall left. Harry and Ron walked towards the school hospital in pain. Although Snape undid the snake's venom, he was not so kind in healing the wound. Lester, Harry, and Ron beat Norbert. Malfoy saw Lester coming. As if he had found an organization, he hurriedly told what happened just now, and then looked at Lester expectantly. Lester is an omnipotent existence in his heart now, so he can just find Lester if he has any problems. Naturally, Lester couldn't turn a blind eye to Malfoy's request for help. This was his number one pawn. In this way, after Harry and Ron come out of the school infirmary, you will lead someone to beat them again. Speaking of which, you're also stupid. When you hit someone, remember to wear a sack. One set of sacks. After you beat someone, Potter will have no evidence, even if he sues the teacher. Hearing that, Malfoy seemed to have opened up a new continent and said with a sinister smile, "Okay, Lego, I'll find some 7th grade Slytherins to do it. By the way, there's one more thing you need to do." Lester stopped Malfoy and said calmly, "Neville, the first year of Gryffindor is one of us, and I need you to help him establish his prestige. No matter what method you use, I hope you can make Neville a man of Gryffindor in a short time. Even if he's not very powerful, he must get rid of the trash title on his head, understand?" Malfoy nodded quickly. Lester helped Malfoy so many times, not because he was kind, but because Malfoy was really useful. It's like creating momentum for Neville. You don't need to do it yourself, just let Malfoy do it. If Malfoy can't do it, he will make a move to create momentum for Neville himself. After today's incident, Lester could see that Harry was just a fool who couldn't support the wall with mud, so there was no need for him to waste time with him. Directly train Neville to become the real savior. And when the time comes to gain the support of the general public in the wizarding world, let Harry eat shit at that time. Malfoy listened very well, and basically he did whatever Lester asked him to do. Harry and Ron, the two unlucky children, were beaten again without accident, but the difference was that this time they were both put in sacks from behind. As a result, they didn't know who hit them at all. Although they believed that Malfoy must have done it, they didn't have any evidence, so they swallowed this bad breath. This is not the thing that bothers them the most. The most annoying thing is undoubtedly the confinement at night. To actually go to the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid for an inspection, this simply killed the two little wizards. The two unlucky children dragged their tired bodies and just returned to the Gryffindor lounge when they saw Neville, who was writing furiously. With a bad mouth, Ron sneered habitually. "Neville, you better stop learning it, you kid. You've studied it so hard, and now you can't even cast the levitating charm. You better stop being ashamed of yourself." Neville was one of the few objects that Ron could feel superior to. He was honest, dull, easy to bully, and he was no match for Ron. Listening to Ron's mockery, Neville didn't speak, but gritted his teeth secretly. He knew that most people in Gryffindor looked down on him, but Lester promised himself that he would help him change his impression in Gryffindor. The premise is that he has to study hard, so Neville has no distractions and concentrates on studying. Only Ron was left with an ugly face, thinking that Neville didn't give him face. At night, Lester, Malfoy, Harry, and Ron came to Hagrid's cabin together. Today was their first day of confinement, and it was also the first day of confinement for the first-year Slytherins. But those new students were confined with Filch, and they were confined with Hagrid. "Children, you are finally here." Hagrid was very happy and walked out with an oil lamp. Lester responded with a smile. "Hello, Hagrid." Nodding to Lester, Hagrid said to the four of them, "Although I'm glad to see you here, we still need to complete some tasks. The task is very simple. Just go to the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest to search briefly to see if any magical animals have been injured or if there is any change in the Forbidden Forest." While talking, Hagrid had already led the four of Lester into the edge of the Forbidden Forest, the dense jungle, the branches and leaves covering the sky and the sun, and the darkness where you can't see your fingers. Flashing fluorescent light. Lester took the lead to cast the fluorescent spell. An intense white light appeared from the Dark Lord's staff, lighting up the environment within a 20-meter radius. "Nice fluorescent spell," Hagrid praised. He still needs to rely on the oil lamp in his hand for lighting. It's not because he doesn't know how to cast luminescence, but because he has a problem. His wand was broken by the Ministry of Magic, and he can't use it to cast magic in public. Hagrid explained while leading the way. "You must be careful when patrolling the Forbidden Forest, because the nearest Forbidden Forest is not peaceful. Attention, you only need to patrol the periphery. Don't go deep, otherwise it will be dangerous. Danger? Malfoy couldn't move. Hagrid, what do you mean by danger? Werewolves? Or vampires? Hagrid was amused by the naive Malfoy and laughed. Draco, who told you that there are no such things in the Forbidden Forest? Don't worry, the creatures in the Forbidden Forest are very friendly, but there seems to be a bad guy recently. Lester was non-committal about Hagrid's statement. You, a 3-meter-tall giant, certainly think that the Forbidden Forest is safe. Maybe, in the eyes of magical animals, it's not them who are dangerous, but Hagrid. Okay, that's all right here. Hagrid led the crowd to stop beside a bush, and then said, We now have 5 people in Fangya. Now we can be divided into 2 groups, 3 or 3. Despite Hagrid's reassurance, Malfoy, Harry, and Ron were still extremely hesitant. Lester, let's go with Hagrid together, Malfoy said without hesitation. Harry was not happy. Why, we also have to be in the same group as Hagrid. Hagrid is tall and burly, and he seems to have a sense of security, although the ideal situation is to be with Lester. But who knows if Lester will suddenly attack him and Ron behind his back? Yes. Lester nodded slightly. That Yaya, this peerless, vicious dog, is about to follow us. Wow, woof, woof. Yaya barked in a very face-saving way, with a very brave look. Lester, I have to remind you that although Yaya looks very fierce, he is very timid. Hagrid said worriedly, but I believe that with you here, the safety of Fangya and Malfoy should be guaranteed. Well then, our task this time is to find the injured unicorn. If anyone finds the injured unicorn, then you'll fire green sparks. If anyone encounters danger, you'll fire red sparks. Pay attention, this is a patrol. Safety first, understand. It was pitch black in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid took Harry, Ron, and left from the left with the oil lamp in hand, leaving only Lester, Malfoy, and Fong standing in place. Yeah, can I ride on your body? Malfoy was a little scared, so he subconsciously wanted to find some support. Tooth, Lester said helplessly. Malfoy, don't make a fuss. Riding a dog rots your crotch. Not responding to the cowardly Malfoy, Lester said to Yaya, Yaya, go smell it and see if there's a unicorn smell nearby. In fact, Lester chose Yaya just now, not because he was worried about the safety of Harry and Ron, but mainly because Yaya was timid, but his nose was really good. The unicorn, a magical animal, is always welcome no matter where it is. So Lester especially wants to get a unicorn for his Azkaban. Coincidentally, now I have the opportunity to get in touch with unicorns. Whether I can seize it depends on my performance this month. After receiving the order, Fangya's nose moved quickly, then barked twice at Lester, and quickly ran toward a trail. Come on, Malfoy. Lester greeted him, drew out his wand, and followed quickly. Malfoy saw Lester running away, so he immediately drew out his wand and followed. After a while, Yaya stopped in front of a big rock and kept barking at the rock. Lester walked over, and a sliver of moonlight shone through the gaps in the branches, illuminating the silver-blue blood stains on the stone. Malfoy was very surprised and asked, What is this? Lester said expressionlessly, The unicorn's blood is very fresh. It should have been left half an hour ago. Lester is no stranger to blood. He has killed many people, but he often uses black magic to kill them directly, without blood. Now, however, it was clear that the blood was Voldemort's fault. Yaya, Lester said seriously, can you smell where the injured unicorn went? Wow, woof, woof. Yaya yelled loudly, continuously circling in circles, and then stopped steadily in the west. There's a dense jungle on one side, and the sound of squeaking insects is constantly coming from it. Malfoy was a little scared and whispered, Lester, shouldn't we notify Hagrid now? No, Lester rebuffed straight away. Hagrid said that you only need to call him when you find an injured unicorn or encounter danger. Malfoy, we haven't met anything now, just calling Hagrid like that. Do you want to be laughed at by Harry? Sure enough, as soon as he heard Harry, Malfoy immediately became excited and shook his head quickly. And Lester is the eldest brother, so he can't contradict what the elder brother said. In fact, logically speaking, what Malfoy said was correct, but Lester should call Hagrid over, but he has selfish motives if he can't stand Lester. A unicorn is full of treasures. Blood can give people eternal life. Hair can become the core of a wand, and various parts of the body can be used as materials for making high-end potions. If the injured unicorn is still alive, then Lester will definitely treat him and prepare for the abduction of a unicorn in the future. But if that unicorn dies, then sorry, Lester is human too, and a human being has to eat. Following Fong's footsteps, he walked past a moss-covered tree stump. Lester and Malfoy came to a creek. A trickle fell from the upper reaches of the creek. The difference was that this time there was blood in the stream. The wounded unicorn must be up there. Lester cast a fluorescent spell first, and then walked upstream quickly. Yaya and Malfoy also quickly followed. At this time, under the moonlight, a holy unicorn lay on the hard ground, whining continuously. Blue blood gushed out from his chest, and weak shouts spread throughout a 10-meter radius. It must have been Voldemort who attacked it just now. Lester looked around with his eyes. Fiendfire in his palm was always ready. As soon as Voldemort appeared, he would kill him immediately. It seems that Voldemort's ability to possess himself is still limited, and he needs to suck the blood of unicorns to replenish his energy. Lester held the wand, carefully approached the injured unicorn, and kept his eyes on the wind and grass around him. Malfoy also cast his own special spell, a little black snake that merged with the darkness and walked around them. Fanya is very timid and trembling with fright when he sees blood. If Lester is not here, he might have already run out. The unicorn was seriously injured, and there was a big hole in its abdomen, and blood kept flowing out of it. Not only that, but there are 2 deep blood holes on its neck, which is very reminiscent of a dark creature called a vampire. There was pain and sadness in the unicorn's eyes. Obviously, it also knew that it might die. Lester looked at the dying unicorn. A flash of greed flashed in his eyes. Yaya, go and call Hagrid. Malfoy and I are here to watch over. Fanya was very obedient, and immediately followed Hagrid's scent and went to find Hagrid. After Yaya left, Malfoy looked weird. Obviously, he knew Lester's intentions. Lester, you take Yaya away, what do you want? Malfoy, it's obvious that this unicorn can't be saved. Lester said flatly. If Hagrid finds out, he will definitely bury it. In that case, what about its precious magic materials? This is a unicorn, and its own value alone is worth 10,000 galleons. Malfoy was obviously also shocked by this figure. 10,000 galleons, my god. The creature unicorn is obviously in existence similar to a beast in the magic world, just like the status of a unicorn in the magic world, and the unicorn is not bad at all. In order to gain Cheelant's approval, Grindelwald did not hesitate to fabricate a shocking deception. But now, a unicorn equivalent to Cheelant is placed in front of his eyes, and it is hard for Lester not to be moved. But if Hagrid comes over, but the unicorn disappears, what should we do? Yaya is very smart. Malfoy was still very worried, and he didn't want to ruin his relationship with Hagrid. Lester affirmed, "It's okay, there are a group of big spiders in the Forbidden Forest that have no taboos, and you can definitely blame them on them." Now that Lester has said so, what else can Malfoy do but agree? Seeing that Malfoy agreed, and Fong also ran away, Lester's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he aimed his wand at the unicorn's head. The unicorn also seemed to be aware of its own fate and let out a tragic whine. Lester turned a blind eye and stuck his wand firmly into the unicorn's head, chanting a killing curse, Avada Choose. Green light was about to shoot out from the wand, and the unicorn's eyes were full of despair. At this moment, a sharp piercing sound suddenly came out. Lester only felt a chill on his back. Someone sneaked up. There was anger in Lester's eyes, and a purple Fiendfire barrier instantly appeared behind him. The sharp sword hit the fierce fire barrier, and as soon as it touched, the arrow turned into molten iron, and then the molten iron turned into air. It all happened so quickly that Malfoy had no idea what was going on. All he knew was that his eldest brother was attacked by someone, and then a cloud of fire suddenly appeared behind him, blocking the attack. Lester ignored the dumbfounded Malfoy and Lester had murderous intent in his eyes. He already knew who attacked him just now. It must be the group of horsemen living in the Forbidden Forest. The group of centaurs must have seen that they were going to kill the unicorn, so they stopped themselves. In the Forbidden Forest, there are not only all kinds of magical creatures, but also a group of intelligent centaurs. But unlike other intelligent magical creatures, the centaurs are very hostile to wizards, and they're even unwilling to have a relationship with the Wizarding Society. Yelong's arrogant horse people always think that they're the darling of nature, and wizards are just stupid monkeys. But in fact, unlike wizards who have mastered wands and magic, the horse people are very backward, and their weapons are even ancient weapons such as bows and arrows. In the jungle, dozens of centaur looked at Lester angrily, because just now, the little wizard Lester wanted to kill the sacred unicorn. A centaur named Bane was usually the most hostile to humans. Now that Lester dared to kill the unicorn, he was naturally very angry and subconsciously shot a bow and arrow at Lester. But he never thought that because of his impulsiveness, he not only brought disaster to the centaur tribe in the Forbidden Forest, but also made the centaurs and the entire British magic world suffer. Bane, are you crazy? The centaur Fezzelin, one of the few centaur tribes who can clearly see the situation in the magic world. Bane was indignant. It's not just a wizard. We centaurs are much nobler than wizards. And he wanted to hurt the unicorn just now. I just wanted to stop him. Fezzelin was going crazy. Are wizards easy to provoke? The problem is, Bane's remarks actually got the support of most of the centaurs. Obviously, most of the centaurs are just like Bane, hostile to wizards. Fezzelin was ready to rush out to rescue Lester, until he saw Fiendfire suddenly appearing behind Lester, blocking the life-threatening arrow. Fezzelin let go in one breath. Bane, stop messing around. We must have misunderstood. They are wizard from Hogwarts. We should have a good talk with them. Bane was very reluctant, but he still followed out. The other centaurs also came out of the jungle and surrounded Lester and Malfoy. More than 20 centaurs, all holding bows and arrows, surrounded Lester and Malfoy. Bane took the lead and shouted, "Wizard, you actually wanted to hurt the sacred unicorn just now? You really deserve to die." The other centaurs also echoed, staring at Lester and Malfoy with hostile eyes. Lester's face was expressionless, with a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. Malfoy. According to the laws of the Ministry of Magic, if there is a non-wizard magical race attacking a wizard, there should be some punishment. Malfoy was taken aback when he heard the words, and subconsciously replied, "Wizards have unlimited counterattack power, can use any spell to protect their own safety, and have the right to execute the magical creature that attacks the wizard." Malfoy's voice was not loud, but everyone present could hear it clearly. Many centaurs immediately changed their countenances and even bent their bows and arrows in such a temper, wishing to shoot Malfoy, the foul-mouthed little wizard, to death. Although Fezzelin is very close to the wizard, he is still a centaur after all, and his ass is also sitting on the side of the centaur. Little pony, Fezzelin was unhappy. This is the Forbidden Forest, and the laws of the Ministry of Magic cannot restrain us. Now, get out of here quickly, even if you are small ponies. If you insult our centaur tribe again and again, we will not show mercy. Catrix, pay attention to your attitude. You are just a group of magical animals. What right do you have to talk to us wizards like that? Lester reprimanded mercilessly. I don't care what you lowly magic races think. Quickly hand over the one who attacked me just now, or your centaur tribe will be liquidated by the Ministry of Magic. Hearing this, all the horsemen were going to die of anger, staring at Lester, wishing they could swallow him alive. The most aggressive Bane even drew out a sharp arrow again, put it on the strong bow, and wanted to shoot Lester, the guy who uttered wild words, with one arrow. Fezzelin's expression changed, and he hurriedly stopped him. "Bane, don't be impulsive. Just kidding, this is a wizard." The wizards only saw each other killing each other. Even if they played out their brains, the Ministry of Magic didn't bother to care about any major incidents. But if a magical race dares to murder a wizard, it is a felony to exterminate the race. Bane is stupid. but the other centaurs are not. They immediately surrounded Bane, for fear that he would bring down the entire centaur tribe. "You, why do you help those two beasts?" Bane was not angry and vented loudly. "We centaurs are no worse than wizards. Why should we be afraid of them?" The other older centaurs had ugly faces and did not speak. Bane is a centaur of the younger generation. He lived in the Forbidden Forest since he was a child and was well protected by them, so he doesn't know the situation in the magic world. But these older centaurs are very aware of the situation of the centaurs in the magic world. Seeing that Bane was under control, Faisalin breathed a sigh of relief and said to Lester again, "Little pony, we have no malicious intentions. Bane attacked you only because he saw you going to hurt the unicorn. So, I hurt the unicorn." Lester sneered. "You bastards, which I saw that I was going to hurt it. I clearly wanted to save it. It was all because of you that led to the unicorn the death of the horned beast. And you dare to attack me. This is an attack on a wizard. You centaur tribes are so brave." Lester was not a good person in the first place. He was almost killed by someone just now, and now he was extremely angry, so naturally he couldn't let it go. Besides, Lester didn't have a good impression of the arrogant and arrogant race of the centaurs, and only a great saint like Hagrid was willing to get used to their stinky problems. There was an older centaur who finally couldn't take it anymore and stood up. "Little pony, you are going too far. We have already told you that Bane just misunderstood. Now, the misunderstanding has been resolved, and we have forgiven you. Now, this is our territory. You're not welcome. Get out." The elder centaur was very prestigious. As soon as he uttered his voice, other centaurs cheered and told Lester to get out of the Forbidden Forest. Lester sneered this group of centaurs. If he hadn't been protected by Fiendfire, his life would have been lost. Tell yourself to get out with just one word now, and really think that you're easy to bully. Lester narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at the older centaur. After a long time, he said softly, "Okay, let's leave now." Seeing that Lester was willing to leave, the older centaur breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the two little human wizards had given in. The other centaurs were also full of arrogance, constantly insulting Lester and Malfoy, and all kinds of swear words emerged one after another. At this moment, Lester, who was retracting his wand, swung the wand in his hand, aimed at the old centaur, and shouted, "Awada eats a big melon." The situation changed so quickly that it was beyond everyone's imagination. Even Malfoy didn't expect that Lester would make a bold move, and the move was a killing curse. Damn it! Faisalin looked at the lightning-like killing curse. His eyes were about to burst, and he desperately wanted to stop it. And Bane also screamed, "Father, be careful." It's a pity that the older centaur thought that Lester had given up and didn't take him seriously at all, and didn't expect Lester to attack suddenly. The 3-level killing curse, plus the bonus of 3 Doran's rings, is simply not something the centaur can stop. In the blink of an eye, the old centaur lost his life and fell straight to the ground. "Damn you, you murderer!" Bane was furious, and he drew his bow, an arrow, and shot at Lester. The angry arrow would definitely make Lester pay the price. Lester smiled disdainfully, waved his small hand, and 2 Fiendfire barriers appeared directly beside him and Malfoy, easily blocking the arrow of anger. A group of horsemen with bows and arrows, living a primitive life, dare to threaten themselves. It is really an old birthday, Star hanged himself. Looking at Bane, who wished to tear himself alive, Lester's wand glowed green, and he was about to cast the Kedavin curse to end its life. At this moment, Lester's ears moved slightly in the distance, and several hurried footsteps suddenly came from a distance. Hagrid! Lester's expression changed, knowing that he might not be able to kill this group of centaur today. Hearing the approaching footsteps, the magic wand in Lester's hand suddenly emitted a dazzling light, fluorescence flashes. All the powerful magic power in the body was infused into this most basic life spell, and the dazzling glare turned night into day. Everyone present closed their eyes, and Lester also had a cold face, pointing his finger lightly. The body of the dead old horseman started to ignite spontaneously, and after a few seconds, it turned into a ball of gas, and there was no trace of his existence in the world. After a while, Hagrid rushed over with Harry and Ron and saw a group of centaur surrounding Lester and Malfoy. Hagrid was shocked and hurriedly protected Lester and Malfoy and said loudly, "What are you doing? Why are you surrounding the little wizards at Hogwarts?" Seeing this, Lester hurried to Hagrid's side with fear on his face. "Hagrid, these centaurs wronged me, saying that I would kill the unicorn, and they shot me with bows and arrows." Malfoy was taken aback for a moment, then quickly showed a look of fear and added, "These centaurs are simply crazy. They almost shot Lester to death just now. Hagrid hastily protected Lester and Malfoy, and at the same time asked with an ugly face, "Faislin, these are still 2 children. Why are you so bad? You want to kill 2 children?" Fizzlin was going to die of anger. Lester had just killed the most prestigious centaur in their tribe, and now he was going to frame them. "Hagrid, get out!" Faislin took out his bow and arrow, aimed at Hagrid, and said unceremoniously, "You are my friend. I don't want to make things difficult for you, but these 2 little wizards killed Korma. They must pay the price." Hagrid also took out his pink umbrella without any fear. "Fizzerin, what nonsense are you talking about? They're just 2 little first-year wizards. How could they kill Korma?" "Hagrid, what Fizzerin said is right," Bane the centaur said with bloodshot eyes. "It's him, this little wizard who uses black magic, who killed my son with your wizard's killing curse. Father, and even used my father's body to disappear." Originally, the centaur dispatched a large number of light and strong men to investigate the injury of the unicorn, led by Bane's father. Unexpectedly, just because of a few quarrels, the little human wizard killed his father directly. Lester hid behind Hagrid and shouted, "Hagrid, don't believe the lies of these centaurs. They're just a bunch of animals with immature intelligence." Malfoy also hid behind Hagrid and said in a helpful voice, "That's right, my father told me that centaurs are a group of stupid creatures. They have no ability to think at all. Looking at it now, it's true. In order to kill me and Lester and destroy the corpses, they can even make up a lie about us killing the centaur." Hagrid heard something wrong and frowned. He really wanted to know why the centaurs insisted on holding on to Lester and Malfoy. But now that the sword is on the verge, and there are 4 children behind him, the questions in his heart can only be discussed after it is safe. At this time, on the side of the centaur, Faislin also regained his rationality after a brief anger. "Hagrid, we're just investigating the recent unicorn injury," Faislin said. "As a result, just now we saw that little wizard was about to use the death curse to kill the injured unicorn." Hagrid was shocked all over, and following Fezrin's eyes, he saw the unicorn that had been exhaling more and breathing less. Hagrid hesitated and looked back at Lester, wanting him to give an explanation. Lester was naturally unceremonious, pointing at Fizzerin and scolding, "You 4-legged bastard, you don't use your brain when you make up lies. How could I, a little wizard in the 1st grade, use the unforgivable curse? Hagrid, don't forget, just now they even said that I killed their companion, and then secretly crushed the body to ashes. I think the horse people are afraid that things will be exposed, so they framed themselves. All the centaurs who were put in the shit basin by Ming Wong were red-eyed, wishing they could swallow Lester alive." Lester looked excited. "It's because Malfoy and I witnessed this group of 4-legged animals hunting unicorns, so they were afraid that things would be exposed, so they prepared to kill them. You fart." The bad-tempered Bane was about to die of rage. Lester bit one animal at a time. It was as if a sharp knife pierced his heart fiercely. The most important thing is that Lester, who killed his father and enemy, actually framed them in front of his face. Seeing the agitated and dangerous Bane, Hagrid pointed his wand at it without hesitation. Hagrid believed in Lester and Malfoy more than this group of chattering centaurs. Of course, there was another very important reason. That is, what the centaur said was too false. Even Hagrid, who was so clever, could hardly believe it. A young wizard in the 1st grade killed an adult centaur with the killing curse, and then forced him to dispose of the corpse. It was impossible to treat Hagrid as a fool. "Faislin, if there is any misunderstanding, You can go to Headmaster Dumbledore. Hagrid frowned and said loudly, "Now, I'm going to bring these two little wizards back to Hogwarts. I hope you don't stop me." Killing the respected Kalma of their own tribe, and now they want to let the murderer escape from justice. The horse people are almost going to explode. The centaur Bane even drew out a sharp arrow, fully drew the bowstring, and shot towards Lester. "Be careful." Hagrid was shocked. He never expected that Bane would actually try to kill Lester in front of him. With a chill on his face, Lester drew out his wand. "Disarm you." This is the territory of Hogwarts, and Hagrid is still around. He doesn't want to expose his knowledge of black magic. The red disarming curse directly blasted the sharp arrow into powder, and then the trend continued unabated, quickly attacking Bane. Boom! With a loud noise, the bow and arrow in Bane's hand flew towards Lester. At the same time, Bane was knocked out on the spot and fell hard to the ground. Seeing that Bane was beaten, and the rest of the centaurs bowed their bows and set their arrows, Hagrid quickly cast the iron armor curse. When the scene was about to explode, Lester, who had been aggrieved before, directly pulled out his wand and pointed it in the direction of the centaur. The flames are raging. Boom! A mass of fire shot out from the Dark Lord's staff and quickly attacked the horsemen. The Forbidden Forest was originally full of trees, and the ground was covered with fallen leaves. These were all flame retardants. Like a powder keg about to explode, as soon as the fireball hit the ground, it immediately formed a sea of flames. "Hagrid, run!" Lester took the opportunity to grab Hagrid's arm with one hand and Malfoy with the other, and ran out suddenly. Harry and Ron, who had been stunned for a long time, also hurriedly followed. As for Fanya, the vicious dog ran away and disappeared when the flames just came out. While running, Hagrid looked at the Forbidden Forest that had become a sea of flames and said anxiously, "Lester, why did you set fire to it? This is the Forbidden Forest." "Hagrid, are you stupid?" Lester said directly. "Malfoy and I have witnessed the centaur's murderous behavior, and they will definitely not let us go. If I don't set the fire, the 5 of us will die by then. By the way, there is still Fanya." Regarding Lester's words, even Ron, who was most unhappy with Lester, rarely did not refute. "Hagrid, what Lester said is right. The centaur must have wanted to kill people just now, and we don't know how we will die by then." Ron was more afraid of the bows and arrows of the centaur than Lester, who had beaten him, especially when the group of centaur were about to peel off his eyes. He was terrified. Hagrid sighed when he heard the words, "Indeed, Lester did the right thing. If this fire was not set off, the 5 of them and Yaya might not be able to get out of this Forbidden Forest." Seeing Hagrid's sad face, Lester looked displeased. "Hagrid, I'm doing this for the sake of all of us. This is the only way we can save our lives." Hagrid was speechless. To be honest, he didn't blame Lester. He just felt sorry for the innocent magical animals in the Forbidden Forest. As if seeing Hagrid's thoughts, Lestwyn said, "When we go back, I will immediately write to the Ministry of Magic, asking them to come to the Forbidden Forest to put out the fire and save the injured magical animals. Don't worry, the Forbidden Forest is so big. As long as this small fire is extinguished in time, it will not cause any risk." At this time, the entire Forbidden Forest was in chaos because of a fire in Lester. How could the horsemen have time to take care of Lester and the others? They were all in a hurry to put out the fire. The wizards in Hogwarts know magic, and they certainly don't have to be afraid of fire, but the Centaur tribe lives in the Forbidden Forest. They are light and strong and can run out of the Forbidden Forest, but the old, weak, sick, and disabled in the tribe can't escape. "Wizard, I must kill you." Bane's eyes were full of anger. His horse's face was scorched black, but the killing intent was real. Fazaluin's eyes were also angry, and he kept muttering in his mouth. The killing star came to the world. They will definitely suffer retribution, and they will definitely die badly. No matter how angry the horse people are, putting out the fire is the big deal. At this time, not only the centaurs were mobilized, but almost all the animals in the Forbidden Forest were mobilized, and even the emotionless Acromantula came out in full force, using their bodies to extinguish the flames. For a moment, the entire Forbidden Forest was in chaos, and Lester, who was running, kept beeping. Ding! Get the fear value of the centaur plus 40. Ding! Acquire the fear value of Acromantula plus 10. Ding! Get the fear value of the poisonous horned beast plus 20. Just after taking out the Forbidden Forest, Lester snapped his fingers and called his house elf, Kaka. Kaka! Hurry to the Ministry of Magic now. The centaur has gone crazy and is going to attack the wizard, and even caused a big fire in the Forbidden Forest. After Kaka left, Lester bent over and panted heavily, and Malfoy, Harry, and Ron were also very tired. Hagrid looked at the smoke from the Forbidden Forest and was very sad. You four go back to the castle by yourself in a while. I'm going to find Professor Dumbledore. After speaking, Hagrid hurriedly ran towards the castle. Hagrid knew all too well what the people in the Ministry of Magic were like, but even if the Forbidden Forest was burned down, this group of drunks and riches might not be able to catch up. By the time they go to fight the fire, the daylilies will probably be cold, and the Forbidden Forest will be bald long ago. However, this time Hagrid underestimated the power of the Ministry of Magic. If Hagrid, a half-blood giant, was looking for an Auror, he might wait a day, but he might not even see an Auror. But this time it was Lester who reported the Auror, so the treatment was naturally different. Lester said he wanted Kaka to go to the Ministry of Magic, but in fact, Kaka had already arrived in Azkaban as soon as Hagrid left. A moment later, a team of more than 30 Aurors with ruffian faces and full of evil spirits, wearing formal Auror uniforms, set off from Azkaban with arrogance. After the young Hogwarts wizard, Mr. Lester Bader's report, the Centaur tribe in the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts dared to attack the wizard and set fire to the Forbidden Forest viciously. Holding a wand, Hafiz was we must enforce the law impartially. The Forbidden Forest is the property of Hogwarts, and these centaurs dare to infringe upon the interests of wizards. It is an unforgivable crime. From now on, this arrest operation will lift the Auror's restrictions on casting spells, and all Aurors who are present can use any spell to arrest the horseman. If you encounter resisting arrest, the attendant's Auror can fight back in self-defense according to the actual situation. Now let's go Hogwarts Forbidden Forest. The goal, arrest all the Centaur tribe. After finishing speaking, all the Aurors with evil spirits pulled out their wands, followed Hafiz's footsteps, and walked into the fireplace leading to Hogwarts. At this time, it was late at night, except for a few naughty night owls. There was almost no living person. Hagrid had just run in a Hogwarts castle with heavy steps, and met the castle warden, Filch, head-on. Filch stopped Hagrid with a sharp voice. It's midnight, please don't make noise in the castle. Hagrid had always been unhappy seeing Filch, but now that something happened in the Forbidden Forest, he felt very uncomfortable. Filch, you stinky squib, get out of the way. I need to talk to Professor Dumbledore for something important. Who do you call a squib? Filch looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. His hair stood on end. He pulled out his wand, and Filch said coldly, Hagrid, I'm not a squib, so please apologize to me. Filch, put away your toys. Hagrid looked disdainful. Although he can't have a wand, he can use it secretly. It's better than this squib who has a wand but can't use it. I don't know. How many times? Hagrid said unkindly, Filch, get out of the way. I really have something important to tell Dumbledore. Lester and the others had an accident in the Forbidden Forest. What? Filch was shocked. Lester and Malfoy were his benefactors, and now Filch panicked. Hagrid, I hope you don't lie to me. Filch stared at Hagrid, trying to find his flaws. But Hagrid looked calm and did not look like he was lying at all. Seeing this, Filch panicked and gave way to Hagrid. Hagrid was about to run over when he saw this, when he heard neat footsteps coming from the restaurant. Then, a group of Aurors wearing black trench coats, led by Hafiz, appeared in front of Hagrid. Hafiz walked in front of Hagrid with steady steps and said seriously, Sir, are you a professor at Hogwarts? We have received a report that the Centaur tribe in the Forbidden Forest suddenly attacked the little wizard and attempt to set fire to the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid was overjoyed When did the Auror's attendance rate become so fast? Yes, sir. I am the keykeeper of Hogwarts. Hagrid was so excited that he even forgot about finding Dumbledore for a moment. From a rough look, there were more than 30 Aurors here this time, and it was very scary. Although Hagrid always felt that there was something wrong with this group of Aurors, instead of being upright like Aurors in temperament, there were some sinister and ruthless dark wizards on the contrary. Even wearing an Auror uniform, it looks like a dark wizard is undercover in an Auror team. What am I thinking? Hagrid shook his head, put this unrealistic thought behind him, and quickly told Hafiz what happened in the Forbidden Forest. After speaking, Hagrid looked at Hafiz expectantly. Officer Hafiz, if the fire in the Forbidden Forest is not stopped in time, it will definitely spread to the entire Forbidden Forest. Let's go to fight the fire now. Hagrid was very anxious. When he thought of those cute animals in the Forbidden Forest being burned to death, Hagrid was very anxious. After hearing Hagrid's words, Hafiz frowned, and Hagrid felt a thump for no reason when he saw this. In fact, Auror, a violent organization, has a bad reputation in the magic world, even though the textbooks say to find Auror for anything. But his family knew his own affairs, and Hagrid knew what the Aurors were like. Sir Hafiz, there are many unicorn feathers in my hut. In order to save the cuties in the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid drank it. Unexpectedly, Hafiz put on a serious face and reprimanded, "What do you think of me? We Aurors don't charge for it. The words just now are just your one-sided words. In order to prevent you from lying to me, I must take this gentleman with me." As he spoke, Hafiz looked up at Filch. "Sir, do you have any objections?" Facing the black Aurors, Filch dared to have any objections, and quickly said, "Sir, I am willing. I am willing to go with you. Actually, Hagrid is a messy guy, and I don't really believe his words." Hagrid gave Filch a hard look, but he still didn't dare to say much under Hafiz's nose. On the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, looking at the Forbidden Forest that was already surrounded by flames, Lester did not speak. He has already ordered Hafez to bring people into Hogwarts, and all he needs to do is to eliminate all the witnesses. Then Lester is still a good student at Hogwarts. Not only that, there are so many magical animals in the Forbidden Forest, and the rescue was not timely, and a few precious animals were accidentally killed, so it cannot be blamed on the Aurors. Soon, on the way back to the castle, they met a large group of people led by Hafiz. With them came Hagrid and Filch, both leading the way for Hafiz. Seeing Lester from a distance, Hafiz's eyes moved slightly, and he said loudly, "There are 4 little wizards over there. Let's go and see what's going on." The prisoners disguised as Aurors behind them also looked strange, and quickly surrounded them with eager smiles. "Hello, classmate. Is it convenient for us to ask you about the situation in the Forbidden Forest?" Hafiz squatted half down and asked Lester with a smile on his face without any airs. Lester pretended not to know Hafiz and said quickly, "Sir, are you Aurors? Great, go to the Forbidden Forest to fight the fire, or the entire Forbidden Forest will be destroyed by those damned centaurs." For a ceremony, they actually wanted to use unicorn blood to sacrifice a terrible monster. After being smashed by Malfoy and me, they even wanted to kill people to silence them. Saying that, Lester turned his head and blinked at Malfoy. Malfoy understood and said, "Yes, sir. Mine is the heir of the Malfoy family, Draco Malfoy. I can help Lester testify." A terrifying, blood-sucking monster. Hafiz looked solemnly at Lester. Lester nodded calmly, and secretly told Hafiz that there really was a blood-sucking monster here. Hafiz knew that there was indeed a blood-sucking monster in the Forbidden Forest, but it probably wasn't the cause of the incident. It was just the object of Lester's blame. As for those horsemen, they must have been offended by their stupid behavior, which is why Lester held such grudges. Hagrid, who was standing behind Hafez, was a little unhappy when Hafez asked Lester, thinking that Hafez's cautious approach wasted the rescue time. It's really a second late now, and there may be an unlucky magical animal burned to death in the Forbidden Forest. But when Hagrid heard that there was a blood-sucking monster in the Forbidden Forest, he froze in place. "Lester, is what you said true?" How could the centaur cooperate with a blood-sucking monster? They are loyal supporters of nature. Lester nodded seriously and said seriously, Hagrid, I didn't care to talk too much in the Forbidden Forest before, but now that the Aurors are here, we are already safe, so I have to tell the truth. The group of centaurs did not hesitate to risk the price of being an enemy of Hogwarts, but also slandered me and Malfoy for wanting to kill the unicorn, because we were unlucky enough to break their ceremony, so they wanted to kill them. Duh. Hagrid was speechless. He never expected that the centaur tribe, who had been extremely friendly to him before, would secretly enshrine the evil vampire monster. There was Lester on one side and the centaurs on the other. If Hagrid thought there was a misunderstanding before, now Hagrid was sure that something went wrong with the centaurs. Okay, we all know. Hafiz's eyes were full of admiration when he saw Lester easily handle Hagrid. If you have any misunderstandings before, you can wait until this matter is over and say, now, we have to rush to the Forbidden Forest to rescue. Hafiz said straightly, Student, would you like to go to the Forbidden Forest with us so that we can easily identify the evil, blood-sucking monster enshrined by the centaur? Of course. Lester nodded without hesitation. Just like that, another Azkaban prisoner got mixed into the firefighting team, and he was also the strongest one in the entire Azkaban. When he got to the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, Hafiz looked solemn. Looking at the dense smoke in the Forbidden Forest, he felt very headache on the surface. Now everyone, a team of 3, go to the Forbidden Forest to put out the fire. If an injured magical animal is found, it needs to be treated urgently. If you find a centaur who has fallen into darkness, you are allowed to kill him. Hearing Hafiz's crisp order, Hagrid opened his mouth. Sir, is the order to kill the centaur a bit hasty? We haven't confirmed their relationship with that monster. Maybe we can find some horsemen, and then face to face, maybe the misunderstanding can be cleared up. Until now, Hagrid believed that the centaur tribe would not do such a stupid thing as raising monsters. Hafiz frowned and said coldly, Aurors are handling the case. Don't interfere with irrelevant personnel. If you don't believe in our capabilities, you can go figure this out yourself now. Really, you Hogwarts people are causing trouble. We Aurors can wipe your ass, but please don't point fingers. Hafiz's words were blunt, and Hagrid blushed so much. Before, he saw that Hafiz was kind and thought he was easy to talk, so he wanted to defend the horse people. Unexpectedly, this Hafiz actually reprimanded him a few words. Sorry, sir. Hagrid is just in a hurry. Lester smiled apologetically at Hafiz, and then immediately stopped Hagrid, who was still talking. Seeing Lester smile, Hafiz almost peed. The last time Lester smiled at someone like this, the grass on that person's grave was already 3 meters high. Hagrid, who was being held by Lester, was very dissatisfied and said, Lester, why did you stop me? Even if some people in the centaur tribe did something wrong, there are still many old and weak women and children in their tribe is innocent. Lester, as expected of Dumbledore's confidant, Hagrid, a giant, is actually a great virgin. Hagrid, I know, but those Aurors won't listen to you. Lester said seriously, they have always been very dissatisfied with Dumbledore's management. It's because of Malfoy that he can come here so quickly and is willing to help us put out the fire. So, don't provoke them, or the other magical animals in the Forbidden Forest will suffer even worse. Hagrid still thought it was wrong, but he didn't refute Lester's words. Okay, Hagrid said softly, then I must also enter the Forbidden Forest to save those poor cuties. After speaking, Hagrid found Hafiz and asked to enter the Forbidden Forest. Hafiz glanced at Lester secretly, and Lester nodded. Now Hagrid was so preoccupied with Fantastic Beasts that he actually forgot to go to Dumbledore. Although Hagrid's participation in the rescue will definitely cause some inconvenience, but it can delay Dumbledore's arrival, and Lester thinks it is worth it. Mr. Hagrid, you are not an employee of our Ministry of Magic. According to the rules, you are not qualified to participate in this rescue. Hafiz said rightly. But since the situation is urgent, you can participate in the firefighting, but there is a premise that you are not allowed to interfere with our Aurors law enforcement process. Hagrid nodded quickly. Okay, sir, I will definitely not hold you back. Hafiz nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand and started to act. The prisoners of Azkaban immediately turned into a fighting unit of 3 and began to enter the Forbidden Forest. Clear springs are like water. In an instant, countless springs gushed out from the magic wands of the Aurors, and in an instant, the fire outside the Forbidden Forest was brought under control. This group of Aurors are powerful and well-trained, and a mere flame can't last a few seconds in their hands. Hagrid was overjoyed, thinking that the Forbidden Forest was saved, and at this time, the prisoners of Azkaban also started the real action under Lester's signal. As soon as a safe area was cleared, Lester came to Hafiz's side. "Hafez, that big fool is my friend. You are not allowed to hurt him. Your task this time is very simple. That is to kill the horsemen in the Forbidden Forest as much as possible. They witnessed me using the killing curse. Not only that, but there is also a blood-sucking monster in the Forbidden Forest. He is very dangerous. If you find him, just send a signal and kill him at all costs." Hafiz nodded solemnly, then began to gather his subordinates and formally issued orders. A few seconds later, all the Aurors waved their wands with grinning faces, cast a fireproof spell on themselves, and walked into the Forbidden Forest directly facing the flames. This scene stunned Hagrid. "Sir, what are you doing here?" Hafiz explained blankly. "There are many precious magical animals in the Forbidden Forest, and they need to go in for emergency rescue. And the centaurs who keep evil creatures also need to be arrested." Hagrid nodded, half understanding. At this time, in the Forbidden Forest, countless magical animals gave up their old hatred and threw themselves into the firefighting. Especially the centaur tribe. They all mobilized, frantically trying to put out the fire. During the fire, the horse people kept taking water from the stream next to the tribe and then poured it into the fire. Wizards, all those damn wizards. Bane's eyes were full of anger, and he didn't realize that it was all because of his impulse. The patriarch of the horse tribe also joined the firefighting and was directing the tribe to move. Beside the patriarch is the youngest and wisest centaur in the centaur tribe, Faizaluin. The patriarch listened to Faizaluin's narration tremblingly, and his face was even more ugly and regretful. "You mean, Bane wanted to attack the little wizard with a bow and arrow, so the wizards released this big fire." "Yes, patriarch. Not only that, but the group of young wizards also said that they want to seek justice from the Ministry of Magic." The patriarch's face was extremely ugly, and he said hoarsely, "Then the group of little wizards caught it now?" "No." Fizzarin shook his head and said, "They ran out of the Forbidden Forest because Hagrid was there, so we didn't do anything." Madness. The centaur patriarch really wanted to kill this group of trash descendants now, and dared to attack human wizards. Not only that, but also sent them back. This is letting the tiger go back to the mountain. Fizzarin, you are a wise man in the tribe. You are in charge of putting out the fire now. I will go find Dumbledore. The centaur patriarch's face was turning green, and he didn't even have time to control the fire, so he hurriedly went to Dumbledore to intercede. Faizaluin didn't understand, and was puzzled. "Patriarch, isn't it the Ministry of Magic? We centaurs can understand the astrology and predict the future. Why are we so afraid of wizards?" Although Faizaluin is very smart, he really can't understand why his own group is so afraid of human wizards. It's not that no human wizards have been to the Forbidden Forest these years. He feels that although the abilities of these wizards are very strange, there is no need to be so afraid. Seeing that even Faizaluin, the smartest in the clan, couldn't understand, the old centaur patriarch sighed, a little helpless. "Ever since I accepted Dumbledore's protection, this new generation of centaurs has been protected so well that they don't even know the horror of the Ministry of Magic. For wizards, the Ministry of Magic is at most exploiting them, and they can even scold officials of the Ministry of Magic when they are dissatisfied. But for magical creatures like them, the Ministry of Magic is synonymous with death. As long as the Ministry of Magic takes action, no magical creature can survive. Hey, anyway, don't have conflicts with human wizards in the future." The old centaur patriarch sighed and ran towards Hogwarts along the path that was not yet on fire. Fezzelin couldn't understand, but still took over the command and directed the horsemen to put out the fire. Although there are many igniters in the Forbidden Forest, this is the magic world after all, and what Lester fired was not Fiendfire. After half an hour of fighting, the flames deep in the Forbidden Forest were finally brought under control. The horsemen also got a short rest. Just as they were leaning on the tree and recovering their strength feebly, a few footsteps suddenly came from the Forbidden Forest. The centaur Bane was the first to become alert. He dragged his tired body and looked up, only to see 3 wizards in brown windbreakers striding towards them. "Come on, there's a wizard here." Bane was very alert and immediately yelled. At the same time, the sorcerer also had a cold look on his face and fired a red spell into the sky, illuminating the entire night sky. When they heard that a wizard was coming, the horsemen gritted their teeth with hatred, and even the pony, which was less than 5 feet tall, stared at Songbiao and the others fiercely. Fezzelin stopped the 3 of Songbiao with his horse's hooves and said coldly, "Wizard, get out of here. You are not welcome here." "Yes, hurry and get us out of the Forbidden Forest, you arsonists. Drive them out. They're nature's scum." The crowd in the Centaur tribe was excited, and all the young Centaur gathered around them, angrily yelling at the 3 of Songbiao. However, inside the tribe, many old horsemen showed fear immediately after seeing the conspicuous aura costumes of the 3 of Songbiao. The little pony beside him was puzzled. "Grandma, what are you afraid of? There are only 3 of them, and they are so short." The old horseman was frightened and whispered, "Son, don't talk. If the situation is wrong, remember, run east and find Dumbledore." The ponies were puzzled, but nodded, looking at the menacing horseman in front of him. Songbiao smiled disdainfully, and the 2 prisoners behind him also showed disdain. "Humans, get the hell out of here." Bane was furious, looking like he was about to peel Songbiao alive. Songbiao looked at Bane expressionlessly and said lightly, "Senma, calm down. We're the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic." As soon as the words fell, the 3 of Songbiao couldn't help laughing. That's right, when will these scumbags be able to pretend to be Aurors? But these laughter, in the eyes of the young horsemen, were mocking them. "Presumptuous, we are centaurs, noble centaurs, not centaurs." The centaurs were very angry, thinking that Songbiao was insulting them. "Apologize, wizard. Quickly apologize to us." "Apologize?" Songbiao smiled disdainfully, raised his hand to look at the tactical watch, and saw that there were already more than 30 small red dots on it, all around him, and vaguely surrounded the centaur tribe. Songbiao was not in a hurried start, but instead asked his subordinates to take out the recording equipment and started filming in a fair manner. This scene of ignoring the horse people almost made those young horse people half dead. "People and horses, students from Hogwarts have reported that you maliciously worship evil gods and try to murder wizards." Songbiao's face was serious, and he acted impartially. "Now, please hand over the murderer immediately, and our Auror office will investigate. If you refuse to cooperate, then we will regard your tribe as treason, and we will forcibly arrest the murderer." Bane was so angry that he was about to curse when he saw a death curse coming towards him. Awada eats a big melon. With killing intent on his face, Songbiao came up with a vicious killing curse, rushing towards Bane swiftly. At the same time, dozens of apparition sounds came from the grass, and more than 30 Aurors in brown trench coats all appeared inside the centaur tribe. And with grinning grins, they wantonly used the death curse and slaughtered crazily. Just taking pictures was just to deal with the public. Now that the shooting is over, the massacre can begin. "Your mother." Bane looked at the death curse. His face turned green with fright, and he rolled a donkey to the right, barely avoiding it. But the horseman companion behind him suffered a disaster and died directly under Songbiao's death curse. It was the first time for the other centaurs to witness the death of their clansmen, and they all froze in place for a moment. Many horsemen who were filled with righteous indignation before were so frightened that their legs trembled and they almost peed in fear. But Songbiao and the others showed no mercy. Facing these immovable live targets, they frantically harvested the lives of the horsemen like a lawn mower. Finally, some centaur regained consciousness, let out a loud cry, and fled frantically. And Song Biao and others were not in a hurry, like a cat playing with a mouse, slowly slaughtering the horsemen. At this time, in the centaur tribe, the cries and explosions mixed together, and Ziggs frantically cast his own blasting spell. Whether men, women, young or old, there is only one title in front of Giggs, and that is explosives. Thunderbolt Explosion. A vicious blasting spell directly blasted an old horseman to pieces, and blood and bones splashed everywhere, staining the whole earth red. In the centaur tribe, almost all the centaur were shocked. They did not expect that the fighting power of the wizard was so powerful, and the lives of their centaurs are so insignificant in the eyes of wizards. Run, children, run, go to Hogwarts and find Principal Dumbledore. The centaur old lady had tears in her eyes and let the group of ponies run first. As for himself, he became a live target, rushed away, and was blown into powder. Slaughter, facing Sang Biao, a group of devils dressed in horror costumes, and the horsemen with bows and arrows had no power to restrain the chickens. They could only watch the green killing curse hit their bodies, and then ruthlessly took his own life. The screams, the laughter, and the mournful cries of the horsemen resounded through the entire forbidden forest for a while. Some centaurs wanted to fight back, but found that the bows and arrows they were proud of could not penetrate even the wizard's iron armor curse. On the contrary, a centaur can be easily killed with just one death curse. The centaur tribe with a whole population of 500 people was killed by more than 30 black wizards like pigs, screaming and screaming. As the temporary leader, Faizaluin's eyes were red, but he could only watch helplessly as his people were massacred by the wizards. Looking up at the cloudless, starry sky, Faizaluin said pitifully, "Astrology, what did our centaur tribe do wrong? You want to punish us like this?" Faizaluin knew that he only had one thought now, and that was to escape. He wanted to escape. He wants to make public what this group of Ministry of Magic have done to their race, and he wants the whole world to know what the Ministry of Magic has done to their race. Taking advantage of the fact that the wizards were busy slaughtering the resisting centaur, Faizaluin carefully curled up and slowly moved to the edge of the tribal camp. After making sure that no one was paying attention to him, Faizaluin ran away and quickly rushed into the woods. "Brother Biao," some old horsemen ran out with dozens of ponies. A prisoner reported to Song Biao. Song Biao said indifferently while casting the death curse, "It's okay, just a few ponies, it doesn't matter." Afterwards, Song Biao started killing frenziedly with a grin, and the whole camp fell into fear again. In the jungle, Faizaluin ran fast, afraid that those wizards would chase him. Suddenly, Faizaluin felt his eyes go dark, and then he bumped into a big piece of meat. "Fizrin, why is it you?" Hagrid looked at the embarrassed Fizrin and asked in surprise, "Why are you like this? Could it be that the fire in the depths of the Forbidden Forest is serious?" Faizaluin shook his head in pain, stared at Hagrid angrily, and took out his bow and arrow to shoot Hagrid with an arrow. The whole family was wiped out. Faizaluin had already lost his mind, and now he only wanted revenge. Seeing that Fezrin was going to shoot himself, Hagrid was shocked and hurriedly took out his little pink umbrella. Disarm. A flash of red light flashed. Faizaluin was directly blasted out, and the bow and arrow in his hand fell to the ground. "Fizrin, what are you doing?" Hagrid asked angrily. With a wry smile on his face and killing intent in his eyes, Faizaluin gritted his teeth and said, "What am I going to do? You wizards wiped out my tribe of centaurs, and you asked me what I wanted to do." Hagrid's angry expression froze, and he hurriedly said, "How is it possible to wipe out your centaur tribe?" Looking like a devil, wishing to eat his own Fezalin, Hagrid suddenly remembered Lester's words, and his head twitched. Hagrid asked, "Why did the Aurors kill you? Did your centaur tribe really enshrine evil blood-sucking monsters?" Fezrin really wanted to kill Hagrid. His whole family was wiped out, and all his families were copied and beheaded. In the end, Hagrid actually framed himself. "I'm crap, you bastard. I'll kill you." Even a civilized person like Faisalun couldn't help but swear. Faisalun scolded Hagrid angrily for a few minutes first, and he didn't know until he saw Hagrid's bewildered face that he might have misunderstood Hagrid. "You wizard Aurors slaughtered our horde." Faisalun's voice was hoarse. 2 lines of hot tears were left in the corners of his eyes, and his whole body fell into grief. Hagrid was stunned and said in disbelief, "Is what you said true?" The man did not flick his tears lightly, but he didn't reach the point of grief. With tears in his eyes, Faisalun talked about the massacre just now intermittently. Hagrid was very angry after hearing this, slapped his thigh, and said angrily, "They have gone too far." Afterwards, Hagrid, full of sense of justice, strode towards the Centaur tribe regardless of Fezrin's obstruction. The massacre of the Horseman tribe is almost over. Blood flowed into rivers, corpses were scattered all over the field, and the horsemen's corpses were scattered all over the gathering place. As soon as Hagrid arrived, he witnessed a pony man who was only 5 years old being burned to death by raging flames. The Auror who cast the spell was still smiling grinningly, enjoying it very much. "Scum, scum!" Hagrid got angry and shouted, "Stop it all!" The sound resounded throughout the camp, and the half-blood giant felt so angry for the first time. Song Biao showed dissatisfaction, but seeing that the speaker was Hagrid, Master Lai had specially instructed him not to hurt him, so he didn't do anything. "Mr. Hagrid, what are you doing? Do you want to interfere with our Aurors law enforcement?" Sang Biao came to Hagrid and asked coldly, "Are you law enforcement?" Hagrid exploded in anger. The corpses everywhere, the tribes with ruined buildings, and blood soaring to the sky. This is what the Aurors call law enforcement. Due to the massacre of the prisoners, the air of the entire Centaur tribe was filled with a strong sense of blood. And those faint screams, this is simply a hell on earth. Hagrid was extremely angry. He wanted to beat up the group of Aurors, but his reason told him that he couldn't beat them. Dozens of pairs of eyes full of murderous intent made Hagrid feel dazed, almost thinking that he had returned to the war-torn era 10 years ago. "I'll tell Professor Dumbledore everything I've seen," said Hagrid dryly. Song Biao smiled disdainfully, handed the picture stone in his hand to Hagrid, and said loudly, "Hagrid, I think you misunderstood. In fact, all these centaurs have fallen into darkness and have all lost their minds, so we had to kill them all." Hagrid would still believe the nonsense of these Aurors. If the centaurs lost their minds, what would happen to Fezalin, who just escaped? Hagrid didn't believe it, and Song Biao didn't force it, but the massacre obviously couldn't go on, because Hagrid, a foolish man, actually saved his hand, brought a photo stone, and directly started the video recording. Just like other people, if they dare to do anything, Sang Biao has already cast a death curse. But Hagrid is Lester's friend. He couldn't hurt Hagrid, so he had no choice but to stop the massacre. "Are there any centaurs surviving here? Stand up and hide behind me." Seeing that Song Biao and others had stopped the slaughter, Hagrid thought that his video had played a role and immediately prepared to save the surviving centaurs. The rest of the centaurs didn't want to make a sound at first, but once the slaughter stopped, their screams became extremely piercing, and Hagrid quickly found them out and protected them behind them. Dozens of minutes later, Hagrid found more than a dozen injured ponies and 4 adult centaurs, and protected them behind him. Among them, the centaur racist, Bane was lucky to survive, because during the massacre just now he was frightened and fainted, and the prisoners thought he was lost, so he survived by luck. The horsemen stared at Song Biao and the others with hostility, while Song Biao and the others were indifferent and even prepared to leave. Grandpa Lai assigned 2 tasks in total. One was to destroy the Centaur tribe, which has been almost completed now, and some of the remaining old, weak, sick, and disabled will almost clean them up in the future. They are now going to complete the second task, which is to find the blood-sucking monster in the Forbidden Forest. While Song Biao and others were looking for the vampire monster, in the depths of the Forbidden Forest, Voldemort, like a bat, attached himself to a big tree, looking at the centaur tribe from afar. Damn, Quirrell, what happened in the past 10 years? Why are the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic so cruel now? Voldemort really couldn't believe his eyes. Originally, he wanted to hunt and replenish his magic power. Then, suddenly, a fire broke out in the Forbidden Forest. Wealth and wealth are in danger. And with the protection of animals in the Forbidden Forest before, it was difficult for Voldemort to hunt unicorns, the darlings of nature. But now that the magical animals in the Forbidden Forest are busy fighting the fire, Voldemort thinks his chance has come. As a result, before the unicorn was found, Voldemort first witnessed a bloody massacre. To be honest, at the time of his heyday, he did not condone such a massacre by his subordinates. This is completely aimed at destroying the entire centaur race. There are more than 500 people, and only a dozen centaurs are left. It's too cruel. Quirrell couldn't believe it, and lost his voice. Master, rather than saying that they are Aurors, it is better to say that they are. Voldemort knew, Quirrell wanted to say, that these Aurors were like his Death Eaters. But in fact, Voldemort said that his Death Eaters were just ordinary, not so crazy. Could it be that during the 10 years I've been away, a new Dark Lord has taken control of the Ministry of Magic? Voldemort really couldn't believe his eyes. Genocide, these Aurors are really ruthless. Just when Voldemort doubted his life, a small voice came to his ears. Brother Biao, I'm Franklin. An abnormal creature seems to be found here. Please help. Franklin whispered to the watch on his wrist. On the top of the watch, a huge red that was constantly shining near him. This is Victor's new product, a watch that can be positioned according to the strength of magic power. According to Victor's settings, the magic power of the big red dot next to Franklin almost covered the entire screen of his watch, which is obviously an extremely strong level. So, Franklin requested resources without hesitation. On the big tree, Voldemort's face changed. As the Dark Lord, he got many magic books when he ransacked his home. Among them was the magic spell to enhance eyesight and hearing. Originally, he heard the screams, so he wanted to see what happened in the Forbidden Forest. Unexpectedly, by accident, he actually saved his life. Damn, I need to get out of here. Voldemort's face flashed with panic. If it was a normal ministry of magic, or, even now, he would not be afraid of the skinny camel that was bigger than a horse. But for the group of Aurors who drink the curse of death, Voldemort said that he really— Chiluo, I can only wrong you. Seeing that he was discovered by these Aurors, Voldemort secretly became ruthless and directly used a vicious black magic. Suddenly, a cloud of black mist suddenly emerged from Voldemort's body, and Voldemort's strength also returned to the third level of its heyday. Quirrell's face was pale. He only felt that his whole body was shaking. It should be said that the cells of his body were shaking. Master, what did you do to my body? Quirrell asked with a trembling voice and a horrified expression. Voldemort didn't speak, just snorted coldly. And after a few seconds, he said, It's okay, Quirrell. This is just a very ordinary black magic. It will only cause a little damage to your body. It's not a big deal. Quirrell panicked immediately. Ordinary black magic can cause a little damage. There is no credibility in saying these words from Voldemort's mouth. However, now that people are using knives and we are fish, Quirrell has no choice but to endure. Seeing that Quirrell accepted his fate, Voldemort was very satisfied. If Quirrell deliberately made trouble when he escaped, it would cause a lot of trouble. Cairo, you are my most loyal servant, and I will never forget your dedication. A big stick and a sweet date. Voldemort's way of imperial use is superb. At this time, all the prisoners in the entire Forbidden Forest started to move, and they were surrounding Voldemort at a fast speed. Ants. After recovering 3 layers of strength, Voldemort's eyes also returned to the old look. Even in the face of dozens of Aurors, Voldemort did not panic at all, and even wanted to show a wave. This group of Aurors is very powerful, and they attack fiercely. If they can be accepted as subordinates, it will be easier for him to achieve his great cause. In the dense jungle, Voldemort stepped on the black mist and floated down from the big tree very handsomely. Aurors of the Ministry of Magic, don't make a move yet. I know you are near me." Voldemort's voice was calm, but full of confidence, and his eyes were extremely calm. "I just witnessed the whole process of you slaughtering the Centaur tribe. To be honest, I admire your methods. The leader of the pureblood faction, Voldemort himself, is a racist. He not only discriminates against Muggle wizards, but also wants to physically remove those non-wizard races from the wizarding world. Therefore, he appreciates the ruthless Sangbiao at all." In the jungle, Sangbiao and others who had already gathered were a little puzzled looking at the vampire monster who was talking to himself. "Brother Biao, this blood-sucking monster can actually talk." Franklin was very surprised and looked curiously at Voldemort, who was talking. Sangbiao was also a little confused. Master Lai only told them to kill the blood-sucking monster, but he didn't tell them that the blood-sucking monster could talk. "Don't worry, wait for the brothers to come. When everyone is ready, shoot together and kill him directly." Sangbiao's tone was full of killing intent. "You must die." I don't know that Sangbiao is already preparing to kill his own Voldemort, and he thinks that his words have played a role. After so many years, his amazing eloquence is still as sharp as ever. "Aren't you all pure-blood wizards?" Voldemort's tone was extremely firm. From the fierce attitude of this group of people towards the Centaur, Voldemort could tell that they must be pure-blood, and they were the extreme of pure-blood. Pure-blood. As we all know, the unspoken rules of the Ministry of Magic do not recruit Muggle wizards as employees. Even if they enter the Ministry of Magic, they are also cannon fodder for Aurors. But how could this group of Aurors who use the killing curse like drinking water be Muggle cannon fodder? Oh, really, I didn't expect that this group of old pure-blood families would give me such a big surprise in the past 10 years. Voldemort was secretly delighted, and he had already imagined the picture of these pure-blooded Aurors being used by him. "My compatriots, I know that you all come from noble pure-blood families," Voldemort said. "In fact, I am also one of you. Originally, I didn't want to reveal my identity, but for the glory of pure blood, I think it is necessary for you to know who I am." Voldemort is now very sure that as long as he throws out his name as the Dark Lord and then casts his signature magic, this group of pure-blooded Aurors will definitely accept their heads in worship. Although he's only been back for half a year, he still understands the situation of pure-blood families in the magic world very well. Since their downfall, the purebloods have immediately become the rats that everyone shouts and beat, and even the newly emerging families in power can wantonly blackmail them. Voldemort believed that as long as he appeared on the stage, these Aurors would definitely turn their backs on the dark side. "Ahem," Voldemort said slowly, with a fierce expression on his face. "You may not know who I am, but you must have heard of my family. Yes, I am the only descendant of Slytherin." Silence. Strange silence. The silence made Voldemort a little embarrassed. Could it be that this group of pure-blooded Aurors have a bad history? Voldemort was a little unconfident. He had clearly disappeared for 10 years, so they didn't even know his name. Voldemort was a little embarrassed and added, "Ahem, of course. I still have a name. That's Vol. Earth. Demon." His voice was sonorous and powerful. His eyes were rebellious. His posture was high-spirited, and his powerful aura enveloped tens of meters around him. To prove his identity, Voldemort also released a small dark mark in front of his face. A small green skull floated in front of him, and a terrifying snake head gushed out of the skull's mouth, which was extremely cold. After doing all this, Voldemort stood proudly where he was, waiting for the group of pure-blooded Aurors to bow down. But I never thought that Franklin's face changed in the grass. "CTM, Brother Biao, he said he is Voldemort. Damn it, kill my whole family. I'll fuck him to death." Awada eats a big melon. Not only did Franklin look ugly, most of the other prisoners were furious, and they drew out their wands and gave Voldemort a bang. Thunderbolt. Oolong out of the hole. Cruciate. The selection of Azkaban Academy requires political review, and only descendants of Muggle wizards, or oppressed half-bloods, or children of Muggles can be admitted. This group of people, it can be said that they are born with good roots, and they have a sworn enemy with racist Voldemort. Voldemort Looking at the overwhelming curses and angry faces, Voldemort felt that there seemed to be something wrong with the way he opened it. Apparate. Voldemort panicked, but did not lose his sense of proportion. With a simple apparition, he appeared 5 meters away, dodging this round of attacks. What are you going to do? Voldemort couldn't believe it. He had said it well just now, but when he heard his name, he fought violently. What are you doing? Song Biao slowly walked out of the grass and drew out his wand. Ganyang. Awada eats a big melon. Voldemort's face turned green. Until now, he didn't know what he said was wrong. The hero doesn't suffer from immediate losses, and his current strength has only recovered to 3 layers. If there is a real fight, he may not be the opponent of this group of horrors. With a wave of Voldemort's hand, a thick black smoke enveloped his body, and then he became a cloud of black mist and began to flee crazily. As for Song Biao and others, seeing this, they quickly followed up, and all kinds of evil spells greeted them for free. Deep in the Forbidden Forest, Voldemort turned into a cloud of black mist and fled quickly in the woods. Behind him, horrors kept apparating, attacking him with a killing curse. Awada eats a big melon. There was another familiar killing curse sound, and Voldemort only felt a chill in his back, and then he rolled to the right suddenly, avoiding it. The death curse hit the nearby ancient tree directly, and a century-old tree was cut off in the middle and hit the ground heavily. Master, fight back! Quirrell was anxious. How powerful Voldemort is. Now he only cares about running away. Voldemort was furious. You idiot, shut up. To fight back. What did he use to fight back? This group of horrors was even more terrifying than he imagined. And this is still Hogwarts. Who knows if the old ghost Dumbledore will suddenly appear. Facing this group of horrors, Voldemort could still escape, but facing Dumbledore, then he could only catch him without a fight. Behind, Song Biao and others chased after him, biting Voldemort's back tightly, chasing and killing him constantly. Brian even took his students from the snitch class. 6 of them rode on broomsticks and continued to attack Voldemort in the air. Ziggs also played the role of the blasting spell, which can damage a large area. All kinds of blasting sounds are thunderous, and the continuous blasting sound can be heard throughout the Forbidden Forest. All of a sudden, the entire Forbidden Forest was in chaos, with flames and deafening explosions, which even alarmed Hogwarts Castle not far away. The principal's office on the 8th floor. Professor McGonagall was wearing pajamas and hurriedly pushed the door open. As soon as she entered, she saw the other 3 Hogwarts deans and Headmaster Dumbledore. Just now, Dumbledore urgently notified them to come to the principal's office. As soon as McGonagall arrived, Professor Snape turned black and roared in a low voice. Albus, what happened in the Forbidden Forest? Do you know that Harry is in detention in the Forbidden Forest today? Do you know something? Facing Snape's anger, Dumbledore shook his head and said flatly, Severus, don't be impulsive. If you have any questions, I think Old Catter can answer you. As he spoke, Dumbledore clapped his hands. The door of the principal's compartment was pushed open, and an old horseman came out from inside. Professors of Hogwarts, I'm really sorry for disturbing you late at night. The old horseman was very haggard. His bloodshot eyeballs and his body full of scars all showed the suffering he had experienced. I am the patriarch of the horse tribe in the Forbidden Forest. I came here today just to ask Principal Dumbledore for help. Principal Dumbledore, please save our centaur tribe. With tears in his eyes, Old Kun knelt down on the ground with a bang, complaining about the disgust of the Ministry of Magic Horrors with his nose in tears. A few minutes later, everyone in the principal's room, including Dumbledore, was furious. Professor McGonagall was filled with righteous indignation. Albus, we must stop their atrocities. The other 3 deans also had ugly faces and nodded one after another. Slaughtering the centaur tribe was simply devoid of conscience. As professors at Hogwarts, they could not just watch such a bad incident happen. Fox, seeing that the 4 principals were all willing to go, Dumbledore said softly. Then, a phoenix with red feathers appeared directly on his shoulder. Take us to the Forbidden Forest. On the other side, Voldemort disappeared into the forbidden forest like a loach without a trace. But he never thought that Voldemort, who had just escaped from the forbidden forest, met his destined enemy, Harry Potter. Harry and Ron, two little wizards, hid behind a big tree, whispering, "Ron, I feel that Lester must have a conspiracy, and what he said may not be right." Ron was impatient. In the middle of the night, after the fire was extinguished, it was extremely cold. In addition, he had just experienced life and death risks. He just wanted to go back to the dormitory and sleep comfortably. "Harry," Ron tightened his padded jacket and said in a low voice, "Hagrid told us to go to the lounge. We shouldn't be running out." Ron is not a well-behaved child, but that's because he knows that being unruly can't bring him substantial harm. But sneaking into the forbidden forest secretly made him feel very dangerous. "I know." Harry was a little impatient, but suddenly he felt as if his head had exploded. The lightning scar on his forehead seemed to be on fire, and Harry almost fell to the ground in pain. "Harry, what's the matter with you?" Ron was quick-eyed and supported Harry. Harry raised his head with difficulty, staring at the front, and said with difficulty, Someone is coming. Someone is coming?" This nonsensical remark puzzled Ron. Soon, Ron knew what Harry was talking about. Suddenly, flames burst out in the distance, and then a fast-moving black mist in the shape of a human appeared in the sight of the two of them. Just looking at it from a distance, Ron felt cold all over his body, and Harry couldn't help but scream out. "Ah!" The voice was very abrupt, which made Voldemort more alert. Someone, Voldemort, who had turned into black mist, waved his right hand lightly at the source of the sound, and a violent gust of wind suddenly appeared, revealing Harry and Ron, who were hiding. "Harry Potter!" Voldemort looked at the familiar yet strange boy, feeling that this world is really too small. Turning around abruptly, Voldemort flew towards Harry quickly, with a strange smile in his mouth. Harry Potter is the savior of the entire wizarding world, and even Dumbledore's favorite. In the entire wizarding world, no one dares to joke about Harry Potter's life. As long as he can hijack Harry Potter, the chance of escape will come. "Harry, Ron, be good, come to me." Voldemort tapped his right hand lightly, and Harry and Ron fell to the ground. Voldemort also took advantage of the opportunity to come to the two of them and successfully hijack them. Voldemort regained his human form, but his face was still shrouded in a cloud of black mist. The Sorcerer's Stone is still at Hogwarts, and Quirrell's identity cannot be revealed yet. "Harry Potter, what a pity if there were no Aurors chasing you. I would have killed you." Voldemort pinched Harry's neck and said in a calm tone. Harry struggled to get rid of the shackles, but unfortunately it was of no avail, and said bitterly, "Who are you?" "Who am I?" Voldemort said with a gloomy expression. "Potter, you don't know who I am?" Feeling the severe pain on his forehead, Harry's eyes gradually cleared up, and he seemed to know who this strange man was. You are Voldemort." Harry was so angry that he wanted to hit him with his fist, but unfortunately, he didn't even have the strength to raise his arm now. The enemy who killed his whole family is now standing in front of him, and even hijacked him. "Don't move, Potter." Voldemort resisted the urge to kill Harry directly, and slowly lifted Harry in front of him. "Potter, as long as you don't want to die, when the Aurors come, you should know what to do." Harry understood what Voldemort was thinking, and said angrily, "Don't think about it. I won't let you escape. I'd rather die with you." It was all because of Voldemort, the beast that he had been working as a cow and horse for the Dursleys for 11 years. Harry's hatred for Voldemort was far greater than his fear of death. "Shut up." Voldemort snorted coldly, and a silent spell was cast on Harry. The group of Aurors who were chasing and killing him were difficult to deal with, and he didn't want to cause unnecessary accidents because of Harry's foul mouth. A few seconds later, several black shadows flashed past, and Sang Biao led his men directly and apparat in front of Voldemort. "Don't move, or I'll kill Potter." Voldemort held up Harry Potter in his hand and pressed his wand firmly against Harry's temple. Harry struggled feebly on his body, babbling and whining continuously. Voldemort was very confident. The group of Aurors would definitely not dare to attack him because of Harry's face. Pity. Botnama. Avada ate a big melon. Sang Biao didn't even look at Potter and threw a savage killing curse at him. Except for what Master Lai ordered. No matter what their status is, they treat everyone equally. This is Harry Potter, the savior. Are you crazy? Voldemort was shocked, and with Harry, an apparition escaped the death curse, and then loudly said, "The savior is in my hands. Don't move around." Even in order to prove Harry Potter's identity, Voldemort took the initiative to part the bangs in front of Harry's forehead, revealing his iconic lightning scar. Unexpectedly, the prisoners didn't care at all, and Giggs even took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Thunderbolt explosion. The vicious blasting curse hit Voldemort violently. Unlike the killing curse that hurts a single target, if the blasting curse really hit Voldemort, it may not be possible for Voldemort to die, but Harry will definitely die. Are you crazy? This TM is Harry Potter. This is the savior. Voldemort was about to collapse. What did this group of Aurors do? How did they kill Harry Potter? Helpless. I have just performed apparition once, and operating again will consume more mana. There was haze in Voldemort's eyes, and a trace of ruthlessness on his face. Okay, you are really brave. Then wait and accept Dumbledore's revenge together. Afterwards, Voldemort actually let Harry in his hand throw the blasting curse directly. At this moment, Harry, who was thrown out, really wanted to kill these Aurors. Call him the savior when it's okay, and call him a great hero, but now that something has happened, don't treat yourself as a human being at all. Is this how the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic work? Harry was extremely indignant. He, Harry Potter, is the savior of the wizarding world, the benefactor of everyone, and the security of the wizarding world now depends entirely on Harry Potter. Seeing that the blasting curse was about to crush Harry, an old voice came. Armor protection. A huge iron armor curse enveloped Harry, and a powerful blasting curse hit it, but it couldn't make any waves. Dumbledore's figure slowly walked out of the grass, and behind him were the four heads of Hogwarts. Dumbledore had no expression on his face. He couldn't see any joy or anger. He just looked at everyone present calmly. Without speaking, just a look, everyone present felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Avada ate a big melon. Voldemort was the first to bear the pressure, and threw a killing curse at Dumbledore. Dumbledore didn't even move his eyelids, just lifted the Elder Wand slightly, and Voldemort's killing curse disappeared into the air. "Tom, you are still so impulsive," Dumbledore said slowly, as if reminiscing with an old friend. "After all these years, you still don't seem to have a long memory. Albus, you still like to educate others as much as before." Voldemort turned into a cloud of black mist again and retaliated unceremoniously. After finishing speaking, Voldemort shot another death curse at Harry Potter, and then, regardless of whether he hit it, he fled frantically into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore didn't go after him, but pulled Harry to his side and easily dispelled the death curse. After getting rid of Voldemort, Dumbledore looked at Songbiao and others. "Are you the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic?" A gleam flashed in Dumbledore's indigo eyes, as if he wanted to see through all the prisoners. Songbiao took a deep breath and said calmly, "Yes, we are under Director Fudge." "Fudge?" Dumbledore nodded expressionlessly. "Then why are you here?" "Because we were reported by the heir of the Malfoy family. The Centaur tribe in the Forbidden Forest raised an evil creature, just like the one you talked to just now." Sang Biao's words were 3 parts true and 7 parts false. Malfoy's report was true, but it was true that the Centaur tribe supported evil creatures. Dumbledore took a deep look at Songbiao, and then slowly said, "I will truthfully report to the Ministry of Magic about your massacre of the Centaur tribe." Songbiao was not afraid at all, spread his hands, and said indifferently, "Principal Dumbledore, you can do whatever you want. It is a fact that the Centaur enshrines evil creatures to attack Aurors. We Aurors are just forced to fight back. Although Dumbledore is powerful, he is old. Only Master Lai, a young and powerful hero, will be the future true master of the magic world. Song Biao just marveled at Dumbledore's strength, but he was not afraid. Just when the scene was tense, a hearty laugh came. "Ha! Principal Dumbledore, long time no see." Hafiz, who was wearing an Auror costume, led Lester towards Dumbledore quickly. "Warden Hafiz." Dumbledore nodded as a greeting, so he looked at Hafiz and said, "It's also a coincidence. When we met in Diagon Alley, the Ministry of Magic happened to send a special commissioner took away our Hogwarts sorting hat. I don't know. His Excellency Hafiz is clear about this matter." Hafiz showed a surprised expression. "There is such a thing. I don't know at all. But please rest assured, Principal Dumbledore, I will definitely ask the people from the Ministry of Magic to return your school's sorting hat." After finishing speaking, Hafiz ignored Professor McGonagall's angry gaze and greeted Professor Dumbledore. "Principal, now that the fallen Centaur tribe has been eradicated by us, we Aurors have to return to the Ministry of Magic already. Let's go." Hafiz took the lead to leave, followed by Song Biao and others. Dumbledore didn't speak, just watched Hafiz and others leave silently. After Hafiz disappeared from sight, Dumbledore looked at Lester and said softly, "Son, can you tell us what happened today?" Dumbledore would not believe the nonsense that Hafiz and Song Biao said, and Dumbledore could tell that Song Biao must have used the compound potion. It's just too suspicious for Aurors to use compound potions while enforcing the law. In Dumbledore's heart, the identity of the Auror just now can be confirmed. It is Fudge's right-hand man, Umbridge. Only this woman will take the compound potion when entering Hogwarts. Lester didn't know what Dumbledore was thinking, but he quickly told his lie. "Professor, it's like this. Today I will go to the Forbidden Forest for confinement and punishment. The centaurs want to kill the unicorn and sacrifice their blood to a talking monster. Malfoy and I accidentally witnessed everything. So, in the end, they were going to kill us, and Harry can testify that he saw it too." When Harry heard Lester mentioning himself, he nodded subconsciously. "Yes, Professor, those centaurs want to kill us." Dumbledore nodded. Lester and Harry's statements were exactly the same, but the horseman said another version. "I see, you go back and rest." Patting Harry and Lester on the shoulders, Dumbledore said lightly. Dumbledore still believes in his students, especially Harry, more than the centaur who is attached to him. However, even so, Dumbledore would still report Auror's violent law enforcement to the Ministry of Magic. After all, Fudge didn't give himself face, so Dumbledore would not suffer silently without fighting back. The next day, Hogwarts dining room. "Have you heard that a big tree in the Forbidden Forest was struck by lightning yesterday, almost causing a fire?" "What lightning?" "That's caused by the Thunderbird pathway. It's not natural lightning at all. Naturally, what happened in the Forbidden Forest yesterday could not be hidden from the eyes of the little wizards in the castle." At the Slytherin table, Malfoy sat next to Lester and whispered, "How's it going, Lester?" Lester knew what Malfoy was worried about and comforted him in a low voice. "Don't worry, everything has been resolved, and the unicorn has been burned to charcoal." "That's great." Malfoy breathed a sigh of relief and took out a piece of parchment. "I'll write a letter to my father right away, and want to tell my father all about my experience yesterday." Malfoy complained while writing furiously, "My father may have something to do recently, and he hasn't replied to my letter for 3 days." Malfoy was very surprised. With his father's status, what kind of thing would affect writing a reply to his precious eldest son? At this moment, Malfoy's old father, Lucius Malfoy, was wearing Muggle clothes, mingling on the streets of London, looking around in fear. TMD, why is the law and order in the magic world so bad? Lucius carefully followed the flow of people on the street, keeping an eye on his surroundings, for fear that a few dark wizards would jump out of that corner. "I don't know what happened. Since the last time I sent Malfoy to school, Lucius has been targeted by a group of thugs. If he insisted on borrowing 100,000 gold galleons, Lucius' money was not brought by a strong wind, so of course he didn't want to. So he was targeted. Hey, the current black wizard is really cruel. Didn't I just refuse once? I refused. You can ask again, why do you have to catch me now?" When Lucius realized the power of those black wizards, he was actually willing to spend money to eliminate disasters. However, the group of black wizards changed their tactics and kept trying to kidnap him. Of course, he couldn't make fun of his own life, so Lucius embarked on a journey of escape. It's not that he hasn't looked for the Ministry of Magic, but the orders of the Ministry of Magic seem to follow the procedure. Often the robbers arrive before the orders arrive. So, just like that, Lucius had no choice but to give up and began to escape alone. "I really miss when Voldemort was still alive," Lucius said with emotion. When Voldemort was around, their pure bloods had big backers, and no one dared to provoke them easily. Just like the current Weasley family, there is Dumbledore behind them. Although they are ordinary, no one dares to provoke them because of Dumbledore's face. Unlike the current pure blood family, like a rootless duckweed, it can only be ravaged by others. Inside the principal's office on the 8th floor, on the wall with the portraits of the previous headmasters, all the headmasters are full of righteous indignation and accuse the evil deeds of the Ministry of Magic. Albus, the Ministry of Magic are too arrogant. What did they do to the Sorting Hat? If I were the headmaster, people from the Ministry of Magic would not dare to do this. Phineas Nigellus Black, the headmaster from Slytherin, was very dissatisfied with the Ministry of Magic's approach to the Sorting Hat. Other deans also expressed their solidarity and condemned the actions of the Ministry of Magic. On the table, the originally dusty Sorting Hat was washed clean. Originally, this should be a good thing, but the spirit of the Sorting Hat seems to be a little abnormal. "Don't wash me with water. I'm the Sorting Hat. I'm the cleanest." "Devil, that's not a mouth. Don't stuff things there. Are you blind?" "Abba, I'm a dog. I love food the most." Dumbledore, his current mood is very complicated. If he can go back to yesterday, he will definitely not give Hafiz's face. Rather than hurting both sides, Dumbledore would also blow Hafiz's dog's head and then take a look at what was inside. A good Sorting Hat, but it took them a few days to drive it crazy.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.